All right, guys. Glad you guys are all out here. Glad you guys have chosen to get trained up. We got a couple different groups here. So these guys have trained with me before, done some pistol work before. So their schedules worked out to jump in with Pistol 2 today with you guys. And so today we are going to talk through and work through a bit more dynamic movement and things like that. But first, as always, we're just going to talk through safety stuff. And we're going to brief that every single time that we train. Even in the SEAL teams, we brief the same things every single time, so there's absolute clarity on all of the safety protocols, range restrictions, all that kind of stuff, range procedures, and things like that. So anybody else need any eye pro or ear pro? Because I have plenty for everybody. No? Okay. All right, so we're always going to adhere to the 4 basic firearm safety rules. We covered those last time. Who knows the first one? Always treat every weapon as if it were loaded.
Keep your finger off the trigger.
Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to engage, correct?
Know what's beyond your target.
Know your target and what's beyond it.
Don't point it at something unless you're willing to kill or destroy it.
Correct. Never point it at anything you do not intend to destroy. Okay, so if we adhere to those 4 rules, treat every weapon as if it were loaded. Keep your finger straight and off the trigger until you're ready to engage. Do not point it at anything you do not intend to destroy. Know your target and what is beyond it. If we adhere to those 4 safety rules, anytime you're handling firearms, the chances of anything going bad goes to nearly 0. Okay, so as I've said before, all the training I've done, we adhere to those every single time, every single day. And I want you guys to be always aware of those basic fundamentals. How are you manipulating the gun, even when you're just clearing and safing, picking it up out of the bag, moving it from here to there. All of those things should be become second nature with very limited thought on your end, okay? Okay, so I'm on the wrong sheet here, wrong sheet of music. All right, there we go. Okay, so today we're gonna be working towards 2 time drills. We worked towards 2 last time. There's gonna be 2 new ones for Pistol 2. And these two drills, the first one's called Tres Hombres. Okay, it's 3 different targets that you're going to shoot in a certain pattern, putting 2 rounds in each target, slide lock reload or combat reload, and then shoot 2 rounds in each target again. And the time limit for that is going to be 11 seconds. And then the next skill that we're going to do is called the Send It or the full send. And it is basically you're going to empty at least 15 rounds plus 1. So depending on what kind of magazines you have, it's going to be at the buzzer, draw and fire 15 rounds, reload and fire 1, okay? That's going to really test your ability to manage recoil, get your second sight pictures, keep those shots tight, and shoot very quickly, and that time threshold is 11 seconds as well, okay? We're going to work towards those things. We're going to do a lot of drills and skills, working our way into that. That's going to be allow you guys to develop a lot more of the skills to move dynamically. We're going to kind of throttle it up towards the, towards the halfway mark or 3/4 mark of the course. And then when we go to those drills, those time skills, they're going to actually feel a little bit easier because you're going to be stationary for those, because we're going to be starting to work through movement today. How do you shoot on the move? Footwork. We're going to talk about angles, pieing on leading edges, things like that, and also the difference between cover and concealment, those types of considerations, okay? I'm going to reiterate this, and I know I've said it before, but remember that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So the groundwork that you do here, when we're doing the reps and we're doing the drills, even when you go to the range on your own, if you guys are practicing things very slow, very intentional, very mindful, you're going to be smooth, and that ability to become smooth at what you're doing is going to become fast inherently, so that it will be much more natural, much more efficient and effective. And so as you decide to push the throttle down, your thresholds are going to increase, and your ability to shoot accurately and fast, okay? Okay, so that's the gear table over there. Anytime that you guys are manipulating a firearm, it should either be on the firing line, facing downrange. Okay, as you can see where our range cone is basically just off to the left and right of where the targets are set up. So That forward line is about 5 yards. This back line is about 7 yards. It might be a little farther. My paces are probably big, so it could be actually 7 or 10 yards, but that's what we're using for today. Okay, so any guns coming out of holsters should be either on that firing line, or if you've left the firing line and you're cleaning up or you need to put some oil on your gun or whatever, make sure that if you're over on the tables, it's already clear and safe before you leave the firing line as before. So, and if you're gonna take it out to put it in a bag, keep everything oriented that way. So let's not go on those sides of the tables, just so everything is facing in a safe direction. That way nobody's ever downrange of a gun or no guns are being pointed at anyone, okay? All right, so same verbiage as last time. You guys are gonna hear me say load and make ready. Okay, so load and make ready, as you know, is gonna get you guys to whatever that drill is, whatever that iteration of fire is, to load up your pistol, put one in the chamber and go from the holster or the high ready, whatever that drill requires, okay? Line is hot is indicating, hey, now you can take your turn to fire at your own pace. Once we say line is hot, and line is cold, hey, we're done with that iteration of fire, and typically right after that, the next thing that is said is clear and safe, get a buddy check. Okay, so clear and safe procedures, do them the same every time, removing the source that's feeding it, the magazine, and then racking the slide, do your 2 checks in the chamber and in the magazine well. And then from there, everybody has a holster, so once you leave the firing line, guns should be in holsters. Typically clear and safe. We will be doing some drills today where you know, you will still have rounds in your gun, but you'll go to the back of the line to wait for another turn, and that's fine. As long as we're not just wandering around with guns out of holsters. If it's in the holster, it's going to be considered safe. Once we say clear and safe, get a buddy check. Doesn't matter what lane you're on, just step forward onto the firing line, get a, you know, downrange, clear and safe, get a buddy check in that direction. Okay. Cease fire is a word anybody can throw out there if something's going wrong or you think something's gone wrong, somebody's gotten hurt, something like that. Cease fire, cease fire, cease fire is just going to stop everything, and then we're going to assess the situation. Okay, so I always have a basic blowout kit on me. I've got a blowout kit here and a tourniquet right here as well. So as I said before, adhering to these rules, we should not need this, but I have it just in case anything happens, okay? So we're gonna train like we fight, okay? So as I've taught and I teach all the time is, hey, when you guys have a malfunction with your firearm or you forgot to actually chamber a round into your gun, how would you want to address that if you're actually in a firefight, right? Because anything that you do with these is intended to be done in the context of, hey, I'm defending my life or someone else's, and that should be the primary channel that your mind operates in when you're using these, okay? So if you go click, it's a tap, rack, bang as quickly as you can to fix that problem, okay? If you go click and you double feed or something like that, remove the source, rack the slide, and then refeed it. Reseat the magazine, charge the round, and continue to work through those problems. I want you guys to start thinking about, hey, how am I responding on the gun, on the firing line, when I'm shooting, and am I actually training to fight for my life with this tool? Or am I looking at this as, hey, this is fun and I want to do this just for fun? Because as I've said before, we can have a lot of fun. And I think everybody should be trained enough to have a lot of fun with firearms, but the safety and the mindset of, hey, this is a tool to take life from someone who's doing evil and doing harm in defense of myself or my family, okay? Today we always say in the SEAL teams, crawl, walk, run, okay? Basic building blocks. We're gonna crawl before we walk, we're gonna walk before we run, and that's going to allow us to set up not only the physical muscle memory framework for this, but also the mental framework so that we can understand what we're doing and why we're doing it, and we can build you guys up from the bottom upward. And to really get good at shooting, people want to train a lot, and then when you get them to actually train on firearms, it can be kind of boring at times, kind of frustrating at times, because you're doing very specific things over and over and over to ingrain it into yourself so that you can really operate this thing very quickly, very fast, and expediently. And it becomes second nature to fix all the malfunctions and to diagnose any issues you may have, okay? All right, so I'm just gonna go over really quickly again just the very basic fundamentals to refresh you guys. So let's go down to the firing line really quick. You guys can kind of circle up around me. I'm just going to touch over a couple things to kind of refresh, because I think somebody said, oh man, I went to the range and I feel like I can't quite remember some of this stuff. It didn't come back to me that quickly. So if you guys want to, you guys can kind of circle around to the sides. I'm not going live or anything like that. Feel free to step forward to the firing line. This is all clear and safe. Good to go? Okay. All right, so we're all clear and safe here. So again, anything that I do, I'm going to do intentionally and on purpose, okay? Anytime I load and make ready, my firearm is coming up into my workspace. As long as it's up here into my rib cage somewhere so I can see it and I'm looking over and out of my gun and I'm indexing my pistol mags every single time so that I can grab those just by muscle memory and I don't have to look to find them, because I don't want to have to do that in a firefight where I have to look and find where my mag is. I should have that muscle memory already there, okay? I'm always going to fully seat with a nice firm butt of my hand and let that thing go home by itself, okay? So I've got one in the chamber. Anytime I clear and safe, I'm going to remove the source first, okay? Let the round go down, 2 checks here and here, that is clear and safe, okay? So also, we're going to think about our grip, master grip. This should be very firm, very solid, and the same every single time. Every time I pick up the gun, I'm training myself how to pick up the gun, so I'm going to do it the same every time. My thumb is going to be bladed up just like that. That's going to give me room for my support hand, okay? My stance and my posture, I should be basically in a fighting stance. I should have 1 foot to the rear. My shoulders should be just above or just in front of my hips so that I'm leaning into what I'm engaging with. My hips and my shoulders are square, okay? I don't want to be bladed off like this or anything sideways, shooting sideways, anything like this. My hands and my shoulders should be almost in a perfect triangle in this direction, okay? I should be bent at the knees just slightly, and I should be tight or firm in my core, and that's going to come into play a lot today because we're going to be transitioning from target to target to target, back and forth, and doing a lot of drills shooting from here to here to here and back and forth, as well as shooting and moving. So if I'm moving backwards, I need to be, I have to have some flex in my knees. I have to have good suspension in how I'm moving. My core needs to be engaged so that I can have a solid shooting platform up top as this works as my suspension down below, okay? So again, my grip, remember guys, I want to try to focus on rolling my thumb forward. So if my hand is forward, my thumb should almost be like this on the gun, okay? So my hand should be like this on the gun so that it's taking up as much of the meat of that space as possible, right? So I'm as high on the gun as I can be, and my thumb is basically rolled as forward as it can be. My fingers are in the grooves and valleys of my primary, my dominant hand, okay? Because it's very easy to, after you take a shot, this hand breaks and then your hand is loose and you're wondering why this feels loose. I lean towards this hand should be gripping way harder, or feel like you're gripping harder than this hand, to make sure that you are overcoming any kind of force or need to manage the recoil there. If this is feeling the same as this or less, I often find that this hand wants to break loose and not really remain in a good support position, okay? So as I'm doing that, okay, I'm also pressing out on a pane of glass, right? So I want to, from the holster, I should be coming up into my field of view, having my touch point, and I should be trying to drive outwards so I can find my sights on the way. So once I'm already pressed out, my sights are aligned and I can take and press the shot, all right? This hand is rolling in. I'm thinking about rolling this elbow in just a little bit so the meat of this palm is pressing into the side of the gun. So any gaps on the back of the pistol are closed up, okay? Any gaps that you guys have, if my thumbs are like this, if my thumbs are like this, or my thumbs are like this, okay? I don't think that that's the most effective. Close up everything you can here, as high on the gun as possible, so that you can manage the recoil and find your sights as quickly as possible, okay? Remember, even height, even light, okay? You're shooting the angles. In most pistols, you're shooting the angles of the gun, not just the dots. And then find that reset as quickly as you can. That's gonna come into play today, right? So as I press the trigger, right, it's gonna break, it's gonna cycle. I should find the reset as quickly as I can, even before the pistol is coming all the way back. Because in reality, if I press this trigger, I can reset the trigger as soon as it comes back. So you should never hear yourself make that click, okay? You should be searching for that reset as fast as you can, and you should be looking for a second sight picture, checking your sights, front sight focus, remember? So as I'm pressing out to the target, the clearest point of focus in my eyes is the front sight. Not that target, not the rear sight, my front sight, because I can clearly see that target beyond my pistol. And I can see with my sights aligned, my sight picture is good, or my sight alignment is good, and my sight picture is good, meaning my pistol is basically sitting perfectly right here on top of that box. Okay, so remember, the sight picture is where is this gun actually sitting on the target once these are aligned, okay? Any questions on that? No? Okay. What we're gonna do is, so this will be kind of my lane here with the one with the V, because there's a lot of targets, so just so you guys can kind of see where we're all working. We're primarily gonna be working off of this 5 to 7 yard line here. Okay, so I want you guys to basically find and pick a lane, okay? Find and pick a lane wherever you want. I'm gonna give you a couple more directions, and then we are gonna just go through 20 to 25 rounds of slow aim fire. We're not gonna lock and load yet. Hey Matt, your camera's over here.
That was my target.
Shoot around that, just perfectly through the wires, if you can just shoot through the wires. Okay, a couple other things before we get into this. I want you guys, for this first iteration of fire, this is gonna be 25 rounds, slow aim fire, get yourselves warmed up. Okay, I want you guys to be thinking through all the fundamental things. I failed to mention your high ready, right? So if you're starting from here, I want to see you guys practice some reps just from a high ready. Just pressing out, bang, bang, bang. If you want to do low ready, from down here up, bang, okay? Because that's applicable at times too. Okay, I want to see you guys draw from the holster, not at a speed that you're racing, but working through all of those very simple mechanics, reminding yourself of those things. Remember, as I said before, touch, drive, clear, touch, drive, okay? I should be thinking through all of those things, touch, drive, clear, touch, drive. All right, that should be my talking points as I work through that, okay? And then a combat reload as well. I want you guys, because most of you are going to need to, I think all of you are going to need to reload another magazine to get to 25 rounds. So if you go through one magazine, I would say leave that empty. And as we've practiced before, you can load one into the chamber, bang, combat reload, holster up, kick the magazine behind you, okay? And then reset it. So you have an empty mag with one in the chamber and do a combat reload again. Bang, drop the mag, reload, and take another shot, okay? I want you guys to work through all those basic fundamentals, high ready, low ready, combat reload. At your leisure, I'm gonna come by and affix your guys' grip, okay, as I see fit, as I see need to. At this time, you guys can load and make ready on the firing line. If you guys need to load up magazines? All right, we'll take a pause for a second. Let's pause for a second. You guys can load up magazines, and then we'll reconvene here in like 2 minutes.
Dad called and said someone got into Mom's car, took her money, got into my truck, took the jars of money that were in there. I was like, I haven't used my
stoners.
truck. So unless you and Steve have, like, I moved my truck that one time, but I was gone for a week.
You know what's funny? I was thinking, like last night or the night before, I need to make, have you seen that video? Somebody made like a motion sensor sprinkler system. Like, make one of those things and have it sitting up by the house somewhere or something. Somebody lost that from last time. Once you guys are ready, loaded up, go ahead and step up to the firing line just so I know that you're good to go. What's that? I probably ejected one. I had a double feed earlier when I was reloading something.
Get you a good magnet, man. You start selling some secondhand brass out here, huh?
Most of this is from my classes because I don't think Davi's like, hey, use the inside of the berm. And we shot 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago or whatever it was, and they were shooting in there.
How is it decent in there?
It's getting there.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be to kind of load up and set up stuff. It's kind of challenging to get out to where you want to get to.
What's that gonna end up being? Like 75 yards or what?
It's like 150. Yeah, from that end over there to the back is about 150,
Awesome.
and about a 75 across. So, yeah. A lot of trees.
I hope she never gets lightning out here. That could be bad. Where you going? I'm gonna do that. I'll pick right here. That one's kind of like throwing me off. It's like a little bit.
What I'm going to do here is I'm going down range here. Should have done this before, just so it's easy. Hopefully you can see that all right.
This is my strong side for some reason. No idea why. It's like
But I'm doing that, like this and that, so I'm like,
All right. Everybody loaded up? All right.
you want us loaded?
All right. Your mags are topped off? Mags are topped off? Everybody good? Okay. All right, guys. So we are going to 25 rounds, slow aim fire. So you guys should not be missing, especially this size of a target. Okay. At 5 yards, you guys can load and make ready. Step up on the firing line. Everybody load and make ready. Downrange. Remember, up in your workspace where you can see everything in front of you. All right. Everybody good? All right, line is hot. On you guys. Shoot how you want. 25 rounds. Slow aim fire. Don't miss. Rep through the basics. High ready, low ready, combat reload. Line is hot. On you. Yeah, twist this in just a little bit. There you go. Whenever you come back, finger out. If your eyes are not on your sights, finger out. So yep, this should be a flexible from here to here, to here to here, every time. Finger out, yep. Lean forward at the hips. There you go. Very good. Try to close this up. I want you to think about rolling this in. Get your thumb a little higher. This should be as high as you can up on the top of the gun like that. Okay?
one got away from me.
Gotta have one. There you go, Andrew. Good job. Yeah, you want to watch that shirt. Make sure that shirt's tucked in all the way,
Okay.
because that's how you end up getting shot in the leg. That shirt will get binded up. It'll get bound up with the trigger, and that's how that
And that's how
that happens. All right, if you guys are done, clear and safe, get a buddy check. Have your buddy check you. Check your buddy. Get a visual, look at the chamber, look at the mag well, holster up. Holster up when you're good. All right, we good? Okay. How did it feel?
Great.
Good? Some good shooting down here. Anybody anxious to pull the first shot? A little bit? Like, it's been a couple weeks. I know nothing bad's gonna happen, but I don't want to screw this up, right? I think that's normal. Even when I come out, I'm like, all right, let me see if I forgot everything that I know. So a couple of things that I saw. Remember, stay engaged in your core, stay over the hips. You're not super aggressive here like you're shooting a rifle, but I don't want to see you guys shooting, even if your feet are staggered, leaning back like this, okay? You want to be just leaning forward just enough, because today you're gonna really feel the need for your core to be engaged to start turning and shooting at different targets, okay? Other things, you guys want to make sure that your holster is always clear of any kind of garments, okay? That way, as you go to reholster, because that is the most dangerous place really when things go wrong with pistols and holsters, is if you're coming out of the holster and you're not disciplined in where your finger is, okay? And that finger stays straight and off of the trigger, okay, until I've actually cleared the holster, okay? Or when I go to reholster, if I have garments in the way, that oftentimes can feed itself into there and bind up the trigger, and that's when the gun goes off into your leg or your calf or something like that. So always make sure you're tucked in. When I was even overseas operating in Afghanistan, our operator shirts, we'd have them tucked in all the way around so nothing was loose and baggy and hanging and all of that, okay? So it wasn't just merely, hey, you gotta have your uniform put together. It was practically, I don't wanna have anything impeding my ability to get anything off of my belt. You know, if you've got multi-tools, blowout kits, knives, other things, you don't want anything in the way of that when you have a shooting belt on, or you're trying to train with that kind of gear, okay? Other things, remember, keep those hands tight. This should feel like you're working, okay? I think last time Peter was saying, man, my shoulders are getting tired from doing some of the drills, using different muscles than we normally use. So it's gonna feel tiring. It's gonna feel like you're using muscles that you don't typically use. All right, so in between, when we're taking these on your own kind of pace of fire, I want you guys to come back to a high ready, take a breath, relax your shoulders, or holster, shake it out a bit. I do it all the time, where I'll do a few rounds and I'll just holster up, I'll shake it out if I'm not shooting good, or even if I'm just tired. Take a breath, because you want to ingrain yourself to do as perfect as you can, right? Because we all know practice doesn't make perfect, but perfect practice makes perfect, okay? And we want to try to shoot as close to perfect as we can with all of our mechanics and our fundamentals, so we're ingraining that into our physiology and behavior with muscle memory. Okay, so every time I'm pressing out, once my sights are almost there, yeah, put your finger in. If I'm coming back, finger comes out, right? This should be a very muscle memory move. My eyes are not on my sights, so my finger's here on that gun. As I press out, I can start to prep my trigger. Okay, my finger can go in, bang, 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 bang. Finger comes out, all right? Finger in, finger out. I should always be aware of where my finger is at all times, anytime that I'm shooting, okay? So let's move into just shooting multiple targets and switching between. So you guys are gonna be shooting the target next to you, so you can blame your buddy for any of the misses at this point. Okay, so everybody should have a target on the right and the left of them that is empty. If we need to shift over, we can. Yeah, so let's get one more guy over here. There should be basically the last guy should be on number 2 and the last guy should be on number 10. That way you have a target to the left and right of you.
I have only 2 out, okay?
I'll be here. Are you on 7 so you can go to 9? Yep. Or 8, whatever. Whatever is open or not shot. So we should have 4 guys, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 5, 4, 3, 2. Is that correct? Okay. You should have your own target that you're lined up with. And then basically this drill is going to be, hey, I'm going to tell you guys to shoot a target. And if I give you, I'll say 1, left and right. You're going to go to the left 1 round and to the right 1 round. So you'll have left, center, and right. Okay, everybody will be able to shoot a left, center, and right from where you're standing. Does that make sense?
So that's how we're gonna do it: left, center, then right.
And I'll tell you, hey, left, center, right. I'll tell you right, left. I'll tell you center. I'll tell you right, center, anything like that, and I'll give you a number. So I'll say, hey, 2, left, right. So you're going to put 2 rounds into the left, transition, and 2 rounds into the right. I'm going to say 1, center, right. Bang, bang. 3, right, left. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Okay? That's what that next iteration of fire is going to do. Let's get you guys topped off on your magazines. So load up your magazines. We're going to get through 25 rounds. And we're going to talk through some of the specific mechanics.
Right and left. Okay, so 2 bullets to the right target, 2 bullets to the left target.
So Dad called you and said somebody broke into the cars?
Oh, and they just took the change out of the cars that were unlocked. Mini Cooper was not touched, so obviously they're just jiggling handles, or it was the same guy as last time. And his system got better and unlocked Mom's and my car, or my truck, because that's what happened last time.
Yeah.
I don't know, I also think the truck has problems staying locked, because I've
You found it just
I've
unlocked?
locked it, and I go back later that day after setting the keys down,
Yeah.
and it's unlocked.
Just randomly.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it doesn't have a radio in there anymore, so it's not like.
They're like, dang it.
I know. But I told Dad, I was like, it's probably the same guy as last time.
Probably.
We went around the neighborhood.
Any questions?
So the whole, just from draw to the first shot, that I've never done that before.
Mhm.
So I feel like every time I was doing that, I was going low. So all my shots were low. Doing that when I just kind of focused a little bit, I was hitting, but I am hitting to the left. So I feel like I'm not extending this arm out properly. I'm just kind of.
Yeah, you want to think about if you were to get your fighting stance and then just basically put your hands out like this, that's roughly how your arms should stay.
Okay.
And now that my grip, I adjust my grip into that manner, I can crank this in, so I'm pressing in.
I feel like that's what I'm not doing.
And then, but if you're hitting low and left,
Well, I think I'm hitting just left when I stay there.
okay, yeah.
Just not.
There's
from the-
oftentimes you're giving the gun input in some direction as it's going to break. So we talk about a surprise break where you should press the trigger slowly and it should just go off. I'm focused on my sights, my sight picture, and it goes bang, and it's going to do its thing. I refine my sights, bang, it's going to do its thing again. And so typically if you're throwing them off and it's consistently going one direction, you're flinching in some little way. You could be squeezing with these guys.
Yeah.
If you're not isolating this finger here from these, which is really hard to do, you're gonna monkey grip it and turn it in this way, which cants the gun off that direction.
I'm about to figure that one out, see what I'm doing wrong.
So it oftentimes will take you just slow it down just a little bit and really just focus on, I'm gonna grip the crap out of this thing and just press this trigger as slowly as I can, bang, bang. And then make sure you're not, once it goes off, your finger should never come off the trigger all the way, and you should really only go to where it resets, where it goes click, and that's it. So bang, click, bang, click.
And so this is the first time I've shot this gun, so I'm gonna have to get used to it.
Yeah.
Figure out how it all.
And when somebody breaks it all down, you're like, oh wait, I didn't know I should really be thinking about that. I didn't know I should be thinking about that. Yeah, because then you end up slapping the trigger and your finger comes out and you're actually just doing this even more. You're trying to make up all this ground and shoot fast when all you really need to do is just this.
Just a little bit.
Yep, on the pad of the first pad right here. So, all right, when you guys are loaded up, go ahead and find your lane.
Oh, this is the also one? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I saw a couple pictures.
Well, I'm not
very happy with
complaints, I don't mind.
Very happy with it.
All right.
Really, what about the low ones? So we understand the low left is
Yeah.
anticipating the shots. The low ones are what?
Yeah, so I'm gonna step down range. Everybody's holstered up, okay? I was talking to Steve about this too a little bit. So remember, what we're trying to accomplish here, okay, is I am trying to give this as limited input as possible other than squeezing the trigger. So I need to think about isolating this finger from these three. Because if I am, and it's a very natural thing ingrained in our body physiology for me to clench all of my fingers together and these to really work in unison most of the time. Okay, so as I'm pressing that trigger and getting it to, it's roughly for a Glock is about 8 pounds, I need to really focus on this should be firm, and I need to isolate the movement of this trigger finger as much as I can. So I'm gonna make sure I'm gripping tightly here, but I gotta really focus on not influencing the gun in any way as I go to break the trigger, even when I know it's gonna break right now. It should just happen. I wanna think about it being a surprise, okay? So that I'm not going like this and I give it a little flinch. Even that little tiny movement that you can see or feel when you dry fire is gonna throw your round off 3, 5, 7 inches or so at 7 meters, 7 yards, okay? So oftentimes when you see that, those are you just influencing the gun, whether you're squeezing with your fingers here. I think it was Ramon maybe last time. He was more so flinching up in his shoulders where he was pressing in every time rather than staying in that position where he's braced and he's ready for the recoil. He was kind of more relaxed and then he would go shoot right now. And it was those snap caps that showed him, oh wait, I'm pushing, I'm pushing, I'm pushing. And that's where you really should be, is almost in that brace position right there. So like I said, you're gonna be working. You're gonna feel the burn in your shoulders, upper pecs. Okay, you're gonna be working a little bit. It's gonna feel like, you're gonna get sweaty, you're gonna get tired. But those oftentimes is you're influencing the gun in some way instead of just holding it. Because it's like, if you guys have ever used just a nail gun for building, framing, or anything like that, if you think about how you can put a nail gun right there where you want it and just pull the trigger without any anticipation, any anxiety, just boom, and it just puts it right there. The same thing will happen with this. It will go where you tell it to go. And this is the information that's telling you, you're telling it to go there.
Oh, come on, you have to use my...
By flinching. I mean, look at this one's perfect. Same thing here, right? So that could be the monkey as well, where I'm pushing down with this pinky and ring finger, and I'm pushing it into it like that, okay? I covered up my misses. I had some misses this morning, but same thing here, right? So this is telling you that, hey, I'm influencing the gun in a way I don't want to, but it's gonna go right where I tell it to. So that's telling me I'm flinching at times, and I have to try to stay braced. I've got to stay engaged. I've got to stay really tight and continue to just let the gun work, okay? That'll also eliminate any kind of malfunctions that you may get, like we discovered last time, was if you're not bracing firmly, if your grip isn't strong, you could actually induce malfunctions because you're not allowing the lower half of the gun to stay steady enough for the upper slide to operate and for it to fully rack to the rear and do its job. But if you're breaking things down and you're not as firm as you need to be, the gun's not going to run as good as it should, okay? So everybody has magazines. So I will demonstrate this for you guys, okay? So the way this is going to go is I'm going to give you a number, and then I'll give you a left, right, or center, or 2 of those, okay, or 3 of those. So you're essentially just going to shoot that number of shots in the left, the right, the center that I tell you, okay? Does that make sense? So I'm going to load and make ready here, all right? And what I want you guys to do, this is going to be from the holster, okay? So, and this is not a race. I don't want you guys to feel like you're racing the guy next to you. I want your target to look better than the guy next to you. Yes, we're sharing targets, but I want you to shoot better than the guy next to you, okay? So if I say, hey, 2 left, right, you're going to draw. So if this is my target in the center, right, that's my left, right, and center. I'm going to do 2 to the left, bang, bang. 2 to the right, bang, bang. Okay? Just like that. I don't think I missed, did I? Okay.
Those misses in the bottom are not mine.
All right? And then from here, my finger comes out. I'm going to scan around. Okay? You're training yourself how you want to fight. Something happens in a mall, something happens in a store, right? You're not just going to kind of do this and put your gun away. You're going to be looking around. Okay? So incorporate a scan. I don't necessarily need you to do this. We trained a lot to do this. Okay, but if you have your gun out, I want to see your head moving. Come back and holster up, okay? If I say 1 right center, okay, I'm going to draw. I'm going to present 1 to the right and 1 to the center, okay? I'm going to look around. My finger is out. I'm in a high ready position. Take a breath and go back to the holster, okay? If I say 3, right, left, you're going to do 3, right, left, okay? I want you guys to go slow. I want you to hit what you're aiming at. If you're missing, you're going too fast. Because we did a lot of work last time with just a 5-inch dot, right? That's an 8x12. So you guys are trained shooters at this point. Nobody should be missing this guy, okay? Take your time, hit what you're aiming at, all right? So you guys can load and make ready. Up on the firing line, toes on the firing line. All right, we're gonna go from the holster. So everybody holster up. So your draws should be nice and slow. There's no racing. When I say, hey, 1 right, left, I don't wanna see guys racing for the gun and trying to get out here, okay? I wanna see you guys touch, drive, clear, touch, drive, nice and slow and smooth. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Build the repetition here, okay? Line is hot. 1 right, left. All right, holster up. Look at this. I don't want to come out and come underneath. Okay, I saw a couple of those out of the holster and up under because I don't want to have to search here. Okay, I want to come from here up into my workspace so I can find my sights as my grip is getting in place. And once I'm pressed out, I can see my sights are aligned. Okay? That's going to decrease your time to get your sights aligned and get an accurate shot. All right, 2 left, center. 2 left, center. What I want you to do, Ehab, is as you come down, just with one hand, unless you're going to clear a garment, clear the garment and put it here, because you went like this over top, all right? So you swept your own hand right here. So make sure, as you guys are holstering, I'm stepping off the line here, as you guys are holstering, anything like that, okay? The end of this gun goes for infinity. I want to think of it that way. I don't want anything to cross in front of that I don't want to hurt or destroy. So even as I holster, I want to make sure nothing is impeding this movement here, okay? So if you need to clear a garment first, go ahead and clear the garment, pull it out of the way, make sure we're all good, all right? So I'm gonna call you guys when I see it, hey, we're infringing on those 4 rules and we don't want to do that, okay? All right, shooters ready. 2 center, right. You gotta have it. Yeah, you gotta have it. Keep that hand, just bring it back to here.
Can I try it now?
Yeah. Yep. And guys, also, there's nothing wrong with looking. I'm gonna step off the firing line here. There's nothing wrong with looking at your holster to put it away, okay? If you're in a gunfight, you're not gonna put it away until you know it's clear, okay? So there's no rush to do that, and there's no need to do it without looking. Same thing with putting a magazine back in a pouch, right? Putting things away doesn't necessarily need you to look at them, okay? Now to get it out, I want you to be able to get everything out without having to look, right? Because that implies, hey, I need to fight, I need to focus down range. I should be able to get access to everything here without looking. So getting access to that without looking is what I should be attaining, looking to attain. But to put that away, I'm always going to just take a look. Because again, if the garments are in the way, I want to be able to see that so I can clear it out of the way, fix the garment, all those little things, okay? There's no race to get it back in the holster, all right? Shooter stand by. 3 center, 3 right. Holster up. All right. Pay attention, guys, when you go ahead, I want you guys to be able to feel when that gun slide locks to the rear. All right, so you should know, you should start getting familiar to when I shoot, bang, bang, and I feel that thing, it's a different feeling. When it slides to the rear and stays, it doesn't continue the momentum forward. I want you guys to be able to key in on that, okay, to be able to then do that your combat reload, all right? Now, for any time you guys are training, even in an iteration of fire like this, what I want to see is if you've finished and you slide lock on the last round of that iteration of fire, and I said 2 right, 2 left, and on the 4th round it slide locks, I want to see you combat reload and send another round. Again, for good practice to say, hey, I'm in a gunfight, I need to reload and engage. We always practice, hey, it goes dry, combat reload, send 1 more, okay? So you're training yourself to solve the problem, make sure you have a working tool in your hand to be able to win that fight, all right? All right, on the line, shooter stand by. 1, left, center, right. One, right, left, center. Everybody's gone through 1 mag. 2, left, right. Holster up.
There.
All right. Good to go. Just make sure that stays this way.
Okay.
I'll move so that it stays this way.
Got it.
All right. Drop your magazine first, Tamer, and then get your buddy check. If you guys are done your 25 rounds, make sure you get a buddy check. Also, on the firing line, we're not done. You don't have to empty if you're not empty yet. Again, if you are getting a buddy check, you're clearing and safing. Everything should be pointed this direction. My gun should never turn 90 down the firing line at any time, okay? I'm gonna step off the firing line. You guys are holstered up. Again, I'm seeing a couple fingers. Some guys are slapping the trigger. Bang, and your finger jumps off really far, really fast. I should be able to see your finger just bang and find the reset quickly. Your finger should never actually lose contact with the trigger if you guys are shooting more than one round, okay? Really ever, until you say you're done and your finger comes out and sets on the gun. It should be bang, reset, bang, reset, bang, reset every single time until I know I'm done shooting. My finger can come out, high ready, scan around, and come back, okay? So no slapping the trigger. I see a couple guys, fingers are jumping a little bit, okay? All right, shooters ready?
I'm empty.
You guys need to reload? How many have you shot?
25.
Okay. If you guys have, let's just let these guys finish, and then you guys can go reload magazines. Don't take anything out of the holster. If you have more rounds to hit 25, you can keep going. Yeah, go for it.
Ray, do you want another 25?
Yes, another 25. All right, shooters stand by. 2 left, 2 right. If you're clear and safe, drop your magazine, get a buddy check. If you have more rounds, as long as you get to 25 rounds. You guys are good? Okay. Just clear and safe, get a buddy check. Yeah, it's right here.
You reuse ammo?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Brush it off. Only time you don't really want to do that is obviously you see something that's like been sitting there and you know it's not yours. Or,
Paintballs?
well, yeah. Yeah.
Unless you're out of ammo.
All right, so what was the most challenging part of that for you guys?
Hearing you.
What's that?
One time I did not hear what you said, so I didn't shoot.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Because I was
Fun,
talking.
man. I like it.
Okay. So a couple of things.
More practice.
Yeah. And I'm going to talk to you guys now about, and I should have beforehand, but I slipped my mind, how you should be focusing when you're moving and transitioning from target to target, okay? A couple other things, more basic, more safety oriented, okay? As you guys are drawing from the holster, I'm going to come out here in front of you, all right? As you guys are coming up to draw, make sure your hand does not pass in front of the muzzle anywhere, because there's a couple times it just looked like it was getting close, okay? So this hand should be living somewhere on my torso, on my chest, something like that, okay? So that as I go to drive, and I basically level off my gun and it's center line of my body, my hand is clearly out of the way so I can find this touch point here without ever passing out in front of the muzzle of my gun, okay? That way, as I touch, drive, clear, touch, okay? This should come forward and basically around my hand, and my hand is coming out underneath, so then I can drive out this direction, okay? You don't want to rush through your shots. You want to make sure you have a secondary sight picture. So you guys should be, as you're looking at your sights, bang, my gun's going to move. My gun is going to rise. It's going to move somewhere. If I have really solid grip, really solid stance, I'm engaged through my core and my arms, it should rise a little bit, but my sights should really stay pretty flat for the most part. My hands may rise, and my gun may actually rise upward, but it should come up and stay pretty flat and then drop back down so that I can almost immediately regain my sights again, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. I'm gonna grab a sip of water. If you guys are loaded up, you guys can get to the firing line. All right. Before anybody locks and loads, I'm going to have you guys practice do a couple dry reps. Okay? Good. Yes, thank you. Keep leaving them everywhere. All right, guys. A couple things I want you guys to think about before we move on to this a little bit farther. As you guys are transitioning targets, okay, I should be turreting my torso. Okay, as you guys were, you're just turning your torso, but if I'm not engaged here and engaged here, I'm gonna feel like I'm kind of like looping over. I've shake into position, I loop over, I shake into position. I wanna be tight, and really my eyes and everything should be aligned over my gun the whole time. I don't wanna turn my head and then my gun, head and then my gun. My eyes can move ahead and then my gun follows right behind it. My eyes move ahead and my gun follows right behind it. My eyes move, my gun aligns. My eyes move, my gun aligns. So I want you guys to practice just dry, take it out of the holster. A few of those reps where you're training your eyes to focus, your sights are staying level, your sights are staying aligned, and you're transitioning from left to right to right to left to left to right, back and forth. Right now on you guys, toes on the firing line. All guns are clear and safe. We're not locking the loading. This is totally dry. Okay. I want you guys to just practice trying to keep a good sight picture and sight alignment as I'm moving. So I shouldn't have to regain my sights as I transition. My eyes can flick ahead of my gun, and my gun is just a fraction behind it, so that I can bring my gun into that field of view and my sights are pretty much aligned up all the way through, okay? Does that make sense? If you want, you can even stay focused on your front sight and shift it over because you're still able to find your target with your eyes focused on your front sight that whole time.
Yep. On your turns, where do you feel, what are you controlling? Is it hips?
Yeah, I feel like I'm basically driving from my hips. Yep.
Like midline?
Yep. Gun should stay midline of the torso. And I'm turning my hips just slightly because if I'm only rotating my torso, that's going to start to throw off my shooting position where now I'm trying to make it more complicated for myself. And I start doing something like this where my hips are not aligned with my torso. And if I don't have to do that, I don't want to do that because that's going to be more challenging for me. If I can keep my hips aligned with just a little bit of movement here, I would rather that. And there are times where you are going to have to, hips are aligned one way and shoulders are aligned the other way, which we're going to do a little bit later when we're shooting and moving laterally, where you're going to have to be shooting and moving like this or like this. And now obviously my shoulders are much more square to the target than my hips. But if I'm just trying to shoot between targets here, I want to try to stay as square as possible so I maintain as much of that solid shooting platform as possible. Okay? Make sense? So get a couple reps. Make sure you guys feel comfortable with that, where your sights are aligned and I'm transitioning back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay? Ramon, no more bowling. You're bowling.
Oh,
You're bowling.
all right.
You're the bowler for today.
Fantastic.
So no bowling as you guys come from the draw. Bring the gun up into your field of view and press out. All right? If you guys see any race gun guys that are, pistol racers, they're bringing their gun way up into their field of view and driving out to here in many cases. From here to here to here. Shooting from this plane right up here. Okay? Okay? And another note, this is something you guys can do for your dry fire at home. This is something I do often, and my wife laughs at me where I'm in my room in my underwear at 10 o'clock at night, and I'm pointing at light switches and doorknobs and, picture frames, and I'm just doing this, or I'm pressing out, finding my sights, pressing out, finding my sights. Just getting as much of that repetition and muscle memory down so that it becomes more instinctual, Because oftentimes people ask, well, how do I shoot? If there's a real, threat happening and I need to shoot right now, am I going to take the time to align my sights and do all this stuff? It's like, no, probably not. Just to be honest, no, probably not. But hopefully you've done enough work here to where all of this is squared up so where you can instinctually fire at a full-size person and hit them center mass without almost aiming your sights, and you can be on target because you've done this thousands of times. Because I'm not going to be thinking about my sights and front sight focus, sight alignment, slack sight squeeze as there's a shooter in a mall or a store. I'm going to be pressing into the center of this guy's body and taking shots, right? And it's only because the thousands of reps of this enable me to be able to instinctually hit somebody center mass at 10 yards without a problem, okay? So that's why we want to drill this into you so you're setting up all the mechanics fundamentally. And now we're transitioning here. So you want to be on a good shooting platform, twisting your feet if you need to, but get your hips involved in that. So all of this is staying nice and tight. Okay, the more I'm willing to compromise into this or this, the more challenging it becomes. You can still be accurate, but it's going to be challenging and you're going to likely be slower on the gun because of it, okay? All right, so what we're going to do now is for the Tres Hombres drill, we're going to progress towards that, okay? Now this is going to be kind of the hardest parts of that drill, and we're going to do repetitions of it. And the hardest shots you're going to take are the first shot out of the holster is oftentimes the first shot you miss, is the shot that you do miss, is out of the holster, you're trying to race, you push it, okay? And then the next hardest shot is after a combat reload, is you reload it and you're pressing out again, and I'm feeling the anxiety and the rush, I've got to get another shot on target, and you miss that one. Those are like the two most important shots that you can ever take, is the first one out of the holster, and then the next one right after a reload, okay? So what we're going to do now is to build towards the Tres Hombres drill, and again, giving you practical fundamental skills in doing that. Every time I give you guys the cue, stand by and give you the buzzer. It's just going to be a buzzer to say go. Okay, you're not being timed or anything like that. On your target, you're shooting in your lane. You're going to draw from the holster, shoot 2 rounds, and then you are going to I think I messed up telling you guys to load everything up. 2 rounds, combat reload, 2 rounds, okay? So you're gonna shoot 2, combat reload, and shoot 2. Does everybody have all their magazines topped off? Okay. All right, what we're gonna do right now is we're just gonna do one more iteration until you got 1 empty mag of this. Left, right, center, to get you guys focused on your sights, to get you guys, again, repetition here, so you're engaged in your core, okay? All the way through from my shoulders to my feet until you get 1 empty mag, and then we're gonna transition to exactly what I just shared with you, okay? So we're gonna get one more rep of the last drill. So guys, load and make ready. Toes on the firing line, load and make ready. Once you've shot through 1 magazine, just holster up and stand by, okay? So again, this is gonna be a call with a number and then a left, right, or center. Tamara, can you just step a little forward just so you're online with everybody? There you go. All right. All right, shooter stand by. 1 right, 1 left. Make sure you're looking as you holster up. 2 left, 2 center. All right, a couple things. No slapping the trigger. I see a couple trigger slappers. A couple guys, their fingers are breaking away real far. And also, once I start to break my arms and I'm off my sights, my finger comes out. All right, so it should become second nature. I'm here and I'm here. I'm here and I'm here. My finger should be a fluid. It should be fluid to where it's just instinctual. I should never be down here, finger on the trigger, because I do not see my sights. I don't know where I'm really pointing right now, okay? All right, shooter stand by. 2 right, 2 left. And again, just go until you get one mag empty, and then just holster and stand by. One right, left, center. Two right, two left. Tamer, work up here. Work up here. Just doing this. You want to see what you're doing. You want to know the condition of your gun. Everything should be done up here, up top. All right, so above the rib cage. It should be up here somewhere. It doesn't have to be like this. Somewhere up here so I can just take quick glances. All right. Two center, two left. You guys get through one mag? All right. So leave that magazine empty. All right. You guys need something?
Yeah, he wants some.
You want us clear?
Yep. Clear and safe. Get your buddy check. All right.
بعدين دلوقتي he's gonna give us that exercise بس انا كنت حاططها على اساس لو هنعمل التدريب اللي هو قال عليه ده. Right. Because I had the third one.
Yeah.
So I just had one in it. I figured we were gonna use this at some point.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I need to buy me a belt and a loader. This belt is kind of big and it shakes the gun as I'm coming
Yeah,
out.
let me see. Yeah, and I would say wear pants that got loops.
Yes, sir.
So you could even use that belt as long as you got pants that have loops in it so it doesn't want to shift around and move around on you. Because even just a pair of jeans or something with a belt like that will work fine.
Sure.
So how many you want now, Brady, in the magazine?
Just make sure you've got at least one magazine empty. So you could, yep, one magazine completely empty.
That last one, it didn't lock back on the last round.
Michael's didn't either, I saw.
Yeah, it was weird.
It's almost like it's becoming natural. I'm
What's
getting
that?
used to the holster. He was asking me how's it working for you, because I never brought this. Can I
Yeah.
pull it out, show you?
Well, let's step up here.
It's clear. That's my. I love this. It's so
Okay.
comfortable, and it's so accurate.
Yeah, I've never shot one.
It's size-wise, it's almost identical to
Yeah,
the
the grip
19.
is nice. The grip is nice and
It's very comfortable and
Yeah.
it's very accurate.
yeah.
The only thing I didn't like, I wish they had, is the optics. That's why I got the other one. Or
Yeah.
Something with optics cut out.
Yeah. So you did it again.
Oh, thank you. So I'm gonna.
So
do
go
it
from
for-
there. Yep.
Yeah,
And
no.
all you do is just, yeah, from here, pull it back and just, yeah. No need to grab your other hand unless you're trying to pull your shirt over. But even still, just kind of pull your shirt this way so your hand is out of the way.
So the negative thing about it is that they don't have a lot of accessories for it out there. So
Okay.
this is like the only reasonable holster I can
Yeah.
find.
Yep.
But it has that button. I don't like the button.
Which
much.
one?
It's the.
Yeah.
So I
That's
had
one that the one I used in the SEAL teams for a long time was almost, I mean, it had the same style button where there was it was like this shape, almost exactly this much Kydex, but there was a button right there. So that's how I,
So I had to practice like driving with just pushing the button at the same time.
yep. And that's, you know, very common is to have another level of retention, you know, to push a button. Law enforcement and things like that,
really?
you know, will require that they've got even a third level of retention where it's not just friction, there's not even a button here, but there's also a bail that goes over the top. So you have to drive a thumb and it either spring loads and goes forward or you drive it yourself with your thumb.
That's
And
for
then,
duty belts, right?
yeah.
Like for cops.
yeah, yeah, level 3 retention. I mean, that's a lot of what we had in the SEAL teams as well was, you know, so that the gun isn't falling out, you know, when you don't, obviously you never
But
want
these
it
ones
to.
with the binds would not fall out.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, in
that,
general, it's good. If you're going to do a lot of running and shooting and moving, they can start to lose their tension. You'll have to re-tension them with, you know, a screwdriver, and they can do good for the most part. But yeah, if you're going to do a lot of shooting and moving, I would recommend one that has, you know, either a button or it has a bail of some kind that basically physically holds it in there so you can sprint and it's not going to come out. All right, let's move into, as I said, that hardest portion of this drill. 2 shots from the holster, combat reload, and 2 shots. So
We need to put 2 shots.
So we need two mags.
so all you're going to do is, yep, you're going to have 1 empty mag
Okay.
and 1 full mag, okay? And if you have just a couple loose rounds, you can even borrow essentially a round from another one. So you're basically just going to take 2 rounds from one, all right? So then you have 2 rounds in. You're going to load it up. So if you guys want to gather around, I'll show it to you. So just keep a couple extra in your pocket, or you can borrow from the other magazines that you have as you go. So we're going to repetition this. It's going to take a couple seconds to reset every time, but we're going to work through all of the specific mechanics of that, okay?
So we start off with 2.
Start off with 2. Yep.
I have a towel for the glass if you want.
I just am apparently radiating a lot of heat, so no matter what I do, they're fogging up.
I can, is the trunk is still open?
I mean, what do they do in the seals?
You're just fogged out, or you're not wearing
Can you
glasses.
open the trunk?
A buddy of mine almost lost his eye.
Oh, really?
He had night vision on and glasses,
I have,
and caught a piece of brass from Mark 46 right in the eyeball, like direct hit.
It's just like, what are the chances?
He was laying down, he was dead in the back of the truck, and he's just kind of like, I'm out of it, you know, we're doing this big scenario. And a guy stands up and shoots over him, and the brass ejects out of those directly from the bottom.
Oh, wow.
And it flies. Like if it hits you in the leg by a guy next to you, it hurts. Like it stings. And it literally direct shot. He's laying there and probably his glasses are sitting like this or something, or maybe just like this, and he's just dead. And it just bing right in the eyeball, went blind. He was blind for like a week. It collapsed his retina or whatever. And so like his eye to this day, the colored portion of his eye is like sagging down.
From the heat, it was just from the impact?
Just the blunt force impact. So that was a life flight. Like we always life flight if it's life, limb, or eyesight. And it's like,
Always, yeah.
yep. So he couldn't see out of that eye for like a week or so. He got his eye back, or his sight back. But what's that?
Do you guys wear ear pro when you're out on an actual op?
I mean nowadays, yeah. A lot of this like hear through stuff is much more common. When I was going through, it was like only comms guys had this stuff.
You had them on your helmet?
Not even. They didn't make them on the helmet back then. So it was like your helmet was on top, and it was much more cumbersome. And even the Peltor, they weren't even Peltors back then. Peltors were for comms guys because that was the fancy stuff. There was another brand we had that was just like super uncomfortable, crushed your ears. So then I would just wear like one foamy, and then like my one little comms earpiece that provided almost no hearing protection. So there were so many times where it's just like this ear's ringing and the comms are coming through, barely can hear it, you know. So yeah, it's kind of, you wear it sometimes you don't. You will always get caught without it at some point. So yeah, but now the hear through stuff, everybody's got it, you know, the double earmuffs, Peltors and other brands. So
But you guys don't usually shoot with silencers,
oh yeah,
but it's just the enemy fire.
but even you know, when you go out with your platoon, you've got actually those are designed to go forward. Yeah, you always have the stars going forward. Yeah, even if one looks like it's the wrong way. But you go out with like a Mark 40, you know, in your platoon you've got an automatic weapons gunner, and that's not suppressed. So that's what I was, and that thing is obviously loud, 7.62 belt-fed gun, and it's just so yeah. Most everybody that carries an AR or a SCAR, something like that, would have a suppressor on a lot of times. But sniper rifles, yes. But AR or your AWs, your automatic weapons, not. So
Can't really suppress those.
yeah,
Those 308s are still pretty loud, depending on what it is.
yeah, oh yeah. All right, so what we're going to do here, I'm going to demonstrate for you guys. Okay, we are going to rep through this, so you guys are working really the hardest part of not just this drill, but just some of the harder things as you guys are trying to master and really get good at this stuff. Okay, so I am going to load and make ready with 2 rounds. Okay, I've got 2 in this magazine. All right, so press check, that's good. And I've got a new full magazine on standby right here. All right, so at the buzzer, basically I'm going to draw from the holster, fire 2, combat reload, and fire 2. Okay, so I'm driving out, combat reload, fire 2, scan, and then holster up. All right, so the way this is going to go, you're going to holster up, kick this mag behind you just so nobody is stepping and leaning over on the firing line. Okay, and now it's going to just take a second where I've already got one in the chamber. So all I need to do is just transfer one round over, put my full mag back in, and reseat that. So I've got 2 in this gun again, and I've got a full mag. All right, and then we'll go again. So from here, driving out, bang, bang, combat reload. Threw that one really high on the second one. Scan, all right. Now to fix it, holster up. I'm gonna just take a step back. All right, I can take this out, take a round out, put my full mag in, reseat this, and I'm good to go.
I have my third mag with also 2 in it, right? We can do that.
However you wanna do that,
No?
just keep one so it's like empty, right? So you have 2 rounds, you shoot through those, it drops, you've got a full one, and I'm just topping off from my full mag. However you wanna do it, because I've got another full mag here as well.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we're gonna go through at least 25 rounds like that. So bang, bang, combat reload, bang, bang.
2 full ones or 25 distributed between the 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you have one empty magazine or one with 2 rounds in it, we're gonna shoot through 25 rounds. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Are you guys good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, 25.
Because you can get through close to 25 if you've got 2 magazines and 1 empty one.
15 and 1. Yeah, 15.
Yeah.
15 and 1.
So we have one empty and one has like 12 or 13?
Full. Whatever's full, the other one is full. Yep. As long as you have 2 full mags and 1 empty one, or if you only have 2 magazines, as long as one is empty, we're gonna get through 25 rounds. So you have to come back and get a few more rounds, that's fine.
All right, so here's your real question. I've always wanted to ask this. If you're out, like, and you guys are in scenario, what happens if you gotta take a piss? How does that play out?
Just pee in your pants.
If like we're training, or what do you mean?
No, like legit combat.
Oh, just pee anywhere. Oh yeah.
Boys, I'll be right back. Come on.
Oh yeah. Well, even just taking a piss, you just kind of go around the side of a building and you can just stand, you're just peeing outside. I mean, I've had to, go take a crap and in Afghanistan, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go take a dump. And you're like,
Back in a few.
yeah. You're just like, I'm gonna be right over there. I'm going over there.
Give me some cover.
Really? Really? No, because you go out for 2 days, you're like, I gotta do my stuff.
Yeah.
That's all the little silly stuff that people kind of forget about is like,
Yeah.
you gotta
Still
eat.
have to live.
You still have to live, yeah. You still gotta eat. You still gotta go to the bathroom.
25, we'll keep the third one with
What do you guys normally do for food? Do you just have like MRE type stuff?
MREs.
Yeah.
25,
Yeah. Those like freeze dried meals too. Some guys will pay for those out of their pocket.
Yeah.
Sometimes different organizations will send them out to us.
Bulk, box.
I would just do the MREs. I'd pick out the meals I liked and take all the trash and leave it, and because you try to pare everything down to as little as you can. So I would rarely even heat them up because they have the heater packs. If you guys have ever used MREs, I wouldn't even bring the heater packs with me usually. I would just let it sit in the sun.
Bake a little.
Literally just bake it in the sun while we're sitting there on watch. And
Good part of being in a warm
Oh,
climate.
yeah, I'd be on the roof because I was an A-dub or a sniper, so I'd just put my spaghetti with meat sauce, just let it sit in the sun for 40 minutes, and it's warm enough.
Yeah, when my dad was 82nd in Bragg, he would bring home MREs all the time. So we would just have, we'd just go stay out in the woods for a couple of days.
Yeah.
As kids, you can't do that nowadays.
I mean, the 5.56, they come
When we were young, we didn't know any better, but now those MREs are expensive. You go online.
Oh, yeah.
they're like super expensive.
Now it's like survival food.
Yeah, they have the
branded
little-
different, so
Yeah.
they charge more.
There's like, I don't know what powder it was, but you throw it over a fire, it's like,
Now
That's the heater pack.
Is that what it is?
So the heater pack in the water,
Buy them like
it'll boil the water in the bag essentially. So you just basically put water in it, and it starts boiling the water in this packet. So if you take that stuff out, it's flammable. I had a guy that took it, and supposedly because they have some of the meals have a little tiny Tabasco bottle, and one guy took some of that out and put it in the Tabasco bottle and put some water in there and put the lid on it and chucked it out there, and the thing blew up. Yeah.
Little bomb. Decoy.
Yeah. Little Tabasco bomb. Psh. All right, guys, find your lane. Again, I want you guys to hit what you're aiming at. Okay.
Straight ahead.
Everything straight ahead. We're not transitioning left, right, center. This is just you. 2 rounds, combat reload, 2 rounds. Okay. Any questions on that? No? Load and make ready. So the first mag you should put in should have 2 rounds in it. And holster back up. You should have 2 in your gun, in your holster, and then a full mag at the ready. All right? All right. I'm going to show you guys this sound. I think most of you have heard it before. This is what you're going to hear, and this is what's going to initiate your fire. Okay, can everybody hear that? All right. So when you hear that sound, you're going to draw from the holster, shoot 2, combat reload, shoot 2. Shooters stand by. And again, holster up before you get that other mag. Holster up, go ahead, pick up magazines, and then step back up on the firing line. You're going to do attack reload. You're going to take 2 rounds, put it in the empty magazine, or at least 1, really. 1 round, because you should have 1 in the chamber of your gun. That magazine with 1 round is going in the gun. All right. Even being able to do these types of drills for yourself where you can set it up in your magazines, in your pouches, in your gun, and you always understand and know the condition of that gun is going to just do you better to really familiarize yourself and master it, where you're just doing the reps over and over and over again. Load, unload, tack, reload. All the same things. You're going to get smoother and smoother. So as long as your touch points are consistent, even when you're doing that, with how you're holding the pistol, how you're indexing your magazines, all of that extra rep is going to actually transfer over to being more effective in these combat reloads and things like that, okay? You good?
I'm good.
All right, Hammer. Shooters, stand by. All right, holster up. Holster up. All right, pick up your mags. Go ahead and tack reload. 1 round in that empty mag. Make sure you have a full mag on standby. Doing pretty good.
Me?
Doing good.
Thank you.
Because you started off down there, now, I mean, you brought them up.
I
You
know.
see that? They're going off the left just a little bit, but they're not as low.
I don't think I added any more to the very low lane. They've been those 4 since the beginning. Yeah, they're just a
Just
little
to the
bit
left
better.
side, yeah. So just don't grab with these 3 here. Make sure you're pushing in with this support hand. And
I've
don't-
been doing an exercise. I think Ihab is the one who told me about it, where I hold the one of those, like, grip things and with 3 fingers, and then just exercise this trigger finger. He said
Just
he showed
training
in
this
some
to not,
video.
yeah.
Like, you just hold the grip.
Yeah.
Trainer thingy.
A lot of this is, you got to isolate that trigger finger.
Walk from there to here and magazines.
All right. Shooter, stand by. Make sure you're looking at your holsters. As you holster, it doesn't hurt to look at your holster. Also, as you go to combat reload, if you've got to charge the slide and it doesn't go forward on its own, remember, you're just pulling it back and letting it go. Don't pull it back and then let your hand ride on top, okay? That can basically leave your slide open just slightly or out of battery. So make sure you're allowing that spring to use all of its tension and all of its, all the force it's designed to have to send the slide forward fully, okay?
But you wouldn't just, I usually just use the release button.
You can use the release button, absolutely. You can absolutely use the release button if you want to. All right, everybody ready? Hold on, we're waiting on one more. All right, shooter stand by. All right, holster up. Everybody holster up and pick up your mags. So I want you guys to run through this to about 25 rounds, okay? So if you need to grab more, go ahead. We're going to keep doing the shooting. Just top off mags if you need to get to 25. Come back to the shooting line, the firing line when you're ready. All right, you guys need a tack reload. Remember, Steve, work up here. Anything you do, bring it up here so you're looking up, you're looking out. All right? Because this is a safe direction, but this really is too. As long as, and we want to train ourselves to fight, so anything that goes wrong, I want to be able to train myself to see it up here. If I have to maneuver, I want to be able to see that threat and maneuver accordingly.
Brady, when you're going for your reload, you're putting your thumb back up?
Yes.
So grip comes back on?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so anytime that, if I can get this in my pocket here, can you hold that for a second? I'm stepping down range here, so anytime that I go to reload, okay, and I take my support hand off, I'm going to show you this side here. Anytime I take my support hand off and I come to here, this thumb is naturally just going to break out to that position. That's going to keep that terrain open for this hand to go back onto the gun, because I don't want to do this and then get in the way of myself. So again, as I said, every time I pick up my pistol with my dominant hand, I'm doing it the same every time. And this is pretty much how I'm doing it. So I can feel the tension in the webbing of my fingers, and that's seated and not moving ever. So anytime this hand moves, it's here, and as I drive out, those thumbs push forward like that. And as I come back, this can release just like that. So there's always that open space to drive. Does that make sense? Okay. Good question. Please ask questions. All right. Take that. Shooter, stand by. Finger out. Remember, as you're going to come off your sights, finger comes out. Yep, because you're fingering all the way to here, almost into the holster. So make that, because the last thing you want to do is have your finger in and hit your finger. Yeah.
Grab magazine?
Yep, grab magazines. Holster up, grab magazines.
My next magazine had only 2 in them, so I did the exercise again pretty much.
That's good. Once you guys have run through 25, let me know. But if you need more rounds, go grab them. You guys good over there? You guys good over here? You got some more reps to do to get to 25? Yeah?
25?
25 rounds?
25 more from this point?
No, not 25 now. How many have you done?
I have 15.
Okay, so do 10 more?
Sure.
Oh, you have 15. How many have you shot already?
I think 15.
Yeah, he finished 15.
Okay, so just shoot like 10 more rounds.
Sure.
So shoot 10 more rounds, yeah. I want you guys to get 25 rounds of this drill here. So however that splits up with your magazine capacity, doesn't matter to me. All right. Shooters ready? Stand by.
With a bad spot.
All right, holster up,
Should I shoot more?
holster up, pick up your mags. What I intend is you still do the same drill
Okay.
until you get to that many
I
rounds.
thought you told me to shoot 10.
No, not shoot just 10 rounds. So the intention is to get through this drill utilizing 25 rounds. However your magazine capacity affects that, doesn't matter. All right, that's up to you to manage how your magazines, what your capacity is. So I'm not going to micromanage everybody, but I do want to make sure you get enough reps, and that's 25 rounds to get a good feel for what we're trying to attain. Okay? Make sure that you guys, again, anytime you're manipulating your pistol, you're up here, whether you're loading, unloading, reseating a magazine, especially if I'm combat reloading, I want to come up here into my workspace so I can see exactly what I'm doing in this position here, okay? So I can break this magazine out, I can reload quickly and drive back out, all of those things, okay? Because again, train how you fight. You want to be able to keep eyes on the threat, keep your eyes up, and be able to maneuver if you need to, which we're getting to next. If you are training yourself to be down and in, okay, you're training your mind to start to want to shut down. Okay, you're going to have to fight sometimes that fight or flight instinct, okay, and not go in the black. If you want to live in the yellow, something happens, you're in the red. You're fighting, you're in the red. If you go to black, that's like I'm shutting down. I'm not actually interacting with what's happening around me. And you want to be able to stay conscious and aware to make those decisions when bad things are happening. Okay, so train yourself to be looking outward, to be ready to solve a problem, always looking up and out. Okay? All right, we got a few more reps to get to 25. Shooters ready, stand by. All right, holster up, and pick up the magazines. Make sure whenever you come back, your finger's out. Because even when you're coming back here to reload, your finger's kind of living in that trigger, yeah. You're still kind of back here. So as soon as I break from here, my finger should come up.
Okay.
So if I come around you, right, as soon as I'm leaving my shooting position from here, my finger should just come back to here to rest. Yep, automatically. So if I'm driving out, I'm prepping my trigger, sights are aligned, I'm done, I'm coming back to here. Prepping my trigger, sights are aligned, I'm done, coming back to here. So that's even something,
Just to practice.
to practice. Yeah, we do thousands of rounds of literally just that. When we're new in the SEAL teams, you're literally just doing that with a pistol and that with a rifle, thousands of times just to get it down so your finger is always in the right spot.
All right.
Yeah.
Question. So we holster the weapons after we're done with the drill. Pick up our magazine. When do we take this one back out, and do we just do that right now?
Yep. So once we get magazines off the ground, then it's up to you. As long as you're on the firing line and you're pointed down range.
And you still want us to practice up here?
Yep. You're always going to be up here. This is your workspace. So anytime you're manipulating to reset this, to check, press check, all that stuff, I want to get in the habit of doing it right here in my own face. So if I'm done, and like I showed you, I can do what's called a tack reload, where I've got two magazines in my hand and I know this is the light one, that's the heavy one. So if I want the heavy one, I can do that and I can replace this one, and now I can holster back up. If I want to switch them, I can basically bring this up and bump my magazine like this, replace this, and replace that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Trying to get some water, sorry. Hmm?
How dare you?
All right, guys, come on over here. I need a guy who's going to be the glue, and then another guy who's going to be the paper,
I'll do glue.
and another guy who's going to be paint. So it's going to just follow each other. Glue, paper, paint, all the way across. We're going to redo this same thing. So
You took the paint?
that's the glue. So that's going to hold the paper on, so somebody can go behind him.
Okay.
It may take two guys because this is thin paper and the wind is blowing, so maybe two guys can do the paper behind him.
Sure.
And then
Grab the.
Either one. Okay.
But how the paper?
Just glue the paper.
Oh, glue the paper. Okay.
Come on top and the bottom.
so you can hold that really kind of farther away. Here, let me see real quick. Because even just the fine mist will do the job. Just like that. Yep. I mean, there you go.
There's a couple near the edges. He told me
that was you.
He goes, "You got a decent, decent spread." And I said, "Yeah." Then when we were going side to side, Steve messed my target up a little bit.
Like I said, you can blame your buddy.
So Dad wants to hire you to do night shifts, security.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah. If
Okay.
You can do that.
yeah,
You can bring the baby if you want.
yeah. The baby can sleep in his room. Yeah.
Our agency's having us do a 4-day course. I want to see how much different it is from.
Oh really?
doing
What do
it.
you do?
I'm at the state attorney's office,
Okay.
but they
Oh,
want
that's right.
the actual state attorney wants all of his assistant state attorneys doing a 4-day firearms course.
Okay. They're probably going to move a lot slower.
I would think so. Yeah.
Super slow.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things is like I've debated like what's too fast, what's too slow.
I'm worried about it being a little.
It's going to be super slow.
Yeah.
That's my guess. I could be wrong, but
You know where Central Florida Rifle Pistol Club is?
I don't know, but I've heard about it a couple times.
Right next door to it is the Orange County Sheriff's
Yes.
Office.
Okay. Yep.
That's where we're
Yeah.
going.
Do you know who's putting it on?
No, I just gotta. I'll even show it to you.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be really basic and fundamental. They may not even technically teach you combat reloads or anything like, you know.
Imagine. This was
I don't know. Maybe they do, but
That's all the information they gave us so far. But I'm thinking if it's 4 days, they have to progress to something.
yeah. Oh, so law enforcement, they may be just taught by either Orange County's Sheriff's Department or, I'm assuming if they're saying law enforcement's helping, they probably,
Your pain is pretty bad. I don't know if I can see.
The way I'm looking at it is I get to shoot someone else's ammo, so it's always a plus.
Not allowed to touch the white area.
We were just discussing the way of the spring with the rod. So if we change it, we were just discussing changing the Glock to tungsten, you know, the ones that are metal.
yeah.
And then they come in different ways, right? Weights, right? So the
Do you want
original.
all the way full, or do you still want one somewhat empty?
Sorry, give me a second, Peter. You can set that right there. Yeah, mine did the same thing this morning. It'll come off over time.
It's only paint.
All right.
Yeah, very tight group. That must have been me.
All right. So yeah, have everything topped off. Everything topped off.
Yo, I'm not appreciating how you guys are making fun of my skill. It's not for this Frank Panther.
Did I
Yep.
off all the mags?
Yeah.
Just have 25.
Yep. As long as you're at 25.
Take some pictures together. We didn't take any that time. That'll be good memories, man. We should. Yeah. At least like a group picture or something.
Videos too. Are they doing the video stuff? We
We can. But at least we want to take pictures with the group.
He likes it. He likes doing all my Nothing but thumbs up, man. Have you ever seen these speakers? Or even they have pistol ones that you can go like this, and it just takes one row and then. Don't we have one for the? We have one for the AR. I need to get one of those. Don't we have those? Put them all in there and just push it all in.
That's on the wish list.
It's fun, fun, fun.
You want all three topped off?
Yeah.
Dude, I brought
Whatever is going to get you right around 25. If it's all three, if
got,
it's 2.5,
Oh,
whatever.
I brought a fruit for everybody if anyone wants fruit or anything. Tangerines, apples,
You're
bananas.
so thoughtful.
I know. Look at that. Gatorade.
I mean, the first time we ever met, he was making food. I should have known. I know, man. I should have known.
I even have a Red Bull and a couple Red Bulls.
Those will go quick.
Gives you things.
If anybody needs a drink.
very nice of you. Thank you.
We're not drinking. It's a live fire range.
Steve's last name is Publix.
I like to cook and I like to eat. Well,
So yes, Brady. So we were saying, so
Sorry.
like the stock is around 18 pounds. With the spring that comes with the
Okay.
original rod. So they have them all the way from 10 to 25. They say the lighter ones would make sure they reload more because it goes back, I guess, and
I
gets
think it'll
them
be too
next.
violent if it's too light, right?
Is it? That's what we were thinking. What's the
Nothing will
problem with it
resist
being
the
too light?
slide Coming back.
And why would you ever need it heavier?
I would assume the heavier is probably going to allow you to shoot faster because it's going to throw the slide forward quicker.
Okay.
Also, what if
Um,
you're shooting like plus P or some other stronger ammunition?
Yeah.
You might want to.
If you get a spring too strong, you can get misfeeds. If
Yeah,
it's
because
not
then
going all the
then
way
it's
back.
not going all the way back, you
Yeah.
know. So I think there's different reasons to have, and sorry for my ignorance, but I don't know, all the reasons why you would have modified springs for this or that. I mean, if you've got different compensators, different things like that involved, that's maybe where you've got to adjust.
Yeah.
Um,
I was just trying to think what would be the point of going stronger, but that makes sense. It's like shorter.
yeah, if
time.
if it can go forward faster, then you can be ready for another shot faster. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think of that. Maybe just keep it around the stock then.
I would just keep it around. I've messed around with the springs. I would rather just keep it around the Publix. Thank you, though.
What happened?
I just have it's like constant.
I would definitely just keep it around the stock because otherwise you're gonna have
You gotta learn to turn it off.
one issue or another if you're just shooting this off the shelf target ammo.
I was thinking to go for speed, to be honest, but I didn't think that it will slow you down. It's probably not noticeably.
Yeah, but I know like not with pistols any, but like the submachine guns, they have them very aggressively gassed, so they can cycle fast. So they're shooting full auto like the MP5 is very aggressively gassed, so they can cycle fast. So I was thinking in those conditions, they would have cut like a split second, and they would make it faster spring. So it's hard way down. It's gonna be harder to rack. Yeah, or you can get misfeeds.
I mean, I don't know if my left fingers are not strong. I'm having a hard time racking these. Yeah, I'm having very hard time.
You might be able to get away with shaving. I don't think you would.
Just take
Like
the
from
spring,
17 to
just take it when you put it in the seam, just lock it to the rear and let the spring compress it.
Really? But I wouldn't want to mess up with this spring.
Andrew, I don't think that works though.
Really?
The spring usually uses tension over the use. So like mag springs,
Oh, if you keep them loaded,
it's,
it doesn't.
it doesn't affect mag springs if you keep them loaded. So even if you left it compressed, it won't. I don't think it would really deteriorate the spring tension. It's about the repetitions. Yeah, if you can do this about 10,000 times, just keep going. Maybe it'll
I'll get your fingers strong. At
Yeah,
least.
your fingers will be strong. Your gun will probably smooth out even a little bit too.
I mean, I do this 10,000 times now. I need to worry about this spring.
Do it 5,000 and then you'll
Yeah.
balance out.
All right, guys, come on up here. All right, we're going to start some movement. Okay. All right, so shooting and moving, right? So if we don't have a good engaged core and we don't have these nice and tight and we have those mechanics down really well, when we're static, if while we're moving, it's gonna deteriorate, okay? So you've gotta really focus on making sure that you're in a good posture, your core is engaged, you're leaning forward at the hips, okay? When it comes to moving forward or backwards or left or right, I've heard many people over talk, like how should you actually place your foot down and all of those things. And I think there are a couple rules, you know, a couple things you should consider when you're doing that. But in a nutshell, you should really try to walk like a human walks, because that's going to be the most comfortable to you. The only difference really is you're building this suspension, so you should be lower, your knees should be more bent. You should have the suspension so that it's working for you so that you can shoot on a level plane up top, okay? So then that is supporting everything that you're doing here and your core is engaged, okay? So if I am going to be shooting and moving forwards, sorry, if I'm going to be moving forwards, okay? If I am going to be moving forwards, okay, as I do that, I need to lower myself just a little bit. I'm not super squatted down. I don't need to feel like I'm going under some sort of a bar or anything like that, and my knees aren't super bent, but I need to be able to find the ground, and I should be rolling heel to toe, heel to toe, heel to toe, okay, where my legs are never really fully extended. If I'm going backwards, my toe is hitting first. If I'm going forwards, my heel is hitting first. You can see my torso is as stable as possible. My shoulders are moving as little as possible, so that actually as I'm doing this, my sights are never actually leaving that black rectangle, okay? So I should, if I'm using all of the muscles that God gave me, I should be able to hold myself up here, and you're gonna be working. It's gonna feel like you're starting to, your heart rate's gonna go up a little bit, because now you're using your muscles and bracing in certain ways, and your upper body is working, your lower body is working, all of those things, okay? So walking as normal as you can with just a little bit of a chassis built in, a little bit of suspension built in here, okay? Now moving laterally, okay? Same thing, okay? If I'm gonna pick a target, it's gonna be that center one. This is where we talked earlier, where my hips are gonna have to change direction from my shoulders, okay? So if I'm gonna move left to right, basically, I'm just gonna walk like a human, and at some point I'm gonna have to cross my feet the other way if I'm focused on one target, okay? If I am moving right to left, side step, crisscross, I'm basically now walking backwards. If I'm from here, I'm walking forwards, and at some point I feel like my torso is now turning more than my hips really want to, so I'm gonna have to switch my feet and move this way. Does that make sense? Okay, so make sure that you're picking up your feet really well. Okay, you don't want to be dragging your feet, because if you're trying to, there's no need to sidestep and shuffle like this, because what can happen is I'm stepping and I'm lowering and I'm raising and I'm lowering and I'm raising and I'm doing all of this, okay? Yeah, there's times to do that, but here I don't think so. I don't really think you should do that as much as maybe is taught, right? Just walk like normal. I can cross my feet because you guys cross your feet every day, okay? As long as I'm picking my feet up off the ground and placing them down with my toe first, especially if I'm moving laterally, that way I can move or maneuver around any trip hazards. If my feet are shuffling and I'm dragging my feet in any way, that's where my toes get caught, that's where my heels get caught, And then that's what's gonna basically throw off your upper body while you're moving, okay? So you wanna try to place your feet as intentionally as possible, okay? So that my gun is barely ever really leaving that square as I move, okay? Same thing moving forward. I'm rolling to the heels. I'm driving back off the toes, okay? So that way my sights and my sight picture is really staying within that box as I move. I lean towards not overcomplicating it, sticking to a few principles like that, so you're not overworking it, because I've seen guys try to teach what's, I guess, called a combat glide, where they're just trying to get guys to walk like they're in a marching band, and it's just like overdone, because you guys walk every day of your lives, and it's not up to me to micromanage how you do that. I think there are a few good things to think about, but really it's going to come down to you doing it as naturally as you can, not tripping over stuff, thinking about how far your torso is going to turn, and not turning into like a robot, okay? When I teach CQC, it's easy for guys in the tactical world to turn into what I call a CQC robot, where they adhere to certain rules so hard in certain circumstances where it just doesn't logically make sense, right? Because I've heard guys say, don't ever go backwards, don't ever cross your feet. And if I'm never gonna cross my feet, but I need to shoot this target, you can see how this really starts to not make any sense, right? So you guys are gonna feel when you should cross your feet or when you should start to glide backwards if you're moving laterally. And that's a subjective thing, but don't drag your feet. You know, you want to think about rolling from the heel to toe going forward. That's going to soften that and allow you to stay on a level plane. Find your toe first when you're going backwards, because that'll give you the opportunity, if there's a trip hazard, to shift that foot in a different position. All those little things that you're going to be basically navigating blind going backwards, okay? So what we're going to do now is everybody's going to get in their lane. We're going to be dry, clear, and safe. You're actually going to start on this 7-yard line, and we're going to do just some movement, just forwards and backwards in your lane. And I want once everybody's on their line, you guys should be clear and safe. What I want you guys to do is, on your own, you're going to just start to move forward and move backwards with your sight picture aligned, your sights aligned, okay? Everybody clear and safe? All right. So this is just kind of on you. I want you guys to take your guns out of your holsters right now, and you guys are gonna start repping through this on your own. I'm gonna come by and give you guys feedback. We're all dry, so don't feel like you guys are going down range from each other. Just take your time moving forward. So we'll just go forward together and then backwards together, okay? All right, on you guys, forward. And then you're gonna stop at that 5-yard line roughly. All right, backwards. All right, stay on your toes if you're moving backwards. Forwards. Backwards. Forwards. And backwards. All right, holster up. Who feels like that was getting a little tiring? It starts to get a little bit tiring, right? Just by walking like this with your gun out, right? Don't.
Hard to keep the sights exactly in the square.
Yeah,
It was still going
it's
up
hard.
And down, up and down. Up and
It is. It's hard. You're going to start sweating now, so you're welcome. So you really want to keep those sights in that box as best you can. Another thing is as you get tired, there is oftentimes, it seems very normal to want to, once I start getting tired, especially moving backwards, is to start to stand and rise up like this, okay? Try not to do that. You want to stay in that aggressive posture because, again, you're training how you fight. If something's going on here and something may change, I may need to have to turn and go or turn and go here, and I don't want to be caught flat-footed. I'm just back here kind of losing my balance, okay? I've got to stay aggressive, stay leaning forward just over my hips, and I'm back here gliding backwards. I'm here gliding forwards like this, okay? So I'm taking very intentional steps as I do that. And this may just show you like, oh man, my balance is not as good as I thought, or all those little things. It'll start to expose, hey, my ankles may feel a little weak, my legs may feel a little weak, okay? This kind of stuff will expose, hey, maybe I should, you know, test myself in the gym a little more often. Things like that, where it's like, oh, okay, if something really were to happen, am I really physically prepared? And can I be effective? So let's do it again, a couple more reps. So we're gonna start on the 7-yard line. You guys can take it out of the holster. We're going forward. And forward, move forward. Backwards. And forwards. And backwards. All right, holster up. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna start shooting from this position, all right? And we're just gonna shoot through the first magazine that you guys have, all right? So the way that's gonna look is as I say forward, you guys are gonna move forward and you're going to shoot 2 to 3 rounds on that approach forward, stopping at this 5-yard line, okay? After that, I'll say backwards. You guys are gonna go backwards, shooting 2 to 3 rounds, moving backwards. It's up to you. How fast do you wanna shoot? I want you guys to try to be accurate. Okay, so you'll see how challenging that's gonna feel.
Shooting while we are moving.
Yes, you're shooting and moving, okay?
But
So,
should you shoot in between steps when you're not moving, or should you try to shoot while you're actually moving?
no, you gotta move, shoot and move. Shoot and move. Because to answer your question, I don't think I saw you walk like this. Right? Right? So that comes, you gotta start engaging all these muscles here, and you've gotta find those shots. This is where it comes into play is, hey, can I prep my trigger? I'm not in the slack, I'm not finger off. My finger is on the wall of that tension and that pressure, so when my sights really feel aligned and it feels good, I can break it. Boom, I can send it and reset, and find it again, boom, send it and reset, okay? So that you guys are shooting accurately at what you're aiming for, okay? I will demonstrate for you guys, as I believe good instructors do, and so if I miss, you can laugh at me, all right? So again, this is just gonna be 2 to 3 rounds moving forwards, 2 to 3 rounds moving backwards through the first magazine, okay? All right, so moving forwards, moving backwards, okay, moving forwards, moving backwards, all right, so just like that, don't miss.
What's typically harder, going back?
Um,
I feel like that's where I moved a lot more.
Where? Forward?
Going
Backwards? I feel better going backwards.
Really?
Actually, you're accurate on the forward.
Am I?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Feelings don't matter in this game. Win the fight. That's what matters.
No, but
No, it's just on, I think it just comes down to personal mechanics and stuff like that. I think it's probably, driving forward is going to be easier for, I think, 99% of people. For some reason, it feels smoother to me going backwards, but my shots weren't as accurate going backwards, which is probably very normal. And so this is going to be you figuring out, hey, can I do this? What does this feel like? Okay. Not many ranges, or really any ranges, if you go to a public range of any kind, are going to let you draw from the holster or even move and shoot at all. So if you've never done it, here we go. Okay.
3 and 3.
2 to 3. I want you to make them good. So if you only get 2 shots, if you only get 1 shot, I want you to shoot on the move, and I want you to do it as accurately as possible. If it's 1 shot, do that. Like I said, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So if you're at the point of, hey, I'm still crawling right now, be a crawler. That's fine. All right? Because I want you to be building the mechanics and the effectiveness as you go. The speed and accuracy will come through repetition. All right? Sound good? All right, everybody on the line. You're gonna load and make ready. You're gonna do this just from the high ready, so no need to holster after every repetition. You're gonna go from the high ready at every call. And again, just through one magazine, so no need to combat reload. Once you have gone through one magazine, just clear and safe, holster up, and you can step back and just wait until everyone else is done with one magazine. Shooters stand by. Forward. Stop. All right. Holster up.
I didn't miss it.
Holster up. How many misses do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There might be a burner. 7, 8. Kevin missed a few.
Can I go check it out?
All right, everybody in the holsters, if you want to go see, go ahead and go down range real quick if you need to look at anything.
I can't believe it. I shot better than the movie.
3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't know if that's new or not, but that could be from earlier.
Yeah, I have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, I have 6 in, 2
6 in.
All right.
Surprising.
Yo, how many?
6 in.
I shoot better on the movie.
You guys are shooting better on the move. What's happening?
I shot.
Who's taught you guys? All right. Yeah.
Do you feel going forward or backwards you have a typical miss? Or is that
That's a good question. I don't know.
okay?
You mean like at a certain...
I didn't know like if going backwards, if there's ever a benefit for like a certain hold or anything like that.
No. I'm doing the same sight picture every time.
Okay.
So my sights are the same every time. I'm trying to keep the flat edges of my sights plane right in the middle of that rectangle there. Okay? All right, so I wasn't clear and you guys rolled with it. Everybody was safe, but I want to do, as I say forward, go forward and stop. And on that traverse, you're going to do 2 to 3 rounds, stop and freeze. I'll say backwards, and then we'll go backwards, just so we're not getting offline. You guys did fine, but we're just going to make sure everything is solid, okay? So when I say forward, you go forward. When I say backwards, you go backwards. Got it? All right, so from the high ready, you guys can pull them out. From the high ready, forward. Backwards. All right, keep them up in the high ready. I don't want to see anybody resting down below their rib cage. You've got to be able to see this gun in your field of view at all times. All right? All right, shooter stand by. Forward. And backwards. All right, if you've gone through one magazine, you can just holster up and stand by for the other guys to finish their first mag. Has everybody done one mag? We got some more. Got a couple more? No worries. If you don't have any more, just holster up and stand by. And forward. Backwards. Good? All right, how'd that feel? You guys, how the misses going? Pretty good? You guys are doing good moving. We should have just started here. Should have just, what's that?
When I stop, like, it's like when I move and I shoot left for some reason.
When you stop, you shoot left? Is that what you're saying?
When I stop, I'm on. When I move, I shoot left.
Yeah. I feel like I'm not keeping my tension as well.
Yep.
I feel like I get a little more loose with my left hand while I'm moving.
Yeah. Because you guys are going to see how this whole chain works, right? All of this is supposed to work in conjunction, and then once you start using it, where your legs are supporting your upper body, your torso's working to support, your shoulders, and all of it's working, you just realize like, oh wow, my grip's working, my shoulders are working, my core is working, my quads are working, and then you start to focus on your footwork too much, and then this gets soft here, and it just takes repetitions to say, hey, I've got to lock all this in, all of that, okay? So, was that one mag for everybody? All right, so what you're gonna do is, hopefully you didn't fill that empty mag. Okay, make sure you guys have an empty mag. If you got an empty mag, keep it empty. Now we're gonna do the same thing, forwards and backwards, but you're gonna do a combat reload on the move. All right, so the way this is gonna look, what's that?
The empty one, is that 2 again or what?
Just gonna be one.
One. Okay.
Yep. So you're gonna have an empty mag, okay? Because as I said, you can transfer over some rounds into your empty magazine. Okay, so right now I have one in the chamber and an empty magazine. So I've got one in the gun and I've got a full magazine. Okay, so this is the same rules, two to three rounds.
2 to 3 rounds. No, I'm just trying to find out. It's one.
Okay, so as long as you have one empty magazine.
I have one loaded, but I don't know how many in here. But
Do you have an empty mag?
I have.
Okay. Make sure you guys have an empty mag. I'll make sure everybody's up on that, and then I'll continue.
By empty mag, you mean you want. Right now, I have. After I rack it, I'm gonna have one in the chamber and an empty mag. And then
That's
you
fine.
close it, that's fine.
Yep, that's fine. You're going to start with one in the chamber, but it's always, I just don't want you to have 15 in there, and then you're trying to dump rounds, and it's always easier to start with an empty mag, and you can just bump one round in to start off, and then from there it sets itself up. Okay? So just wait on the chamber. So just a magazine with one, and then a full magazine. All right? Magazine with one, and full magazine. You guys there? You guys good? Okay. All right, so again, press checks are free. I'm going to make sure I'm set up for the drill. I've got an empty magazine. I've got one in the chamber. And I've got a full mag here. So basically, when I say forward, you guys are going to move forward, shooting one round, combat reload on the move, shoot another round. If you can get a third one in, go for it. Okay? Likely you're just going to probably get 2 rounds in. All right? So from 7 to 5, when I say forward, shoot, combat reload, shoot. And then same thing, we're going to reset. We'll take a second, pick up your mags. Everybody, when you do that, you're on the firing line to reset your mags, okay? And then we're going to go backwards. Shoot, combat reload, shoot. Okay, so we're practicing some movement all the while. We're doing the same things over and over, building the repetition, okay? So to demonstrate, basically we'll go from the high ready again on this drill. So once I get the call to go forward, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to combat reload and shoot again. All right, and now I'm going to holster up. I'll pick up my mag. Okay, I can bump them. So if you guys see how I'm doing this, tack reload, I have this magazine. It's not indexed, right? It's different. I've got it wedged between these 2 fingers so I can grab the other one with this hand. So I can drop this one, replace that one, set it in there. I've got one in the chamber, an empty mag, ready to go. All right? So then going backwards from the high ready, backwards, I'm going to shoot and miss my shot, reload, and shoot. All right? Make sense? All right. See, I threw that one. Threw that shot. So.
It's because you were talking.
Yeah. All right, does that make sense, guys? All right, again, we're going to take it nice and slow, no rush. Just go smooth. Once you go dry, do the same procedures. All you're doing is walking to do the same things you've done before. Bang, bang. Likely you're just going to get 2 shots in there, and then we'll reset mags and go backwards. All right, so everybody online?
We're going to go forward together and back.
Yep, we're going forwards together, reset, go backwards together, reset.
I'm going to shoot 2 on my way in. I have one in the magazine and one in
That's fine. As long as you can do a reload. Yep. You guys good? All right, guys, on the line. Load and make ready. You should have an empty magazine with one in the chamber and a full magazine at the ready. And forward. All right, holster up. Holster up, pick up your magazines. And then you guys step up here on the 5-yard line to get your gun in order. So load and make ready for it again. Tack, reload your magazines. All right, everybody good? All right, from the high ready. Backwards. All right, holster up, holster up. Grab your magazines. Before you guys load and make ready, how many of you guys, because I think a number of you guys are going to do your combat reload and kind of stopping your feet? Yeah. Keep your feet moving. Train yourself to solve that problem while you're moving, because the reality is, if you're in a shooting, say it's an active shooter and your gun goes dry and you need to move to cover, your gun goes dry, you need to keep your feet moving, right? So that magazine is trash to you at that point. You should continue to move to cover and be able to reload and re-engage if need be. Okay, so that's what we're training is, hey, I can still do this while I'm running if I have to. Okay, and right now we're just kind of crawling. Make sense? All right, everybody on the 7-yard line, load and make ready. So bump your mags. You should have one in the chamber with an empty magazine. From the high ready. And forward. We're not going backwards yet. All right, step up on line. All right, holster up. Holster up, pick up magazines. All right. You need it, you're empty? All right, that's fine, just stand by. If you run dry, that's fine, just stand by. We're gonna finish this out with these other guys. All right, go ahead and load and make ready. Bump your magazines in your workspace. And again, we're gonna start from the high ready. Finger is not on the trigger until my sights are aligned. And backward. Watch your shirt. Make sure that shirt stays out of there.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right. Go ahead and holster up, holster up. Pick up your magazines. All right, on the 7-yard line, go ahead and bump your mags. All right, from the high ready. Forward. Holster up. Everybody holster up and pick up your mags. And on the 5-yard line, go ahead and bump your mags. All right, from the high ready. Shooter stand by. Backwards. Tamer, take that second shot. Just because everyone else is done, don't be done.
Sure.
Train yourself. I combat reload. Go ahead, holster up, guys. Holster up, pick up your magazines. Come back to the 7. Hey, for these guys, don't feel like you're slowing us down because you need to take 2 more seconds to take a shot. Finish that iteration of fire. Get that repetition in so that you're training yourself to execute that and your combat reload thoroughly. So you combat reload, take your next shot, okay? So go ahead and load and make ready, bump your magazines. And from the high, ready. And forward. Holster up when you're done. And pick up magazines. All right, this will be the last one going backwards. Step up on the 5-yard line. Go ahead, load and make ready. That's good. If you want to shoot it, you can shoot it after when I say go. All right? All right. From the high, ready. Shooter stand by. Backward. All right, holster up, holster up. Yeah, go ahead and get a buddy check, clear and safe, get a buddy check. Yep, you're good. And holster up and grab your magazines. All right. Go ahead and top off your magazines.
Now they have all kind of stuff with extended releases or extra lips on the
Yep.
magazine to go like this to throw
Yeah.
them off. Do you think these things are useful?
I think so. Yeah, especially for like just a stock Glock 19.
Yeah.
That extra little bit sometimes can help you
Yeah,
swipe
it's
it.
hard, it's clear, but this is hard to press.
Yeah, they make them extended so that it's, you know,
It's
it reaches
easier.
over a little bit more.
Yeah, and then that lip you can just like kind of like yours. Maybe.
Yeah, you can see even this one is a little bit, you
Yeah,
know,
this is
a little
bigger.
bit wider. So
Is this a Gen 4?
this is a Gen 5. This is a
Oh,
19X.
Gen 5.
Yeah.
No, mine is 3.
Oh, that's, yeah. So
Yeah,
the
that's
updates,
what
you can see the stippling here, how they have this different.
Yeah.
And then they've extended that. Yeah, because you can see how that's much smaller.
Yeah, it's very tiny.
So that's a bit extended. And the front of the pistol grip is also smooth compared to having the finger notches. So just a
You think
little.
That's better. That's smooth.
I actually like it because this stippling, it does provide a lot of good grip. If you want to hold this, it is loaded, but you can just see how it feels.
Oh yeah, it does feel better actually.
Because there's a lot of
Easier
grip
to put-
still.
It's
Yeah.
different fingers.
Because it
for
doesn't,
everyone.
yeah, different fingers, so it doesn't kind of make it feel
It
awkward.
doesn't force you.
It doesn't
to be
force
easy.
your fingers to be open more or closed more.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can grip it.
I want you to try shooting that Walter. You'll like it.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you like iron
But he
sights.
doesn't like any Nazi weapons. Is the problem.
That was recently made.
You're going to top them off.
All 3 or just 2?
Yeah, all 3. Because we're going to do the same progression, work through one magazine, and then work through into more combat reloads.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
For the rifle class, what makes more sense? Mag holder on the belt or an empty weight carrier with the mag
Oh, is that what it is?
I've trained with this. I think it's, you know,
Trying to get that muscle memory in those fingers.
for speed, this is probably going to be faster
Okay.
because you're already here. So if I can get a mag from here to here rather than from here to there, you're going to end up being faster. I think it's great to have an extra mag on your belt too, just for extra, because oftentimes you can really only carry 3 and extra pouches maybe 6.
So I have the
But having one on the belt too is like even just operationally is if you ever needed your rifle and you just threw your pistol belt on, you've got pistol and mags and a rifle mag and a rifle without a kit on.
Okay.
You know, so there's some operational kind of.
What do you think would make more sense for rifle 1 and 2 with you to have? Both?
Do you have a carrier? Like a?
I have one that I can get.
Okay. I want you to do like, okay, how would you prefer to train? I mean, because I lean towards having a plate carrier because
That's
you know,
where I'm
because
leaning,
you can
to
have
be
more
honest.
stuff and that progresses you down the road farther, and it's not going to hurt you to just do this for the first couple courses where you're here.
I feel like if you get a plate carrier, I'm going to want to use it, obviously, if ever need to.
Yeah.
And I'd rather train with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as you don't mind, that's what they
No,
want you getting at.
no, that's what I use, and that's what I'm going to wear during the course. And so I don't make it, hey, you have to have a carrier for the rifle course. As long as you have the ability to carry,
I'm not putting plates in it. so I'm
two
gonna
other.
bring
That's
it
fine.
empty.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we still keeping one magazine empty?
Nope, load them up.
So Brady,
It'll be,
so I know he's itching to get it. When's the next class for like basic pistol?
I just redid the schedule. Is that on the site or no, Matt? The new schedule? Is it on the site right now?
No,
Okay.
we haven't done the Mama Bear.
Okay. Yeah.
Other just
By mid next week, the dates will be up for the courses for through September, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that and Pistol One is. We're gonna have like basically 3 of each course every month. Options for that.
Are you still Wednesday, Saturday, or what?
Wednesday, Saturday for the most part. Yeah.
So he's definitely gonna sign up for that.
Okay.
Is it it's on a Saturday?
Yeah.
You might have to wait.
Well, we have a Wednesday too.
Okay, so you could do Wednesday. Probably.
I have a Wednesday option. So,
Does he teach
and I've got some other guys that want to do Wednesdays. They can't do Saturdays because their kids do softball and stuff like that. So,
Have you been doing much rifle or no?
not a lot, not yet.
Okay.
So,
You feel the demands more for pistol?
I mean, that's the on-ramp, and so that's where I've been kind of trying to get guys just out here, getting started. But these guys, the next one they're going to be a part of is going to be Rifle 1. So,
I've been looking forward to the rifle more, to be honest. Just to do it.
yeah.
Definitely looking forward to doing that.
All right, once you guys are loaded up, let's get on the firing line. We are going to talk through lateral movement and do some reps. And then we are going to move on to some time drills, time skills. Really test ourselves, feel the stress of the clock.
Do you know what class plates you guys would usually carry? Would it stop 5.56?
Yeah.
So it's a 3.
Yeah, like a
plus,
3A,
plus.
yeah, 3A, 3A plus, something like that. Yeah.
Ceramic or steel?
How often do you get out?
Ceramic.
Okay.
Yeah, the steel was just too heavy.
Fragments and it goes all over.
What's that?
I heard the steel will fragment around and it'll go all over the place.
Yeah, because the ceramic will encapsulate that frag a lot better. Yeah, and they're lighter too. The steel ones, if you look at like, they're just more expensive. Yeah. So like if you get on any sites that are selling different versions, you'll see like the steel stuff is significantly heavier. But the ceramic is usually significantly more expensive.
You could get a 3A plus ceramic for like $250. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like it used to be like $400, you know, back in the
Wear the
day.
plates on the side.
I have some side plates. Yeah. So once we were overseas for a while, that's when they started using those a lot more.
Did you put a trauma pad behind the plate?
Yeah.
but paintball is a different
No.
Yeah.
No. I was just like, this is going to stop it, and I'm going to be grateful for that. I don't want to carry extra. I already had a Mark 48 and like 400 rounds for that, and then a sniper rifle and 100 rounds for that, and 2 days worth of water and some food and some snacks and my med pouch and an extra battery for the radio guy, and I was going out the door with like 300 pounds or so. Oh, I had like 80 plus pounds of gear on me. I was, because you have to weigh yourself every time you go out for an op if you're taking helos, and you'd have to go put your weight on the board so that the pilots know how much the payload is and how much fuel to load up and all that stuff. And yeah, you put your weight up there, and I was over 300 often.
Wow.
You know,
How much
so
do you weigh starting out?
230.
Oh wow, okay.
So
That's a lot. That's a lot extra.
yeah, so yeah, when you're big, they're like, oh, you can carry this big thing, and you can carry this. Then the comms guy is like, hey, Duke, can you carry this extra battery for me? Sure, I'll find a space for that too, you know. It's only 2 more pounds. Yeah, it's only 2 more pounds. Oh man. So, all right, so what we're gonna do now is a similar progression, but we're gonna go lateral. So there's 2 lanes, okay? So we're basically gonna break you guys up into 2 sides. If you guys can see these marks on the ground, all right, you're basically, this is 1 lane here, and that's another lane there, okay? The way this is gonna work is, you're gonna form a line, and we're gonna basically get everybody going through from the left side. So there's gonna be 2 lines. So 1 shooter at a time is gonna step up here, pick the center target from this lane here, 2 to 3 rounds, okay? Moving laterally, holster up, and then just moving back here, okay? And then we're gonna reform another line here. So once everybody kind of goes through this direction, we're gonna go again, and we're gonna move through here. So from here, moving laterally, taking 2 to 3 rounds, bang, bang, bang. Okay, as I move, holster up, and I'm gonna move back here, and then we're gonna rep that a few times until we get at least 1 full mag done. So then we're gonna start to move into doing that on the transitions on the move. Make sense?
Basically, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yep. 3, 4, and 5. You can choose any of those targets. I don't really care. Shoot any of those 3 targets, 2 to 3 rounds as you move from left to right or right to left. Does that make sense?
Not just the center.
Not just the center. I prefer to shoot the center. It just, to me, it seems like I get a little bit more of this going on. So it's really pushing the angles to where I'm reaching over here first, and then by the end, I'm over here. Does that make sense? So it's up to you though. I'm not gonna hit you hard on you have to shoot that 1 target. So as long as you're within this. Does that make sense, guys? So we'll start on the left side. So we'll have 4 guys here on the left side. And you'll load and make ready just 1 at a time as we step up. But once you're loaded and made ready, you're just gonna keep it in the holster.
Want this one left side as well?
Yep. Okay. We're gonna be both moving in the same direction, keeping the spacing even, so there's nothing weird that happens. So you guys will basically load and make ready from here, and then you'll move across here. Once you're done, holster up and come back here and wait in line. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so we should only have 2 shooters at a time, and you're gonna load and make ready on the line, okay? Make sense? All right. So first shooters, you guys can step up 5-yard line. Load and make ready, and you're gonna do this drill from the high ready. All right, shooter stand by. Move. All right, holster up before you leave the line. And you're gonna move back. Yep. Next guys, move up to the line. Load and make ready once you're on the 5-yard line. Up in the workspace. All right, shooter stand by, move. All right, holster up. Remember, anytime that you're coming off your sights, finger comes out. Okay. Here to here, here to here. All right, then you can come back here on this side. All right, next 2 shooters, stepping up on the left side. So you guys are going to be going next once they've done this from this side, just so you know. All right, load and make ready on the 5-yard line. From the high ready. Shooter stand by. Move. All right, holster up. All right, come on around to the back. Next shooters. Step up on the 5-yard line. Load and make ready. Shooter stand by. Move. All right, holster up. And you guys can take a step back. All right, so everybody should be locked and loaded. Now we're just gonna step up to the line. Yep, right side. We're gonna go from right to left. All right. From the high ready, shooter stand by, Move. All right, holster up. How many rounds are in each of your mags?
Like for this one 12, the others 15.
Okay, that's fine. All right, next shooters, step up to the line. From the high ready, you guys should be locked and loaded. Stand by. Move. All right, holster up. All right, take it back. Next shooters. All right, guys, from the high ready.
I didn't see first two, so they must have been black. I think they were black.
Shooters, stand by. Move. And holster up. And you guys can take it back. Is that everybody from both directions? You got one more? Sorry. Next shooters, 5-yard line.
What is it? Is that 19? Or what is
19 MLS.
All right, from the high ready. Shooter stand by. Move. All right. Holster up. All right, and you guys can take it back. Okay, so now everybody should have an empty mag. Is that not yet? Okay, we're going to go through until everyone does. So we're going to just shoot until you know you have an empty one. All right, so other direction. You guys are going to line up on the left side. Next shooter.
Same drill?
Same drill. From the high ready. I want you guys to make sure you're getting all the way across those 3 targets. Some of you guys are kind of just barely moving. I want you guys to feel yourselves having to turn this turret, maybe even switch your feet the other direction. Okay? Shooters, stand by. Move. All right, holster up and take it back. All right, next 2. Right here. All righty, from the high ready. Shooter stand by. Move. All right, holster up and bring it back. All right, next 2. From the high ready. Shooter stand by. Move. All right, holster up. Move back. First mag is done. I want to make sure everybody gets at least a full mag so you can keep going if you've already done one, or you can just stand by. All right, shooters, load and make ready. Stand by from the high ready. Move. All right, finger out and holster up. Hey, make sure you keep your eyes on your sights. You don't want to do this.
Yes, sir.
It's just a bad habit. All right, so if I'm here, my eyes are here. If I need a check, I should come back to here in a high ready, and I can look around, okay?
Sure.
All right, hey guys, one small note here is this turns into, this relays over into a lot of different things. But if my gun's out, my eyes are aligned, my eyes are on my sights, my finger can be in. If my eyes are not on my sights, my finger is out, right? But also, similarly, if I need to look around, I don't want to train myself to be presented out on a threat and be doing this, because my eyes are not on my sights, right? So if I need to look around, where can I go? Back to a high ready, right? So if I need to break down for any reason and I need to be able to check my surroundings, I can go from here to here, because now I'm well aware of my muzzle. It's in a safe direction. My finger's out. I can look and see what I'm exposed to or if I need to maneuver. And then I can get back to work if I need to with my eyes on my sights. But if I'm ever coming off my sights with my eyes, my finger should come out and my gun should break down to a high ready. Make sense? Okay. All right. Who's up? I want to make sure everybody gets at least one magazine through. Has everybody gotten at least one mag? Not yet. We got a couple more. These Glock 19 guys with their, huh?
Right to left?
Yeah, that was everybody. So right to left. If you guys have a few more rounds, if somebody wants to grab that lane there, they can. Oh, he's gonna go, that's fine. All right, from the high ready. Shooter, stand by. Move. And holster up. And bring it back.
You went 3 for 3 on that one. I got no clue, man. I'm hoping they're good. Oh, you did good.
I mean, you guys are doing good because if you guys were missing a lot, there would be stuff everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, shooter, stand by. From the high ready. And, oh. Shooter, stand by. And move. All right, and holster up. And bring it back.
I think I'm good.
All righty. You got some more? All right.
Gone 2 each way, so I'm happy.
As long as you get 2 each way or at least a full magazine. Shooters, stand by. Move. All right, holster up. And bring it back.
See what you're talking about. Lots of rules.
Yeah.
All right. Shooters, stand by. From the high ready. And move. All right, holster up. All right. You got more?
I have more, but I can
All right.
empty it. I'll empty it.
How many more do you got?
I don't know.
Okay. Is that like a 30-round mag you got? Okay. What we're going to do now, let's revamp these targets really quick, and then we're going to get to some of the time skills. All right? So I need a glue guy, a paint guy. Who wants? I'll do the paint if nobody wants to get paint on their hands.
Paper?
Yep, that white paper. And then here's how we're going to do this. It's going to be a little different. So we're going to do that one's clean. We may not do all these. We're going to do some practice reps before we do. Yeah, we will. Let's just redo all of them. So what we're going to do is the square is going to go low. All right, so the square is going to be down at the bottom, and then this is going to be up at the top. So there's some separation there. So basically, yeah, keep that as low as you can, and then this is going to be up as high as you can. Let me make sure it's actually going to work here. Yeah, you'll have a gap. Okay. All right.
Oh, this one's clean.
That one's clean. Yeah, we'll just start from there. And then hopefully we don't run out of paint. That can feels light.
I'll try two.
Just
I
a
tried,
little
doing
mist.
Like a little spray,
Yeah. Yeah, full mags.
But you're saying there's also one that recharges itself or something?
Oh, I don't know
one
if
in the
they did
chamber.
one like that. You can get the old model like that. I don't know if they made the new one like that. It's called the dual illumination. That's the old model. I don't think the new model does dual illumination.
that's the one that you were saying, iridium or whatever. Tritium. Tritium.
What's that?
And that's the one that you're saying. I'm gonna say other shit.
Oh. Yeah, please take water.
Thank you.
It's tritium and fiber optic. So in the daylight, fiber optic will absorb the light and illuminate the reticle, and then at night it's a tritium. The only bad part about them is if you're in the dark shooting into the light, you're not gonna see the washout. That's the only bad thing that I've heard about them. But you never need a battery. So the tritium naturally runs its course, which is usually about 8 to 10 years. Or you can get the new one, which is the RMR HD, which has a lot of additional perks that they add.
And they make that in the slim version too?
I don't know if they make it in the slim version, but for your 19, you don't want the slim.
No, for my other one, for the macro.
They make an RMRC for that.
I have more glue if that's running out. Yeah.
I have the RMR Type 2 and then like the RMR Type 1.
And they will come in green as well.
There you go. Good thing I have other targets that are already done, because if we run out of paint, and I've got those ladies coming in a little bit. If it's, oh yeah.
Good?
No, it's good. I feel bad about your hands. I'm gonna pack some gloves in next time. You can't pee over there. What's that? And guys, I got plenty of water, so if you need it, please grab it.
You can get a Type 2 in different colors if you don't want to spend this much money on it.
How much is it?
The Type 2 or the HD? The HD?
I'm gonna grab lunch after this because I didn't get breakfast.
I never get breakfast. Well, if you want barbecue, there's, what's it called?
700.
I can borrow?
Hang on, Tamer. We got guys downrange, buddy. We got guys down here, so let's just wait.
Sure.
So just hang on, put it in the holster, and then wait till Raymond's done. Gotta be safe, man.
Sure. Yeah. You're right. I know it's empty since I shot it, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, just make sure, like, if you did it down there, you know, that's okay. We have enough targets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we got enough. Literally just enough circles to do to do the circle. So
Perfect.
yeah.
We did the first drills, I only had like one outside the track, and that's it.
Okay, well that's good. It works.
On the route, maybe we shot like 3 or 4 outside the track.
Said full mags, right? All three?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, he wants all 3 full? Sorry.
All 3 full?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like you just did like the Iron Man logo or one of those logos.
It does. That's what that looks like.
Yeah.
I was looking at it. I was like, that looks like something.
Incredibles.
Oh, there you go.
Incredibles. There you go.
That's a lot of trees.
A lot of trees. I mean,
Yeah.
150 yards by 75 yards.
That would be a lot of trees.
Yeah, one like 10-foot section of this pile.
Good lord.
Last time I was really late because we actually ran out behind.
when I was a kid, we'd make a fort in that. Carve
Sure
it
there's
out.
some. Sure
Yeah,
there's
we,
some.
we did some stuff like
Sure
that.
there's some
Problem
rattlesnakes
is,
in there.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's the
That's
problem
prime
here.
habitat.
Yeah.
All kinds of, but we would still do it.
They make a little noise if they want you out, right?
Yeah.
I'm not.
After they bite you.
I'm not
No,
as
they
worried-
they usually
Pretty docile.
yeah, the noise is actually people
I don't-
misinterpret it as
I
like a
don't
threat.
worry
They're
about-
actually
Yeah.
they're feeling threatened
I had
and
to
are
kill
trying to.
one for a
I'm more
community.
worried about the water moccasins.
Yeah,
are the
those
aggressive
are
ones.
like a female on a bad month. They will come after you.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll just come right after you.
Yeah.
I've been hunting before, and I mean,
Yeah,
they'll-
I had
they're just like,
a couple years ago after the hurricane, we were out hunting Desert Ranch, and this is like the Sunday after the hurricane cleared. And I was out there, and I guess everything was moving around, and I'm like walking out to like a tree line, and I saw something, so I kept my foot up, and I had probably a 6-foot rattlesnake went under my foot, didn't even look at me.
Just zipped on by.
Just yeah, but I was like,
Whoa.
so I've taken one. So this community wanted me to kill it. So I was like, okay, it's a 6-footer.
it's a big
I took a
snake, man.
80-pound sack of concrete.
Yeah.
Now this thing is on cement now, and
Yeah.
I slammed it, and it hurt it, but it
Jeez.
didn't kill it.
Well,
I was like, what
I
in
think
the
I
world?
hit it 3 times. I think I hit the first 2, it like almost like bounced it.
Their
And the
heads
third one, I was
their
like,
heads
oh,
are
I
so squishy.
Yeah.
You know.
So someone had a BB gun. We just shot it. That's all it took.
I think
Yeah.
I hit it with a 40, and it first 2 did nothing.
Yeah, I skinned that sucker, and I put it on his wall for a long time.
Yeah,
Yeah, we put it on a big piece of driftwood.
that's cool.
Yeah,
Redneck art.
we still have it, but my wife's like, I think he's outgrown that. I was like, all right.
It's going in our room, honey.
I was like, I told her if I get an elk, it's going on the wall. She's like,
Hey, as long as it goes in the freezer, I'm happy. If I ever get one, I'll give you the mount and I'll take the meat.
no. So the thing is, you can't take a mount from someone else. That's cheap. You have to like get it
Well, you
yourself.
put it in your garage or whatever. I'm not interested in that. The kids might like it. I care less about that.
So
I got a buddy who went this past year. I think he came home 409 pounds of meat.
Wow,
That's
a lot of meat.
Hanging weight.
Yeah.
Jeez.
They'll feed for a while.
All right, you guys loaded up? How you guys doing on ammo?
I think I'm through 150.
About 150? Is that roughly where we're at?
We're
Okay.
actually
A little bit over
more. I
100.
mean, with the 3
Okay.
full ones,
I just wanted to get a feel to make sure.
closer to 200.
I have 3 max plus 1.
That's it? Or no?
No, I have more.
Okay. Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't running it through too much and then not hitting everything we need to. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to work through these 2 time skills. So you have the Tres Hombres and then you have the full send. And so the Tres Hombres is really a lot of what we've been working on. Is you're at the 5-yard line. From the buzzer, you draw and fire 2 in the rectangle. 2, 2, combat reload, 2, 2, 2. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to shoot through 1 magazine on the command, hey, shooter stand by, beep. You're going to just shoot 2, 2, 2, and then go to the high ready. And actually, we're going to do 2 lanes for this. So we'll set up our lanes. We'll do 2 shooters at a time. You'll get 2, 2, 2, holster up and go back to the line until we get everybody through 1 magazine. And then we're going to modify it from there. We're going to start practicing 2, 2, 2, reload 2, 2, 2. All right? And when you feel comfortable, and if you want me to time you, I'll time you and see what you got, because the threshold is 11 seconds, okay, with no misses.
2, 2, 2.
Nope, totally stationary at this point. So all you're doing is from your lane, shooting either left to right or right to left, 2, 2, 2, combat reload, 2, 2, 2. Okay?
All at the rectangle. Not
All at the
not
rectangle,
circle yet.
nothing in the circle yet. Okay? And to put the cherry on top, okay, where I come from, this is the addition, okay? You're going to be starting facing this direction, and you're going to turn into it and draw and fire as you spin 180, okay? So a couple of things to say about that is, obviously I'm not going to draw here, right? This is the wrong direction. So some keys, I think, any lefties? The hammer. All right. So you're going to want to spin in the direction of where your pistol is. That's going to be the most fluid and most natural motion, is from here, okay? If I basically go to draw, I want to spin this way and draw and fire here, okay? So no need to draw until I'm facing my target. So if I'm starting here, boom, draw and fire, bang, 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 combat reload, bang, 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 okay? So for the test, actually we'll just rep out the 180 spin on these first initial ones so you guys can get the practice of it.
On the combat reload, so you have a full mag right now, you're shooting 6 rounds.
Yep.
So you still have one in the chamber. So then you're grabbing another mag, you're gonna go ahead and eject that one bullet out?
No, so if you want me to test you, you'll have 6 in the gun and then a full magazine. Bang, 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 reload, bang, 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 bang.
First time through, just 6 up.
But the first
Yep.
time we're not going to do that, right?
The first time you're just doing 6, bang, 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 holster up and come to the back. We're gonna have 2 lanes again, so you guys can shoot over here, bang, 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 bang. Same thing on this side to get the feel from turreting here, 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 and then just kind of reset and then come through again. Do it again until you have 1 magazine that's empty, and then from there we'll incorporate the 6 rounds and with the combat reload. Make sense? Yes, sir. Okay. So let me demonstrate for you guys. Just even the first 2. I don't think I set up my mags properly. All right. All right, so I've got a magazine of 6 and a full one, okay? So for these first drills, you're just gonna do the first half, okay? But I'm gonna show you guys the whole thing in its entirety from here. So basically, you're gonna start from the buzzer. From that buzzer, you're turning and drawing, firing 2, combat reload, I threw 2 rounds. I don't know what my time was. 1 high and 1 to the left. You guys want me to do it again? Should I prove that I can do it?
Sure.
You want the clock?
Sure.
Who said that?
Kevin's like, hey, let's hold this guy. All right, so do you know how the clock works? So if you just click it once, it'll turn on, and now it's ready. So when you click it, you don't need to hit anything to stop it. It'll stop as I fire, okay? Let me see here. Let me make sure I got my mag set up right. This is the one drill I didn't practice before you guys got here, so starting cold. Okay.
Ready?
Yep. Threw 2 again. What was my time?
What time are you supposed to have?
11.
Oh, 9.42.
Okay. Should I do it again?
We got you.
Okay. I missed 2. 9.42. Huh?
1.
Missed 2. Left here and then, actually I think I missed 3. 1, 2. That's a burner. We call that a burner. If it breaks the edge of the black paint or black mark, it counts.
That's the spine.
Huh?
It's the spine.
It's the spine. Yeah.
You drop.
So
Go.
11 seconds is the standard that you're going to be shooting for, okay?
Looks fun.
All right, so 2 lanes.
Where do you want us?
Basically, you're going to be center line
Okay.
right here. So target 8 and target 4.
I go first? Yeah.
Target 8 and target 4. You're just going to have a full magazine. I'm going to get better at this. I haven't been practicing a lot, so
Well, if you're too good, then we well,
it feels
feel
like,
we can
like
never
you can
live
never
up
do
to
it. Yeah. That's one of the things, the stuff you see on YouTube is like guys are shooting so insanely fast. It's just like,
Yeah, but you
No
know
one
they,
needs
they
to go that-
recorded it 50 times.
yeah, exactly.
And they're like, look, I'm
Look,
fresh.
yeah.
You know?
All right, guys, load and make ready. So on my command, on the timer, you're just gonna draw. So from the holster, you're gonna spin 180, draw, and press out, and fire 2 rounds at each target. All right? No rush on the draw. Remember, take your step, turn before you draw. All right? Make sense? Shooters, stand by. All right, holster up. Bring it back. I think you missed low maybe over there on that one. Maybe.
Definitely.
All right. You guys just hang out for a second. I'm going to go down range. I'm going to mark any of your guys' misses just so you have a good idea. So you can kind of get a feel. All right.
Get the one on 3. There's 2 lower ones.
All right, next 2. Lane 4, lane 8. Step up. You guys can load and make ready down range. Turn down range, load and make ready. Holster up and turn 180. Backs to the targets. All right, shooters stand by. Holster up. All right, pretty good shooting. Good job, good job. I don't know if this was here. There's only 3 here though, so that got there at some point. He's ratting you out. That's good. We got 1 here.
I missed 1 on each. I think that one was already there.
I would say that too.
Kevin said it was a second shot every time.
Bang, 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 bang.
What was
Yep.
that bang? Yeah. So I got to refocus a little better.
Yeah. All right, next 2, step up.
I stumbled a lot taking it out.
I saw that. So that comes down to, yeah, just the touch points as we talked about. You even want to, at home, maybe practice just touching and finding that when your gun is clear and safe, touching it, finding it over and over again, so you touch the same spot.
I was pulling on it a lot.
Yeah.
Before I pushed.
Because
the
if
button,
you,
so I
yeah,
was
you
getting
can
stuck.
bind it up, so then you're trying to push, but the pressure's keeping it locked. Yeah. All right, load and make ready down range. Tamer, step on the line just so you're backed off. There you go. All right, shooters, stand by. Finger out, holster up. All right, holster up.
My
Hey.
safety.
Yeah, I saw that. And because you're a lefty, this is where you probably want to shoot and turn this way. So you can basically draw and drive out this way rather than trying to do this and all the way around.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? Because your gun is already here. So instead of making it go around the front of you and then out, You basically just keep it here and then you draw. Yep.
Okay.
Make sense? And make sure that you're not drawing until you're facing here, because you kind of shorted it where you started to draw here and then came out. So you should be pretty much stepped on line and then draw from the holster here.
Yes, sir.
Make sense? Yes. Okay. All right, let me mark these up. I'm just making sure we don't miss any here. Those were good. Those were good. On 4. Some of these might be old, but all right. Next shooters. Face down range, load and make ready if you haven't done so already. Backs to the targets, heels on the line. All right, there you go. And shooter stand by. And holster up. How'd it go?
I don't see any misses.
I don't know if I missed marking this before, but somebody hit that.
No, that was there before.
That was there? Okay. That was old. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Nice. I think that was a clean run for both you guys. Good job. All right. Next 2. Yep, same thing. So again, a couple tricks for you guys. If you're a righty, you always want to turn towards your holster. If you're a lefty, you're turning towards your holster, all right? It's a shorter path for your gun.
If the other way feels more natural, are we good to do that? Or?
You're good, but also think about if I'm going to turn from here, my gun has to go from online this way, around my body, and then here, whereas if I'm here, I can basically turn and drive out this way.
Okay.
Just personal preference. The only thing I'd advise is you cannot draw until you're facing that target here and go, okay? Because I don't want to see you draw and then you're pointing your gun at the ground or anything weird.
Makes sense.
All right, so you can keep your hand on the gun until you get there, but only draw once you're squared up to the target, okay? Also, another little hint here is if I'm turning this way, I'm going to naturally want to go left to right. If I'm turning the other way, because I'm a lefty, I'm going to naturally want to go right to left. So just think about those little nuances that could shave a little, tenths of seconds off of your time. All right? You guys, shooter stand by. All right, holster up.
You want me to sign it?
No, I made an eyeball.
Are they both mine?
No. That's marker right there.
Oh, okay.
I think this one here. Oh, we cleaned this side.
Clean?
Yeah. Slow, smooth, smooth as fast. You're going to get there. Just keep it consistent. All right, next 2. All right, shooter stand by. Good job. Holster up. Good job. Good. I think they're all in there. I'm just marking that one. So that was clean. All clean. Unless you're just shooting into the berm. That might have been you, Peter, right there. I don't think I saw that one before. But the rest are good. You just missed one. Yeah, unless you guys are cheating, you're just shooting the berm.
Just figured this out. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Bang, 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 bang. All right, shooters stand by. All right, clear and safe if you are empty. Drop that magazine first. Tammer the hammer. Get it right. Magazine first, now check your chamber. There you go. All right, going down range real quick. One right there.
And those were Kevin.
Hey, first 3 shots.
Just barely got in there. One low right here.
That's not me.
All right, next 2. So I want you guys to go until you get an empty mag, essentially, and then we're gonna then incorporate the full drill after that. So if you got an empty mag, just stand by.
Are we gonna go 5 or what?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you got an empty mag, you can throw 6 in there, so that's ready to go.
I think I'm right there.
Okay. All right. Shooters, stand by. Holster up. Holster up. Downrange. I might have missed this from earlier, but so I don't know. There are 2 here though. That's clean. This is clean. So you missed those 3, I think 2 or 3. Nice, clean over here. Good job. Good job. All right, next 2. I want you guys to try to pay attention at which rounds that you guys are missing, because I hear some of you guys talking about it. It's the second round. Every time I pull the second round, you're flinching. You're doing something to basically influence the gun to put a bullet where you don't really want it to go. All right, so make sure that trigger reset is smooth and quick, and you're just keeping the sights aligned and squeezing, and it'll go off when it goes off. Shooters, stand by. Good job. Holster up. Downrange. I think you were low on this one. You got these 2 right here. One right there. Maybe even that one.
I shot only 3.
Huh?
I think I shot only 3.
Oh, you only had 3 rounds? Okay. Yeah.
You're all up there. I shot up there.
As long as Brady hears 6 rounds go off, he's not even. Bang, 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 bang. All right.
Force the arm out a little bit.
Once you get to an empty mag, put 6 rounds in an empty mag and then just stand by. Don't go through again.
Check my magazine.
Yeah, if you need to. Have you not gone through 1 magazine yet?
Yeah, that's fine. I have 3 left.
Okay, just shoot those 3. All right, just shoot whatever you have left.
Just straight on.
No, we're gonna do the same thing. I want you to get the same reps. All right, shooters ready, stand by.
1 round left. Well, 2.
I'm clear.
All right, clear and safe.
I only hit 2. I got 1
Yep.
in and 1 out.
Yeah, I saw that. You clear and safe? Can I check? Yep, always just drop the mag out just so you know you're good. All right, holster up. All right. We should call Steve long mag.
I'll be getting a 33 round one.
All right, shooter stand by. There we go. 2.31. 2.31 seconds
For 1 round.
for 1 round. Not bad.
I gotta hurry up.
All right. All right, so take that empty mag, put 6 rounds in it, and we're going to continue to work through those other 3 other mags that you have.
Plus 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're going to step up on the line with 5 in the mag and plus 1 in the chamber. All right.
Have you played around in there yet?
Not yet. When we had the last class, they were in there shooting.
Oh, were they? Okay.
Yeah, they had a couple guys came out and were shooting. Davi was here. He was messing with them. And
Is he good?
what's that?
Davi?
Like shooting wise?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't shoot with them.
Okay.
They were just kind of tinkering. They had some guys out here from Knights Armament doing some testing or something, and then he had some crazy 5.7
Yeah.
automatic suppressed. Like he's like, here, you want to shoot a few of these? He put like 10, 15 rounds in. Brrr, brrr, like it was fun, but. All right.
He's got some toys like.
Oh yeah. He's hinted at. He's like, oh yeah.
Well, he showed me one. I was like, oh, like. He's like, I don't know if I'm gonna keep this one or sell it. And I was like, well, what's it worth? And he's like, 55,000. Like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know where he got his money. Or like
Yeah.
how that works. But
I don't know. I mean, I haven't asked. You know,
yeah,
just.
me neither.
All right, you guys loaded up. So you got at least a mag of 6, and then the rest of your ammo. Okay. So we're gonna rep through this. I want you guys to get at least 2 reps of this. All right. So you should that should be about 24, 25 rounds. You know, shoot 2, 2, 2, reload 2, 2, 2, and then again at least 2 full reps of this full length drill. Okay. And then I will time you if you want. If you're up for that. If you want to see where you're at. So let's get you guys, huh? What's that?
If it's not gonna go on paper, it's not gonna go on the website.
Well, here's the end goal is to have that stuff on the website and have basically a certified, you know, you get a certificate after passing all of them with the shots and the times, and then having a scoreboard on the website. So you guys can all talk smack and throw down, you know what I'm saying? So that's what's coming is as we get there, you get in pass, it's like, hey, we'll set up times where it's just to come out and do the shooting standards where we come out for an hour, hour and a half, run through all of them. All right, you've hit all of them at the certain times. We'll try them a few times, it doesn't matter. Get that certificate, and then really the end state is to have certain more competitive style courses that you have to use that to enter. But I also have combat conditioning courses that I'm writing that aren't necessarily, that isn't the segue in, but will test you physically. There's going to be running and all kinds of carrying and stuff like that. So, but all that to say, this is going to turn into, hey, certificate saying you've passed all of these times drills, because there's similar drills for rifle as well as pistol, and they're challenging, just as challenging. So I will time you. If you want me to time you, I'll time you on every single one if you want, to see where you're at and what you can get to. All right, so what we'll do to make that efficient, if everybody wants to get a time, everybody? Anybody scared of that? Okay. I'll just go back and forth, all right? So we're all big boys. We'll have 2 lines, same rules apply. I'll start over here, shooter stand by, boom, they do their thing. I'll write down the time, and I'll bounce over here. So I want you guys to just be ready to go with your 6 in the gun with another mag, so 5 + 1 and then a full mag. And then once I do you guys, there should already be a shooter standing by over here, locked and loaded. So as long as everybody is responsible, steps up on line, loads and makes ready downrange, and is standing ready to go, we can knock this out and keep moving. Sound good? Okay. Who would like to be our first contestants? You guys are already splitting your crews, so.
Let's do it. Do it. Okay.
We'll start on the left side. Left, right, left, right. All right. Yep. On the line. Load and make ready. So again, it's wise to make sure you always double check before you start. Hey, I've got the right stuff in my gun. So pop your mag out. Make sure you see 5 in the magazine. Make sure you do a press check. All that. All right? All right. Ramon, you ready? Shooter stand by. All right. 1843. One, two. I think you only missed 2 shots, so pretty good. All right. 6, reload 6. Shooter stand by. Ten, 9, 1. Down range. You're under the time, but I did see 1 miss for sure. There's 1, 2. All right, you're there. You're right there. 10, 9, 1, minus 2. All right. Over here. Load and make ready. All right. Spin around 180. Yep, there you go. Shooter stand by. All right, holster up. 1556. I think you were good there. You missed these. I think you only missed 2. 1556. All right. All right, shooter stand by. Ten, 9, 8. Down range. Yeah, I saw 1 or 2. 1. Minus 2. You're right there.
Can you mark that one too, Brady?
Yeah. Which one?
The one over there. Right?
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he hit that one?
I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
I see that it's not marked.
Oh, was that 3? Okay. Minus 3, Steve. Minus 3. I missed 1. All right, who's up over here? Andrew? Andrew, Tamer? All right, load and make ready. All right, shooter stand by. All right, holster up. 1301. You missed a couple. That one was clean. That one's close. Right there. I think you missed 2. But you got to get that safety manipulation. If you're going to keep it safe in the holster,
I didn't have
is that what
slack,
happened?
I feel like there was too much slack, so I thought like I didn't have one racked.
Oh.
I did a press check, so
Okay.
it was just stupid. Yeah.
All right. Over here. Peter's up.
Yeah, sure. Make ready?
Yep, load and make ready. Hey, and again, guys, once you get up there, you can load and make ready. So you're just standing by. That'll save us some time. All right, shooters, stand by. $16.63. You only did 11 shots.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, if you, I mean, we're gonna do it again.
Something happened.
Just
in the
hang on a
middle.
sec.
First of all, there was one.
It's right there.
What's that?
I don't know what. I mean, besides the jam in the beginning.
Yeah.
I not do 6 shots in the beginning because it didn't lock back. You ejected one. And I wasn't sure what was going on.
Yeah, you had more than 6.
Is that what happened?
Yeah,
I don't
because
know
it didn't
how.
like back, and then when you racked it, one flew out. So that means you had like 7, or maybe, you know, you're maybe off
No,
by
one
one.
that somehow it got stuck. The casing got stuck in it. In one of them, it was stuck up like this. So that's why I took it out and I cleared it.
Okay. All right. Who's next? Tamer.
Yes, sir.
You have the one right there if you want it.
Oh, that's around the blue hole?
T-E-M-O-R?
T-A-M-E-R.
T-A.
T-A-M-E-R.
I don't know why I got that messed up. Tamer.
Fine.
All right.
No, I'm just
Shooter, stand by. All right, holster up. 1303. Down range. Yeah, you missed 2 here. This one seems to not be getting missed much. There's one there. All right. I think you missed 3 or 4. But if you missed the time, doesn't matter how many you missed. So, all right.
I ate the rock.
What's that?
I just eat the rock.
Okay. All right.
I feel like I lost a second. I couldn't get the mag out.
All right, shooter, stand by.
What do you think that is? It's just a new gun. Huh? It seems to be like worn in a little better.
1379. I think you hit everything.
The clock.
The clock. Yeah, that was clean. That was clean. That was clean. Yeah.
2 seconds, right?
Nice.
Yeah, 1379. So 2 3/4.
We'll get there.
Yep.
So I'm getting a belt,
All right,
and that thing is
Ramon, let's do this. Shooter, stand by. $14.56. Down by 4 seconds.
Hopefully, no more misses.
It looked clean. It looked clean from what I saw. Again, unless you're just shooting the berm. Yeah. Good job. Yeah, good job. All right, Kevin. Shooter, stand by.
No misses, Kevin.
Oh! 10.55. I think you get that one.
That's spray painted. That's spray painted.
I mean, I purposefully bent the spray paint, so you had to hit the spray paint. No, that counts. That's going in there. I mean, that's a burner. That's a burner. So
I'll take it.
I think that's the only one.
So what was his time?
10.55.
Hey man.
That's a win right there. 10.55. Good job.
That one's borderline, though. I don't know if I'd give that.
We'll give it to you.
It does bend in. If I make a straight line, because
It's borderline.
but the way that we even score our shooting in the military is if it tears the paper on the like where the paint is or the dye or whatever, the ink, that's a hit.
Okay.
Like if it touches that part of the target, that's a hit.
Okay.
So, yep. All right. Ehab, shooter ready, stand by. All right, 14.76, a little bit quicker. You have a couple misses I saw. That's borderline. That might be a hit. I'd call that a hit. Right here though. That one. So one miss. All right, Steve, you ready? Shooter, stand by. $12.07. You had a couple misses.
Yeah.
Off to the left, I think, on all of them. Right here, here, 3, and one way over here, looks like. Yeah. Four misses. 12.07. All right, Andrew. Shooter, stand by.
Really under pressure and I jammed and
10.78. Good time. I think you missed one. That's the only one I saw you miss. Holster up. All right. It's good. It was this one right here. Was there two? Oh, right here. Yeah. I'm programming myself to only look at the top or the bottom. All right. Peter. That means you had one in there. That's what that means.
I have 5. Yeah, I have 5 and 1 in.
Is there one in?
Yeah.
Just do a press check. Okay. Yep.
I don't know what's happening though. This is the second time it does something funny, right?
Got to make your procedures the same. So if you drop the mag first and then open and lock the slide. Right? All right.
From facing that way, is that
Yep.
what we do?
Yep. Shooter, stand by. All right, holster up. Make sure you rack it. Nope, you have one in there.
Should I be clear?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have that in there and no magazine. If I'm gonna empty it, I'm gonna empty it all the way. Yep, there you go. It's just not, it's not a good pattern to have no magazine and one in the chamber.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So if you drop the mag and the mag well's empty, I'm gonna just cycle it and get that round out. Yeah, I'll
Get
pick it
into
up.
That idea that it's always whenever
Yep.
there's no magazine. it's
Yes.
clear.
Yep. So you're never mixing or matching any of that.
So what was my time?
13.46. You cut off 3.5 seconds. Yeah, one here. One. Maybe that all those. I don't know, unless I missed those marks. There's one there. One here. All right. All right, Tamer. Shooter, stand by. All right, 14.01. Slow down just a little bit. Let me see your shots. No. That looks good. Yeah, these two here. All right. And then I got to talk to you about your draw. Okay?
Sure.
So turn that way. And when should you draw your pistol?
When I move all the way back.
All the way back.
Sure.
Where do you think you did it?
I think I did it here.
Last exercise, I'm not
Where do you think your gun was out of the holster by?
first time I think I missed one.
Put your hips in the same spot that you think your gun was out by.
Get the time on these.
There?
Yeah.
All right.
Should be here.
You
I
should
was
be
one
there.
step behind.
Okay. This is what happened. You stand right there. This is my gun.
This second time, I think I was trying to speed too
Oh man, I did that.
Yeah.
Oh.
We have it on video.
You pulled here, and then my insides were screaming silently.
Oh my God! I hope he doesn't shoot. Yes. Sir.
Yeah. You drew from here in a rush, like I said, and sweeping around, right? So that's why I'm saying is from here, I'm going to draw and turn, and my gun isn't leaving the holster until I'm already facing here, right? Okay? So take your time. Safety is number one, all right? So same for me on this side, I'm turning and my gun isn't coming out pretty much until my foot's planted here. And then my gun comes out and drives, okay?
Yes, sir.
So same thing on this side. If I'm turning left, I'm basically gonna step and drive to here and do all my stuff this way, okay? I'm holding this awkwardly because it's not a gun, but you know what I'm saying,
Yes.
okay?
Mine were two.
I was like, all right, Michael. Not the first time in my life. All right, shooter, stand by. Yeah, 13.99.
That's worse.
But I think you were in there. I don't think you missed any. All right, everybody got through that twice? Yeah, I think you all in there. You didn't miss anything.
Problem is acquiring the first target.
Yep. That's what I was saying earlier, is that is the hardest thing to go from the holster and then combat reload again. Those are the two hardest steps of this whole thing. All right, bring it in, guys. All right. So we have, out of all that, we're going to do another drill. Okay, but first off, number one. Kevin passed. So give him a round of applause. There he is. I was like, he's always over there. Got the time, no misses. It's challenging.
He did cheat though. I'm not telling the secret, but
What's the
No,
time?
I just started a little,
You don't have
little
to say
right
it,
of
you don't
center
have
mass.
What's that?
I said second time I just went a little right of center mass.
Oh.
I'm just messing. He knows.
Hey, there's always cheats and hacks and things. So
Does it work?
No, that's awesome.
his time was 10.55. So 5/100ths of a second, made it, got in there. That's a pass for him. So again, these are attainable, right? They're challenging. You got to be proficient. You got to be smooth, and you got to push hard to make it possible. Okay. So we can squeeze in one more drill. Okay. This is the full send. Okay. So what you need is a magazine of 15 plus another magazine. So you're going to basically dump the 15, combat reload, and press one round. So 15 plus one is what you need. Okay, and that's going to be on the circle dot. That's an 8-inch circle. We can all go line up in your lines, in your lanes.
So the second magazine will have only one round.
Nope, you can have 2 full magazines. You have to shoot 16 rounds
Okay.
throughout the drill. So 15 plus 1 is what you need. If you got to break it down to where it's 12 and 3 or 12 and 4, do that. You know what I'm saying? So what's up?
What I noticed is the first guy,
Mhm.
the one in the darker blue shirt, right?
The royal blue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, but if you want to note it down, he went 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
I know. Yeah, it's up to them. It's slower,
Oh,
but
I thought you were trying to say go sweep back.
So if I have one in the chamber, I just have 15 in the magazine and that's it, right?
yep.
Correct?
You have to do a magazine reload though. You have to do a combat reload.
So 14 plus 1 plus another one.
14 plus 1 plus another one.
So
Yep.
15 total.
Yep.
That's what I'm at. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Or 16 total.
16 total. So 15 in a mag plus 1, and then another full mag. So I just say full because you know why put just one round in there.
I
So
literally have just one.
are you almost out of ammo?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
You can have more than 3 with
All right. Yeah, I will work on my verbiage of how to tell you how to load this up, because in my mind I know what I'm just trying to say, and then when it comes out, it's like, wait, is there supposed to be this many in the gun and this many in,
16
you know,
total with one.
16 total. You have to execute a combat reload.
Yeah.
So,
How many seconds?
11.
This is gonna be tough.
It is tough.
Keep them all in that circle.
It is tough. Let me make sure my mags are good. I'll demonstrate, and then we're going to kick this off. You're not moving. You're on one target. Dropping the trigger.
Yeah, but I feel start going fast.
One of you guys threw a piece of brass in my pocket.
Really?
I mean, it just flew in there. What's that?
I slipped it in there. You weren't paying attention.
I mean, that would be normal. Well, you find like when you're in the military, you know, doing stuff, it's like dudes are slipping stuff in
All
your
the time,
pocket. It's
that's
like
what
brass, rocks. Like you find like 10 rocks in your cargo pocket. You're like, what the heck? Like,
There's that extra 2 pounds.
yeah. All right, 15 there.
Are we gonna do it one at a time?
One at a time. We'll go down the line. Unless you guys want to do a couple reps before, but
No, that's ammo expensive.
it's a lot of ammo. That's why this is not like one I want, you know, it's just expensive. And obviously in the military,
You guys don't.
it's not your ammo. So
We
you're,
got one flat. Oh, I guess it doesn't
Yeah.
matter on the top.
hello there. We're going to be shooting for another 10 to 15 minutes here. All right. Okay. Once you guys are loaded up, come on over here. That is, how many rounds is that? All right, 15. I actually want 14. All right, so I've got basically 15 here, and then another mag here to just reload and send one round. What do you think is the round that is most missed?
The last one.
The last one.
The first one.
First one too. The first one and the last one are like the two biggest misses because you're racing from the holster. I gotta go now, and then you push it. And then you're like, well, that was terrible, and then you kind of bring it back. And you can live there for a few shots. If this is gonna expose, if your grip is not super tight, your hand is gonna start doing this, and then you're just kind of like just trying to get through it, okay? And then that combat reload, that's a big one is, yes, I'm in there, okay, don't mess up, bang, and you throw one down to the bottom and you're like, crap, okay? So be nice and slow and smooth, all right? So again, this is 11 seconds is the time standard. So if somebody wants to be my timer.
Right, you want it?
All right.
Shooter ready?
Yep.
Minutes.
9-4-4, one miss. I don't know when I threw that round, but I threw that round.
Early. It's like third or fourth.
Third or fourth one, yeah. All right, so it's doable. Master, you got to drive this hand in. You're squeezing the crap out of your other hand with this one. And like I said, your sights shouldn't be doing this. You should really, they should jump up more on plane like this and fall right back down. And then if you're focused on the front sight, what you're going to see is boom, and you can see it land again. Oh, there it is. And if my trigger reset is solid, I can press it again with very minimal movement and send it again. And all it does is do this. And with practice, you can get this down really fast and accurate, okay? So, who wants to go first? Let's get online, and I'll go, should we go left to right or right to left?
Get it.
All right, get on your lanes because we're just gonna work through this. Everybody get in your original lanes. You guys are shooting the 8-inch circle.
5 or 7, Brady?
Huh?
Are we on 5 or 7?
5.
Okay.
On the 5-yard line. Once everybody's on the yard line, go ahead, load and make ready. You should have 15 in the gun at least, and 1, or the ability to combat reload to do a complete 16-round iteration of fire. All right. We're just going to go down the line. So everybody holster up until it's your turn. All right, Andrew, you good? You ready?
From high ready?
No, this is from the holster. From the holster. So you're going to draw and fire. Shooter, stand by. Send 2 more. 3. There you go. 12-9-3. You have 3 misses. Still short by 2 rounds though. I don't know if it's because you don't have enough or what.
No, I forgot. Because mine takes
Okay.
12, so I had
Yeah.
another 3 in the other.
So if you do 12 and then do 4.
Okay.
Yeah, 12 and 4. Yep. Is that's a magazine of 12.
Yeah, that's a 12.
So you could have 12 plus 1 is 13,
Okay.
and then do 3 in the other one. So I think you probably did 12, charged it, and then left 3.
Yeah.
So what you can do is charge it and then push 1 more round in the magazine.
Okay.
So no big deal. All right. All right. So it doesn't matter because of your magazines where you do your combat reload. I'm not going to be hard on that. as long as you've got 16 rounds. Good to go? All right, you have shooter stand by. All right, 12-5-0. I see 3 misses from here. 12-5-0. So your pace was good. Going down range. I can see these here. 1, 2, 3. And who knows if anything went up there, but not bad. I mean, you got you're in there, right? So, all right, next shooter. Tamer the Hammer.
Yes, sir.
Are you locked and loaded, ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Shooter stand by. All right. 14-5-6. 14-5-6. I see 2 misses. So not bad.
Thank you.
2 misses. Proper round count as well. Ramon.
All right.
Shooter ready? Stand by. All right. Holster up. I think you started shooting the square.
Yep.
Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. I was like, I think he's shooting the square. I'll let him run with it. And then did you switch to the head after that? Okay. Okay.
All right.
No big deal. We can do it again if you want to. Total time 22-13. I don't think I bumped it, but. All right. You can grab your magazine. So you guys want to find a rhythm to your shots where you guys are getting your second sight picture. So that shot breaks, your sights jump up, and you can see your sights again before you press the trigger again. Okay? You should be getting a glance at your sights before that. All right, Peter. Are you loaded? You loaded up?
Yes, so I am.
All right. Shooter stand by. Ooh, threw the last one pretty good. 1874. All right. Holster up. Yeah, you're up top. You missed, I think, 3. This one, this one, this one. Maybe these 2 right here. All right.
So 5 out of 16.
Yep.
And what was my time?
1874. Yep.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
I missed 1 round.
All right. Michael, shooter stand by. Thirteen, 8-4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 misses. All right. Not bad. You're in there. You're in the zone. Your first shot was low, though. For sure, you pulled the first one, and then it kind of bounced around.
Because this throwing, you have a little mallet by chance? I don't know how that squeaked its way out.
Oh, I do not have. I have a hammer, but you definitely don't want to use a hammer on that.
I'll do it. That's all right.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Shooter stand by.
Dang, brother!
9-0-3. 2 misses. 2 shots short.
What?
14 shots.
Okay.
Got to
don't
start.
know
You
how
got to
that
start by counting to 16 first.
So that means I get a do-over.
I can count the holes. $14.
Okay.
This counts pretty good too. It gives you like a shot, a count right there.
I trust you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, so you missed 2 shots?
First key is to make sure you have enough ammo.
Well, I had a 19. You know what I did? I used my 17.
Oh, you didn't have your
And
extended
I had
mag
it
on there.
completely-
Yep.
That's what I
that
did.
messed you up. All right. Hold on. Let me make sure I get your time in there. 9:03. All right. Shooter, stand by. Woo! 11-4-9. All misses. Good job. Missed it by half a second. You're there, man. Little bit of higher cadence on the shots, and you're right there.
So close.
I can feel really trying to clamp with that left leg.
If you clamp it down, you can see your sights jump, and then you fall down and you go again. Jump, fall down, go again. And so you'll be able to focus on your sights. They'll leave the target, and then you land, you send it again. They leave the target, they land, you send it again. Okay? Anybody want to run through it again?
Yep.
Okay. Steve? Everybody? All right, let's load it up. Let's make sure you guys have.
Good job, man.
16 shots.
Make sure you have 16. Are you ready? Okay, give me 1 second.
Why do you go so fast? Because I'm fast.
Hi there.
I was trying to cheat you.
Yeah, good to see you too. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. How are you? You guys can put your stuff. We're out of table room right now, so just hang out for a sec. We're almost done here. All right.
Can I mark my misses?
What's up?
Can I mark my misses for the next?
Yeah. Let me.
I can do it if you want.
I'll run down real quick and. All right.
That sucks.
Yeah, I saw you were hitting here, and then it kind of was like, oh, he switched, because then you got up here, and then it started drifting.
Oh, I also started losing grip.
Yep, you've got to squeeze.
Yeah.
Yep, and once you get just the right pressure, you can lock it in, and it can be there.
That was last drill, Brady?
Yeah, if you want to hit it again, you can.
Once you clear, I'll make sure I'm clear and I'll pack mine up.
Okay. All right.
Steve tried to beat the system. He didn't think you count it.
Steve, always looking for a workaround. I'm just going to not shoot as many rounds. Maybe he won't count. All right. Andrew, you ready? All right, load and make ready. All right, shooter stand by. $16 rounds, 983. Good speed. You missed 3 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4. 5. I see it up there. So you missed 5. What was it? 983. All right. You ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Shooter stand by. All right, holster up. 1649. You were at like 11.27 at the combat reload. And then it took you that long to do your combat reload, really?
Really?
Yeah, so that's where you ate a lot of time. You were right there. Your cadence was good. 16.49, and it looks like you have, going down range, 1, 2, I mean maybe 2, if maybe a third went up top, I don't think so, but all right. Ramon, Tamer,
No, Ramon. Oh, Tamer it is.
we're going down the line if you're going.
Sure.
All right, you ready? Locked and loaded?
I think so. Hold on. Yes, it is.
Okay, shooter stand by. $14.60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 misses.
What?
$14.60. Your speed was almost exactly the same.
Okay. I'll train at home.
All right. Ramon. Shooter stand by. $21.16. 21.16. A little bit faster. You're shooting low, so that means you're pushing on it. You're squeezing your fingers too hard, or you're pressing with your shoulders. Okay? All right.
He didn't miss.
But you gotta get it under 11.
All right. Peter, ready?
Yes, sir.
Shooter stand by. All right, 1846. A little bit faster than last time. And it looks like you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 misses.
Yes, sir.
That grip will get you.
Thank you.
The grip will get you guys. All right, Michael. Did solid last time. Shooter stand by. $14 flat. You were right at 11. Actually, you're at like 9.1 at the reload.
The reload did it.
The reload did it. 14 flat.
I don't see any misses though.
Moving down range. Stay holstered. There's one right there.
Yeah, I thought I saw.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You had one miss, so you're right there, and your reload slowed you down.
Yeah, but it was pretty nice in the middle.
All right,
Pretty
holster
fast.
up.
That one, I see two in the phone.
All right, Steve. We got 16 in there.
I hope so.
All right, shooter stand by. Ten 5-0. 10-5-0.
Oh,
But you threw a few.
I threw a bunch.
You ran real fast and went off the grid there for a bit.
I did.
Yeah.
I missed the first one and I just said, I'm already out.
All right. Hey guys, everybody get online real fast. Clear and safe, get a buddy check. Everybody get on the firing line, clear and safe, get a buddy check. All right.
I already cleared. Am I good?
Just get have somebody take a look at you.
Well, it's already in the bag.
Okay. All right. If it's in the bag and it's not coming out, then you're good.
Okay.
Get a buddy check, get a buddy check.
I did.
Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Let me get your attention here for just a minute, and then you guys can kind of clean up at your leisure, and I'm gonna get this other group going here in a second. So, hey, give me one thing that was like the most challenging for each of you guys. What was the hardest thing? Because we've gone through move it, target acquisition out of the holster.
For me, it was keeping my finger right without the release.
Without slapping, so the reset.
Yeah, reset.
Reset, what's that?
Still the grip.
The grip? Yep. Sometimes ergonomics, that's the thing. I don't want to tell people to just buy new guns because it's hard, but always think about, hey, into being effective. So the grip, tight grip, yeah.
I have tight grip and reset. Both.
Yep. Those are two huge things. Kevin, how were you challenged today?
I think the forward backwards,
The movement?
going backwards is a different game.
Yeah. Okay.
But actually, amazingly, do
Steve?
better on the move than on the static.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I'm just not used to losing.
Yeah.
No, I feel, so this is my first time out here, and just learning different grips. I've been told by a lot of people throughout the years how to do things, and I took their advice, and now I'm like having to relearn everything.
Yeah.
So, but I had a great time.
Good.
And I know what to work on.
Yeah. Awesome. So, hey guys, just a couple thoughts before you leave. Number one, it's up to you guys how you're going to train, right? So, because we can only get so much work done here on the range with one-on-one instruction or this class instruction. Okay, it's going to be up to you guys to make sure that you guys are practicing a lot of this stuff on your own. Trying to remember, hey, what are these talking points for how do I grip this? How do I hold this? What does my trigger squeeze feel like? How should I reset my trigger, my sight alignment, my posture, my stance? All of those things come into play and can affect your effectiveness, or can hinder your effectiveness as you guys are shooting. So remember, you guys should be training how you fight. Think of this as, hey, this is a life-saving tool. This is how you save yourself and your family. And so I want you guys to think that's the priority every time you go to shoot, is I'm going to make myself better on the range. I'm going to work on a skill to increase my ability to defend myself and my family, and I'm going to be extremely safe, and because of that we can have fun all at the same time. So I appreciate your guys' hard work and staying out here, and I have certificates for you guys and little cards, so why don't you grab those things and then you guys can roll out.
Do you happen to have an Allen tool?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Are you having them come out of magazine?
No.
Okay.
Dang it, I don't have time to write their names on here. I gotta get this other class going. All right, let me get,
While we're doing this, we ask you about the rifle gear? What do we need? Just to go over it?
can we do it on a phone call?
Sure.
Because I've got these ladies that are here to, yeah, no problem. I have waivers.
Sign your life away.
Yeah. So come on over here, you guys can use the table.
Paper, anti-suing device.
Yeah. So there should be enough for everybody. So just it's essentially they're all 2 pages, just sign the back page, and then you can just literally just drop it in there when you are done with it. Oh, my phone's probably on fire.
Yeah.
Hey there. Okay. That's fine, that's what we're doing. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Bye, Julie.
Thank you.
I heard her. What is it?
316. Yep.
It says basically God gives you a right to
Signed.
Yep, you can just drop it right in there. Sorry, I'm running a little behind.
Names?
What's that?
Do Do you need the names?
No, I'm just gonna. I know all their names, but just for time, I want to make sure that we just get started with the girls here.
Actually, I think Brady has that.
Well, it definitely warmed up once you girls got out here. It's been overcast this whole time. All right. Matt, can you give me a hand? And in the back of my Suburban, on the right side on the floor, there's brown targets. Those are for this class. Can you get those? Hey, Elijah. This is my brother, Matt. Matt, that's Elijah. Can you give him a hand with that little roll of targets right there? There should be about 6. So just put them from the center outward. Okay. Put them from the center outward. And no, use the stapler for that. That heavier cardboardy paper. There should be a stapler right here. If you guys want to do that. All right. Hey, I did not have time to write your names, so.
Okay.
Dude, if I write it myself, my
You
wife's
have
gonna
your
be able
name
to
on
tell
there.
my okay.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, so certificate for Pistol 2. So this is another Pistol 2 card. It has a couple of typos, so I'm gonna get another one for you guys in the future. But that does have the standards on there, just like the Pistol 1 card did.
And on the back, should I put whatever times I want?
Hey, I've got that slip of
There you
paper.
go.
I've got this slip of paper. You can have one of those too.
They want us to do things.
Thank you, Brady.
Basically, we're.
I will be in touch about rifle.
Rifle,
1, rifle
yeah.
2, hopefully. Thank you.
Yep, we'll get you guys through the rifle, and
And then we can go maybe a little more advanced stuff.
We have.
that's
So
the
you got
goal.
Your actual brother,
Yeah,
like biological?
yeah.
Oh.
We're half.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's your stepbrother?
Yeah,
Okay.
not step,
No,
but he's
okay.
half. Did you say that? Step?
Yeah.
Stepbrother?
Half.
Because we have the same mom.
Oh,
We have the
that's
same
half.
mom.
That's a half, yeah. That's half.
On the left?
The tall guy with the beard.
Oh, that was, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We have the same mom. Different dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's awesome.
So. All right. Da-da-da-da-da. Hey, if you guys can give me a hand, move these tables. If we can, move these tables so they're just up for the center of the firing line. So,
Thank you so much, Brady.
yeah,
And we'll see you.
yeah.
We're gonna do the 2 rifle in May.
Okay.
So it'll be like probably the 2nd and 4th. We have to agree on those dates.
Okay.
We'll keep them in concrete. It'll be 2 Saturdays
Okay.
in May.
Yep.
And we'll probably have like a break in between so we can get to the range.
Yep.
So
Okay.
We'll probably either, because our Easter is like the first week, our first Saturday, so it'll be like maybe the 2nd and 4th Saturday.
Okay.
roughly.
Yeah, we'll talk for sure. We can work it out.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't know if these are yours or if it's not, I'll just put it in the trash at the end.
You want the table, you said?
Up here, just at the 5-yard line. So. Just leave that. That was like an extra. All right, so if you girls are here, you can bring your guns and set them on the tables as I get them there. So,
Take it down.
hey, the girls are going to need this table, gentlemen.
Okay.
We're done.
Somebody get Nick is
Technically our land.
Yeah.
Some hard Florida dirt. Jeegers.
Could have been to Vegas.
I bet. I'm like glad we have Florida dirt because I think about guys that are shooting in California and stuff. You can't put anything in the ground because it's just too hard. Sorry guys, I need this table from you.
Oh, you are? The other one
Yeah.
is closer to my house. I heard about Chiliota.
We can't. I can't move. Like half the stuff we did here, we can't do that. So I go there. I do a lot of rifle.
All right. Hi, this is going to be for you.
Oh, perfect. We also need
Yep, I'll get all of that to you guys. Let me drop this. Drop this in there. All right. Those right there, you can take those, and then in that little black pouch, there's eye protection right there for you.
Not that I want to do that.
20 minutes behind. Yeah, man, we'll catch up with you guys. Yeah. I thought I told Julie to have him come out like 30 minutes or an hour after, not like right after.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
All right.
She does security for church. Oh yeah. I love her.
This is the worst. I can't understand it. People are crazy. Because people are like, oh, should I get that mark?
Okay.
What's so new for me, like when I bought Old Boss, we were using that camera.
Okay. Sorry, I think there was a little bit of a, I think I told Julie the wrong time or something, so I wanted at least a 30-minute gap in between here so I could do this whole thing. So thank you guys for being here. Yeah. Who here, who is comfortable? One. Okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad, okay? I just want to get a feel. Who's nervous? 3. Okay. They were nervous too. They were nervous too. Even they've done the class before, and the first round they fired, we've trained together before, and there's anxiety. It's just normal, okay? So I want you guys to feel like that's normal, that's okay. The goal here today is to get you comfortable and familiar with just the operation, safety rules, and make you aware of, hey, how should I hold this? How should I move this? So that you're even aware of, hey, I'm doing this bad or wrong. Because there's a lot of people who grow up around guns that they're comfortable around guns, but also can be very unsafe because they're not as aware and they haven't been properly trained or professionally trained with eyes that can see, oh, that's wrong, that's unsafe, this and that, okay? So I am grabbing my binder. We're gonna talk through safety stuff just so everybody is clear and comfortable and good to go. There's a race car over there. Okay, so just to kind of put your minds at ease, we're not doing anything about like what you guys just saw with a shot timer or drawing from a holster, anything like that. Sorry. Hey.
She was sad.
That's why you need to come and do pistol 1 and then pistol 2.
Kevin has to let me go and have my turn then.
Okay, so we're not going to do any of that. So just to kind of put you guys' minds and hearts at ease, there's not going to be any kind of racing for the timer or anything like that. We're just going to get comfortable with shooting with operating, with loading, with unloading, with clearing some basic stoppages or malfunctions that your gun may have. So if you're like, wait, my gun just went click, what's the right procedure to execute to do that? All those things we're going to cover, okay? And it's going to, you know, set you up for the long run to be just really safe and really aware and comfortable to teach and call out your friends when they have a gun and you're like, don't do that, do this, okay? So, because I think we can all be more responsible firearms owners, because firearms get a bad rap because 90% of the things that people get injured by are negligence or unsafe things, okay? So I have iPro for everybody. I have ear foamies for everybody. So if you don't have them, you can get them. I've got plenty. So I want to require everybody to have iPro and EarPro who's going to be shooting, all of that. So if you need it, I have it for you. So first of all, I want to cover the 4 basic firearm safety rules. Okay? Does anybody know any of them? It's okay. I just want to see if there's anybody that...
Safety on.
Safety on. That's here. Safety is always on. Safety is always on. Okay. I'm just seeing where we're at. There's no pressure. So, okay. So there's 4 basic safety firearms rules, and any firearms owner should know these, should practice them, and if you know and understand them, and you adhere to them in the way that you manipulate any firearm, the likelihood of anything going wrong goes to nearly 0, okay? Anytime someone is injured with a firearm that shouldn't be injured with a firearm, or even if it's intentionally, when somebody's using it in defense of themselves, they're breaking one of those rules, and there's obviously times to do that when you're defending yourself or your family, right? So number 1 is treat every weapon as if it were loaded, okay? So every weapon, you're gonna treat it as if it were loaded. I have cards for you guys to take home after this, so don't feel like you're gonna have to recite these verbatim in 5 minutes. So treat every weapon as if it were loaded. You're going to treat it that way. It's a tool that's designed to take away life, okay? And so we have to have that certain respect for it and that responsibility to always handle it with care and with caution and with a certain sense of intentionality, okay? Keep your finger straight and off the trigger until you're ready to engage. And so when you pick up the pistol, and we're going to walk through all this basic stuff, I'm going to teach you to pick it up the same every single time, because every single time you do that, you're training yourself to do it that way. So if you're picking it up in some weird way, you're training yourself poorly, okay? And that's where bad habits come from, and then your finger is on the trigger in bad times, okay? So keep your finger straight and off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. That means your sights are going to be aligned. That means you're pointing and aiming at something, essentially, okay? Why am I blanking right now? Do not point it at anything you do not intend to destroy. Okay, so any firearm, you're gonna just basically conceptually understand that from the end of that gun, there's a laser that goes off to infinity, and I don't want that laser to touch or pass by anyone's body or in a direction that's unsafe at all times, okay? And so for this, I can pull this out and I can turn it and point it in any direction that I want to, like this. This is downrange, okay, but if I'm gonna turn this way, my gun comes down and around, right? So we're not gonna be doing things today that would necessarily make you do a spin or anything like that, but I'm just showing you, even when you're manipulating things at home, you wanna be aware of that. So never point it at anything you do not intend to destroy. A lot of times things come into play when you're just loading and unloading and your hand goes across the front of the gun and you don't realize it. It happens a lot more than people realize. So lastly, know your target and what is beyond it, okay? So for like a range setting, obviously everything's gonna be trapped with this berm here, but in a real world scenario, if you ever had to use it, you're gonna be liable for everything that comes out of the gun. So you gotta know and understand if that's the bad guy, what's beyond him, because if there's a bunch of civilians over there too, I may have to actually wait to pull the trigger and move around this side so my rounds are going a different direction, okay? So that's down the road a ways, but that is one of the rules, is knowing where your target is and what's beyond it. So even when you're out shooting with friends, have an understanding for like, how much woods do we have here? Is there just a random house? It's always worth checking Google Maps or something to get a good visual of that stuff, okay? So just to sum that up really quickly, treat every weapon as if it were loaded. Keep your finger straight and off the trigger until you're ready to engage. Do not point it at anything you do not intend to destroy, and know your target and what's beyond it, okay? So if we adhere to those things, the likelihood of anything going wrong goes to nearly 0, okay? A lot of these guns, most all of them are drop tested. So like even if you dropped a loaded gun, they're not supposed to go off. There's something happening in the world of SIG right now where that is a thing. So I love SIG, but they're having some issues there. And if you have a SIG, that's fine. We're not going to drop any guns because we're going to take our time and we're going to go slow and all that. So as you can see, this is our range, okay? We're not going to be shooting anywhere other than just basically straight ahead. Any guns basically will be manipulated on the table or off the table in front of you. Everything is going to be pointed downrange at all times whenever you're touching it, okay? So we're not going to take any guns and just kind of walk around with them. If you have to, at the end, you know, you finish up and we do clear and safe and buddy check and stuff like that. That's when, after you've checked it, you can put it in the bag or the holster and then move it back to your car, okay? So we're not going to have any guns that are live or loaded moving from the table and moving back there or anything like that, okay? Let's see here. So a couple of things that you're going to hear me say today is load and make ready, okay? And we're going to walk through just the mechanics of that. But that is telling you, hey, for whatever iteration of fire we're going to do right now, it's on you to load the gun up and make it ready so that you can just pull the trigger and engage, okay? So load and make ready is like, hey, get your gun ready. Okay, and then line is hot means, hey, now you're free to shoot. So whatever iteration of fire has been described to you, you're free to shoot that at your own pace, or if, you know, in like the class before this, we were doing timed things. So in this, we're just gonna be taking our time, moving slow, and so once we say line is hot, you're free to then do that iteration of fire that's described, okay? Line is cold means, hey, no more shooting, and then that's usually followed up by clear and safe. Okay, and get a buddy check. So to clear and safe, you're gonna do a procedure. We're gonna walk through that in detail. And then you are gonna get a buddy check. You're gonna always get another pair of eyes on the gun just to make sure you did it right. And it just helps the accountability process work because it's very simple and easy to do, but it's also easy to mess up if you do it the wrong way, okay? That just builds in an extra set of eyes, okay? And just so you are aware, I have a blowout kit on me with basic trauma stuff right here on the back of my waist. I have more in the thing, and I have a tourniquet, so none of that's going to happen because we're going to be taking it nice and easy, but I do have basic medical stuff to handle any issues that are not going to happen, okay? Okay, so any questions on that so far? No? Okay. Does everybody have their guns that they have or they're going to use on this table now? Okay. So what I'm going to do is, just for 100% thoroughness, is I am going to just go down and clear and safe. So Matt, if you want to just move over a little bit. I'm just going to do a visual check on all these just to make sure everything is good. And if it's not clear and safe, that's okay. I'm not going to yell at you. But what we want to do is we're going to try to set up just so you have some of the extra gear set to the side, and then your pistol and magazines off in other directions, or off in kind of your primary workspace. Is this here? Can I take a look at this? Yeah. All right. And this here, this is yours, Heather?
Yep.
Oh, there we go. I should have known with the med pack.
Like there's that, and there's
Yeah.
more in my car.
I know, I'm like, I'm sure if I don't have it, Heather's got it. Yeah, so. Oh yeah, this guy's been used. It's good though. All right. So what I'm gonna do is, whose are these? Yours? Okay, I'm gonna put that in front of your stuff or behind your stuff. So what we'll do is we're gonna just eventually kind of move the extras off to another table or just down to the side on the ground. Is it okay if I set this down?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. It's just so clean. I don't wanna, oh, are you a lefty?
Yeah, well, I'm not lefty, but I look out my left eye, yeah, to shoot.
This has a left. Do you know it? Okay, we'll talk about it.
Huh?
You right? Do you write left-handed?
Yeah, well,
Do you shoot left-handed?
I'm comfortable with both. And I've always swung a bat left-handed too, so I
Okay.
don't know.
This has a lefty mag release. Really? Comes factory this way? Oh yeah, this thing is really nice and light. Yeah, so that Smith & Wesson Shield is extremely, I have one and I just don't like it. It's so, that spring tension is so high. Well, the spring tension is so high, it's just hard to deal with. So if you don't like that one, Abigail, if it's too hard, because I'm guarantee you that's gonna be hard. The grip size is smaller. Even though this is bigger, scarier, it's probably gonna feel easier to use because you'll have more handle, so. Okay. Alrighty. So if you guys want to, just leave the guns where they are. What I would like you guys to do is just take the magazines, put them by your guns, and any other extras, you can set the water on the ground, but any extra bags or cases, you can leave under the tables, or you can smash it on this table over here. I want to make sure you guys have enough room to shoot. So let's try to, if you guys look up to where the targets are, how many? We have 5, right? So somebody will be kind of sharing the end of a table, but if we have like 2 to 3 people on a table, that should give you enough room to kind of work, okay? So I will, are you shaking?
Well, I ran this morning, I should.
Okay, I'm gonna move you over here. The Smith & Wesson Shield crew on this side. Okay, so Abigail, this is gonna be you, and again, I can change out to have this as well. And then 1, 2, 3. So yeah, if you guys wanna spread out, just so you feel comfy and you're not feeling too jammed up, okay? So what we're gonna do is right now, we are not gonna touch any live ammo, okay? So if you have any live ammo, what I want you to do is just set it at the front of the table, just so it's kind of up and out of the way. If you have empty magazines, you can leave one of those empty magazines back by your pistol as well, okay? Because we're gonna start with that, and I'm gonna make sure I'm good from my class that I just did, okay? So, all right. So as we load and unload, we're gonna just set up a very simple procedure so that you guys are very comfortable. So the other thing we're gonna do is, gonna make this, we'll see. All right, so go ahead and take like 3 or 4 maybe of those things. Sorry if they're hot, they've been baking in the sun. Are they?
Baby Jesus, yeah.
Sorry, they're
like
baking.
Oh no.
Like baking in that plastic box. I'm sorry, ladies. Blow on it. It's like dice. I'll just blow on them for good luck. Yeah. There's 4 there. So these are snap caps. These are fake bullets that do not do anything but, sorry if they're hot. They don't do anything other than take the place of a real bullet, just so you can get some practice in and understanding the function, okay? So what I'm gonna do here for you guys is, let's use this table because it's less packed. If you girls wanna come over here, and I'm just gonna go over some of the basic stuff for you guys, just so nobody feels stupid, because you don't need to feel like you have to know all this stuff, okay? Okay, so again, this is clear and safe, okay? So, anytime I pick up a gun, I wanna do it the same way, okay? Adhering to those 4 basic firearm safety rules, I wanna yes, as if it were loaded, right? Handle it as if it were loaded, keep my finger straight and off the trigger, so anytime I go to pick it up, I'm gonna grab it like this with my finger on the lower receiver. Every single time, this should feel the most comfortable to me. I don't ever wanna feel like this is home or anything like this is home, because I'm not gonna shoot like this. What you're doing is you're setting up your ability to find this position to be able to shoot very quickly if you need to use it to defend yourself, okay? So the more that you can systematize this and set it up as a predictable pattern, the better off you're gonna be. So anytime I pick it up, I'm gonna pick it up the same way, nice and firm. All 3 fingers are underneath. My trigger finger is up on my brain is frozen right now, the gun. And I'm also gonna kind of keep, and this is for later on, is my thumb can just kind of be up like this, okay? So the beaver tail is this part here. It's gonna sit nice and tight between my thumb and forefinger so that it's always nice and firm, because I wanna have as much control of this as possible. I don't wanna have a gap like this, okay? Because when I go to shoot, this is gonna wanna rock down and it's gonna get loose, okay? So this should be tight, this should be firm, and it should feel like I'm holding this nice and firmly. This is called your master grip, okay? So this is always gonna be how I hold the pistol in this hand. Even if I take it out and I hold it with this other hand, I'm gonna hold this so that I can just replace it very easily. So I'm always getting used to those same exact things and it feels the same every time. If I get lazy and I do this, okay, this is just a bad habit you don't want to form because you're never going to shoot a gun like this. So again, this tool is designed to take away life in the defense of yours, or to stop a threat, I should say, to preserve your life or the lives of your family members. And so you want to make sure that you're setting up just how you conceptualize this really, really well, okay? So anytime I pick up a gun, I want to make sure that it's clear and safe first, okay? So in order to do that, I'm going to do a couple different things. But to talk you through this, most of these guns are the same. They should all operate, because there's another Glock down there, 2 more Glocks down there, so these should all be really the same. No safeties on these, which is a good thing, and I can answer that question later if you'd like. But basically, obviously you have your trigger, okay? You have your magazine release, okay? So that's what you're gonna depress to release the magazine. So if I put this in the mag well, that's what releases it, okay? So I can use my thumb if I have the ability to on this hand, if the grip size and everything fits, or I can use this hand as well. I can always use my other hand. This is the slide lock, okay? So this little lever right here, if you have to push it up as you pull back the slide, and it jumps into that groove there and it holds this open for you, okay? This is what the gun will do by itself when you shoot until it's empty, okay? It will automatically lock itself open like this so that you can reload it in the event that you need to reload and continue to shoot, okay? So the way that you fix that, you can either pull it back and you can see that spring tension was released. If you guys watch here, the spring tension is released, it drops down and it just goes forward. Or you can be cool and you can hit it with your thumb and just do that. Okay, you're not gonna hurt anything. There's nothing in here, okay? So to get back to clear and safe, all right, after the function of all that, I'm going to pick it up as I normally do, check for clear and safe. So I'm gonna pull this back. I can either use my thumbs this way, okay, if I have the strength, or if I need more strength, I can use more of my fingers this way and really paw it like this and pull it back, okay? So once I do that, if I can use my thumb strength, which is extremely hard for these guns, to lock it to the rear, I will. What I need to accomplish at this point is 2 checks, okay? I need to check the chamber, okay? And I need to check the magazine well. So really I should look this way where I'm not looking through the barrel. I can't see through it, but I can see this opening right here, that little circle, right? You can see the circle there, just right there, right? There's no brass. So if there was something in there, which you'd be able to see it right in there like that, okay? Can you see that? You would see that much brass of a round sticking in there, so you know that there's something in there. So I'm checking the chamber first, and then I'm checking the magazine well. So I know I can see both areas, and there's literally no way anything could be in there, okay? So that's how you're gonna clear and safe. So we're gonna get really familiar with that and get you comfortable with it. So now to load and make ready, okay? You're gonna take your rounds, and again, nobody needs to feel stupid, but I'm gonna walk you through this in detail. You guys can see the angle of that, okay? And how that's angled forward. This is your follower, okay? And you're gonna load these so the flat part goes to this side, and the pointy part, the front end of the bullet, the working end of the bullet goes that way, so it feeds out of the magazine. I can do this easily. If you need help, I can help you. I can give you some tricks, but you basically depress this down. If you need to assist with this thumb, you can, and you just push them in there. It can feel very difficult. And then you just depress them in until, you know, as many rounds as you need or you want, and that's how you load the magazine, okay? So the working ends of the rounds are facing forward, and they're usually angled up so they can feed into the chamber of the gun, okay? So that's how you load your magazine. A lot of magazines these days will tell you on the outside. So this tells me 16, but this little addition will hold 3 more. So I can hold 19 in here. This will have 8. And the way that you know is, let me throw a few more in there. And because this is not real ammo, it's hard to see. But there's these little windows, so it's hard to see, but you can see through the little windows. It's gonna show you how full it is, okay, on the back. So you'll be able to tell, oh, there's 6 rounds. And if you watch it as you do it, you'll be able to see it's actually very accurate. That's 5, and then you put one in, oh, 6, oh, 7. So you can usually check there. These are similar, it's just a different style window. They're all on the side, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is an 8-round magazine. 7, 8, and then the same thing here, 7 and 8. And the standard Glock magazine is usually 15 or 17 rounds. And so, any questions on that so far? No? We're going to start to touching and feeling here soon. So, once I have that loaded up, okay, so I'm going to always try to pick up my gun in what we call our workspace. So that way you're always training yourself to look out, to be ready, to see what's going on around you. So anytime you pick it up, it's always fingers straighten off the trigger. It's in a safe direction. I'm going to try to load it up to where I can see it bottom of my rib cage. I don't want to be down here. I don't necessarily need to be up this high, but somewhere up here in my field of view, so you're training yourself to always be looking outward and upward. Because if you ever had to do this real life in a mall or something crazy, you don't want to be down like this and you start going into the black and you start just shutting down. You need to be up looking around so that you can begin to move if you need to move, okay? And you're aware of where the threats are. So I'm always going to be trying to manipulate everything up here in my field of view, okay? So as I do this, a good hint is to index your magazine, which means basically if I can, instead of just grabbing this kind of randomly or randomly like this, if I can get my index finger on the front of it like this, it's going to help me align this much easier and more naturally. Because if I were to just put my finger in the hole, my body knows where my hand is, and my finger can literally just find it just because of the way my brain is wired, right? So if I think about that same procedure here, it's going to be easier for me to align these rather than kind of doing this. And it's doing this, and then you're jamming it in there in a hurry, something like that, right? So just make a habit of what's called indexing, where you grab the magazine and you kind of hold it just like this with your index finger, and then you can seat it in there, okay? And then you're going to hit this pretty firmly, okay, all the way in. You can give it a tug, that makes sure it's all the way seated, it's not coming out. So there's only rounds in the magazine, and now to load it into the chamber, you're going to rack it, okay? So racking it is pulling the slide all the way to the rear and letting it go, all right? So as I said before, you can either slingshot like this, or you can come over top. But the goal is to pull it as far back as it can and let it go. Don't ride your hand on there. You don't want to get pinched by any of this stuff. And you want the spring to do the work for you so that it closes and loads fully all by itself, okay? So I'm just going to pull it to the rear and let it go just like that, okay? Got to get mean, got to get aggressive. This is a fighting tool. Be angry. Get the strength up in the hands. It may take a few times. I had a class last weekend, and one of the ladies, she just had to really figure out how to get her muscles turned on to really squeeze it, okay? So get mad at it, because right now you're training yourself. I'm fighting for my life, the lives of those that I love. So these are all going to be kind of aggressive in nature, okay?
What exactly does that movement do?
I will show you. So that loads around into the chamber, okay? So you can see it right there.
So it's not actually like to actually shoot the gun, you have to pull the trigger.
Yep. Okay. I can do that 10 times, and what it'll do is it'll load one in, and as I do this, it'll fly. And then even with live rounds, like see that? So even if they were live rounds, it would do the same thing. So I have to pull the trigger for the gun to go off, okay? So let me retrieve some of those. They're easy to find, are the red ones. I wasn't being sarcastic. I hope you didn't take it that way. I just wanted to show you that it will just cycle. So as you send the bolt forward, it's extracting around from the magazine and feeding around into the chamber, okay? And then as it pulls back, it's extracting around, or the brass out of there, flings it out and ejects it, and then it feeds another round. What's that?
It does it even when you don't shoot it?
Yep. As long as it won't just do it. So nothing,
So why did those fly out if you didn't shoot it?
Because no, that's okay. So all these rounds are made, so they have this little lip on them. Yeah. Okay. So as I load this, so what it's doing is if you can see the bottom, so that little kind of shiny circle there. Yeah. Okay. See that little tooth that's kind of sticking down?
Yes.
See what I'm saying? Right there in the middle. It's kind of like a notch that sticks down. It's behind the back of the bullet.
Right.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Can you see that? Mm-hmm. Yep. So if you can see that little notch that's sitting right behind the back of the bullet, okay? The snap cap for the camera. There's no live rounds in here. As I send that forward, it's gonna push it forward and it feeds one in there.
Okay.
Okay? Now, there is an extractor, which is this guy, which grabs that lip on the bullet. It's actually, this is actively now grabbing the lip of the bullet. So as I pull this to the rear, it's starting to pull the bullet out. And then there's an ejector, which is a little finger in there that as you pull it far enough, it just literally flicks it and it comes
you
out.
did that with a, what do you call it,
A live round.
Would it fling out a full bullet?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So
You don't really want to do that.
there's actually one. It's fine, unless you have a malfunction. So this is a live round that hasn't been fired. And then this is what it is after it's fired. So basically it goes in like this, bang, powder goes off, primer goes off, powder goes off, that projectile flies away, and then it basically ejects this right here, bink, and that's why there are all these empty shells here, okay? And then again, as I just showed you, as that slides forward, it gets a new one of these and sets it in there. And I can manually do this and it will never fire a round. If it does, there's a problem with your gun. But they're manufactured, you can cycle rounds and it will never fire without the trigger being pulled. We're gonna leave that down there. Okay, so you can see how that's pulling that out. So as I pull it out, the ejector is gonna actually fling it like that. You see that little metal tong sticking out? That's what flung it, okay? So now it's basically at 0 again. It's restarted itself, and then I can feed it forward and it loads around in there, okay? So
to shoot a new bullet, you have to.
nope.
No.
A live round will do that all on its own. That's what does the bang, and then it does this. So if I were to shoot this, okay, this is not going to go off. This is just a snap cap, right? These are little rubber pellets, essentially. So I can go click, and with a live round from there, this would do this all by itself, like that. Hey, watch out. You have your iPro on?
I do.
Okay. So same thing. Once I bang, it'll do that all by itself. Okay?
You don't have to do that.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah, until you run out.
All the powder in there is going to just send it.
From that shoots it backwards.
Yep.
Springs
So that
It's all,
is
the initial pull is just to feed it in there and load it up. Yep. Just to start it. Okay? So, any questions on the loading process so far? There's a red one right there. Can you grab that? I do not want to necessarily run out, but I'm not worried about getting all of them at the end of the day if, okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to run through this again for you, and then I'm going to run through unloading, and then we're just going to practice that, okay? So I'm going to load and make ready, grab it as normal, load it up, okay? Seat the magazine, turn it over, or I can, monkey grip it like this, all the way to the rear and let it go. So now there's one in the chamber. Now, clear and safe. I got to take away what's feeding it bullets first. Okay, so I'm going to drop the magazine first. So I'm going to push the magazine, release. I can use this thumb, or if I need to use this thumb, I can. And then I'm going to rack the slide. That comes out, and if I can lock it, I will. And I'm going to do 2 checks. I'm checking here, and I'm checking there, which is pretty much all the same things we started off with when I make sure it's clear and safe, right? So if I do that in the proper order every time, load, charge it. Now there's one in the chamber. Clear and safe, clear, and remove this first. And then eject that round, check, and check. Now I know there's nothing in the gun that can go bang. I can pull the trigger a million times and nothing will happen, okay? As long as you, number one, do those in the same order, the right order, drop the magazine first, and then rack the slide, you're going to be doing it correctly, and there should be no problems. But the checks are there to make sure. Because if I do it in reverse, if I do this in reverse, where I say, okay, I got it clear and safe, and I go like this, and I lock it to the rear, okay, there's nothing in there, and I do this, and then I take it out, what happened? There's one in there, right? So I actually recharged it by sending it home, and I don't want to assume that. I have to check both the chamber and the magwell at the same time. Because then if like, wait, did I do that right? Oh, I didn't do that right. Leave it open. Even if I have to hold it, hold it. Use those angry muscles and look and look. All right, there's nothing in there. I'm good, okay? There's a famous video online that I'm sure Heather has seen. There's a cop that tries to do a presentation in front of school kids and their parents, and he's trying to show them that guns are safe, and he did that in the wrong order. And then he goes to prove it by taking the gun and just pulling the trigger, which I never advise to make sure it's safe by pulling the trigger. I think that's a terrible habit. And he does that, and he shoots himself in the leg in front of the whole classroom, and the moms are carrying their kids out, and he's like, it's okay, but he just...
Became a medical presentation.
Yeah. So because he got those in the wrong order, and it's, you know, you just take the food away so it can't eat any more bullets, and then you open it, and then you do your 2 checks. As long as you can do 2 checks as it's open and you can see, then you know you're good, okay? Question, yeah.
Do you want us to put it on safety at any point during the process? Or no?
I'm not a big stickler on that.
Okay.
As long as your finger is here, that's, you know, to me, for a pistol, because they don't make safeties for a lot of pistols these days for a good reason. If you want to put your safety on, you can. I'm not going to tell you to do it, and like if you don't, as long as these practices are good, I'm comfortable with that, because pistols are designed, when you pull them out, you likely need them right now, and you don't want to be thinking about this tiny little switch and you're pulling the trigger at the same time. So I stray away from safeties when I can, so for pistols anyways. Any other questions? No? So if you can, I want you guys to go to your stations, and I want you to load up rounds that you have into the magazines that you brought, okay? And if you have trouble, let me know. And then we're gonna move to clearing and safing and all that.
So not the pink ones, though.
The pink ones, nope, we're only doing the pink rounds. Only the pink rounds.
Are these 9s?
Yes.
They're just flying right out of my 40.
Oh no.
I was like, why didn't that work? And I'm like, oh,
Oh
because.
no,
That's
okay.
No worries.
It's okay, well.
It goes in.
I've been meaning, I was like, okay, I haven't hit anybody else that needed a different caliber yet, and now I have, so I'll be ordering some today. It's okay, it's fine.
But I get it.
Okay,
This is what not to do.
all right. So,
I promise I paid attention. You said it's hard.
so if you can, you want to slide it onto the plastic feeder first. So if you can push that feeder down and then slide it backwards.
Like that.
Yep. You want to slide it from the front and down into the back, like kind of this way. Because if you're just trying to press straight down, it's not going to fit. You want to slide from here and then go backwards. Okay?
They got 380. Those are 9 rounds, I think.
Oh, you're shooting a 380? All right, well,
Sorry
I'll
for the.
put them both on my list then. All the guys are shooting 9.
I was gonna say, especially for the lady firearms.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah,
Here, you want these back?
sure.
Oh, I got 2 more up down here.
All right, once you guys have them loaded up in your magazine.
4 in there.
Jeez, Abigail, touch your nails.
Gonna break.
You're gonna go to the range. Okay, once you have them in your magazine, now I want you to, I'm gonna come by and watch you how to load and make ready, okay? Just to, and even for you girls, just do it dry, just when I come by, just so I can see your mechanics. So, Hannah, on your side, we're gonna load up and put a round in the chamber. So again, these are just fake rounds. So you can pick up the pistol.
All right.
Yep. That finger's always there. Get this nice and high. Okay. Yep, that's how you want that to feel all the time.
Okay.
And then you're gonna take your magazine. Yep, orient it the right way. Yep, and you're gonna push it in there. Try not to pinch your hand, because that likes to pinch. Yep.
Get mad.
That one doesn't have it. Yeah, it's in there. This one just doesn't have the little thing on there.
Oh, so that's in.
That's in.
Okay.
Yep. And then you're gonna send the slide home. So you can either use your thumb, which these are super hard, or you can even use your other thumb, or you can turn it over and do the slingshot.
Turn
Yep.
it over like that.
That way or the other way, whichever is going to be easier to grab. Yep, pull it all the way to the rear and just let it go. There you go.
Right.
It's loaded. So that's how you load and make ready.
Okay.
All right.
What do you
Now,
mean to make ready?
It's ready.
Making it ready.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
how
I
you.
thought meant
It's just a phrase we use. Load and make ready. So that's how it's. Yeah.
Okay.
So now clear and safe. So you're going to take the magazine out first.
This way.
So if you can use this thumb on there, it's that one right there. Yep. Yep. And then you're going to charge it back let that fly, and if you can, even just hold it till you see that, and then try to lift it up with your angry muscles.
Too hot. So down and then up.
Yep, see there, and then if you can try to see down and make sure that there's no, there you go. All right, these are particularly stiff. They just are, and that's been one of the biggest critiques. So, you good with that? Now you can practice that a few times. Okay, practice that a few times. All right, Abigail. You're gonna load and make ready. Yep. Make sure this is all the way up at the top. Yep, just like that. And then turn it over so you can see. You always want to try to see that way. Make sure those are pointed that way. Yep, there you go. And then as you go, yep, nice firm press. And now you can either try to push this down. This is your release. And if that doesn't work, then you can just do the slingshot motion all the way and just let it go. Yep, and let go. There you go. And mine is a California edition because I bought it in California. It has this little flag on there, so it tells you there's one in there.
Cool.
Because they try to control you.
So I should pretend like that's not there?
No, don't worry. I'm just
just
talking. So now clear and safe, you're going to take the magazine out. So turn it over. This is your magazine release, is this one right here. So your thumb may have trouble getting there. There you go. And then you are going to rack the slide. Yep, keep your finger straight, just like that. And then you're going to pull it, let that other round come out. And then you want to try to hold it open if you can to see inside of the chamber and down inside the mag well. There you go. Good job. And then just be careful because any extra coverage of this, you know, that can end up biting you.
Got it.
So if you can, try to avoid putting your fingers or hands over the chamber.
Okay.
Yep, just back here. If you can do it back here on these little grippy marks, that's good too. Okay. Practice it a few times just so you're comfortable with it. All right, let's see.
Okay, so first I pull this back, or do I
However you want to. Yep, that's if you want to start that way, that's fine. Fully seat it. Yep. All the way, let it go.
Do I do that? Or no?
And then just you can let it go or hit that slide release. Nope. Yep, pull it back and let go. There you go. Just like that. Now it's loaded. So make sure, try to take up as much of that space as you can. Yep, just like that. And now you're gonna, it's loaded already, so now you're gonna clear and safe. So drop the magazine first. And if you need to, you can use your other hand, your other thumb, and it'll kind of drop into your hand. There you go. And then you're gonna pull it back. Now, even though you see it, always do your checks. You got, yep, check there and check there, all in one motion. Very good. Do it just a couple times just to get yourself familiar with it. And here it is right here. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, let's do this. And then for you, you may have to push that down at the same time because it's going to naturally want to lock home. There you go. All right, watch that finger.
Yep.
Yep. All right, now clear and safe. So drop that and pull with the thumb if you can. If you can. And there you go. That's another method that.
Clear.
Very good. Yep, so the reason it was doing that, obviously there's nothing in your magazine, so it's naturally wanting to lock itself open, so you have to physically tell it no with your thumb. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
You're just making me nervous standing in the front because I'm going to put my gun up.
All right, load and make ready. You got to push,
yeah,
just because it's empty, so you're going to have to hold that down while you.
While it's empty.
There you go. And now clear and safe. Well, geez, show off for the speed record here.
What?
Good job. All right.
I go to the shooting range.
I know.
This is
All right.
peace.
All right. How do you guys feel with that? Feeling okay? Familiar? Okay? Okay. What we're going to do is I'm going to collect these fake dummy rounds. And we're going to go, yep, all of them. You can just pop them forward, just slide them forward, and they'll all come out. Good, good. Good. You guys already gave me yours. Okay. So now we are going to actually shoot. Did anybody's blood pressure go up? No? Good. All right. So now we have a basic understanding of how these work, right? So it's not going to go bang unless you tell it to go bang, okay? Now I'm going to walk you guys through a couple things. Where's my marker at? I have a pen. I want a marker. Hang on. Sorry.
Missing that shade yet?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. All right. You girls, leave everything on the table. It'll be fine. Let's come down here really quick, okay? And I want to talk to you guys about your sights, okay? How you guys should be focusing on your sights, okay? So if this is the rear sight of your gun, okay? Something like this. Many Glocks look like this. So that's the sights, the rear sight window on the back of the gun, okay? And then you have a sight post in the front, okay? And that's gonna fall somewhere right in here, okay? Glocks, mine out of the factory, there's barely any space there, okay? You are focusing primarily on the angles, okay? And what I mean by that is you should have even height, which means these are all flat all the way across. And even light means there should be no, the spaces here should be even. So even height, even light is gonna make sure that your sights are aligned perfectly, okay? So as you push your gun out there to shoot, you're gonna look at your sights and you're gonna see, okay, are my angles correct? Are they level here, even height? And are these spaces the same, okay? As you go to shoot, and this is your target back here, let's just say it's a guy with a weird shaped head and shoulders, okay? This is your sight alignment. Your sight picture encompasses what you're shooting at. So where on the target am I holding that, okay? Center mass, because the way that most sights work is the bullet is actually going to do what we call a lollipop. That's how most Glocks shoot, is the bullet is actually gonna hit there. If you're shooting perfect, the bullet is actually impacting there, okay? Now, that's why you wanna line these up and put them center mass on the target that you're shooting, okay? Now, what you're focusing on is not the threat and is not the rear sight, but the front sight. So as you're out here, I'm looking at my front sight and it should be the clearest point of focus as I'm shooting. That's gonna make sure that you have the most accuracy, because you're gonna be able to put this over top of that threat, even though you're not focusing on the threat. You're gonna be able to hit that guy center mass without a huge issue when these are aligned. Does that make sense? Okay. There was something else I was gonna say. Front sight focus, even height, even light. If it doesn't come to me, it will. Okay. So, you guys stand there for 1 second. And I am going to clear and safe and get a buddy check. So, downrange. I see nothing. Good? Okay, so there's nothing in here. So, a couple of things. So the trigger, you guys are gonna have slack. So that's all the squishy stuff right there, okay? That's called slack. So you're gonna basically that is something that you wanna work through and be at the wall, which is where the pressure increases. But the distance actually to finish the shot is very, very little. Okay, so as you prep your shot, you're gonna be prepping your trigger, which is just slowly pulling to the wall, okay? And then the pressure increases greatly, and then the trigger breaks, okay? So there's slack, and once your sights are aligned, once you're out here, you actually want to be able to have the slack actually dealt with and have it pulled. So I have the slack pulled here, and once I know my sights are good, I can just press through the rest and then bang, okay? So anytime you're ready to shoot, you should understand where that slack is and where the wall is to be able to shoot quickly when you want to, okay? There's other things that go into where your trigger resets, but we don't have time to go into depth on that. But basically, you want to know right where that breaks right there, okay? Your hand and your grip. So as I said, master grip here. What I want you guys to focus on, you're going to have to squeeze a lot with your support hand. It's going to feel like you're working harder. I want you to feel like you're working harder with this hand than this hand, okay? This hand is basically, the touch point is going to be here on the trigger guard. Your fingers are going to land in the grooves and valleys of these knuckles. And I want you to think about taking your thumb and pushing it pretty far forward, almost like this, like it's straight. Flat from this bone all the way through the thumb, okay? So then all of that meat of my hand is actually going to take up as much of this space as possible, as high as I can, without getting in the way of the slide. Okay, that's going to allow me to really get as much positive control and pressure on the gun as I can, and that's how I want to grip. So my thumbs are laying flat. I don't want to do this or teacup or anything like that. Okay, these are going to be pressed in. All of the space on the back of my hands is taken up and my thumbs are being pressed forward. Okay, so this is the grip that I want to have that's going to give me the most control. And as I press out, I really want to be squeezing really hard with this left hand. That's going to help me to stay stable and take multiple shots and overcome what these three little guys right here are going to mess you up with, because it's hard to independently want to move this one without those other ones wanting to move. Okay, so that's usually the reason you miss shots, is you're actually doing this and you're throwing shots. And that little flinch here at 10 yards is going to be a foot, you know, depending on how gross that movement is. Okay, so you want to minimize any influence on the gun, so it will just literally do this and it doesn't look anything like this. Did you see the difference? If I flinch, even that little flinch right there, that's actually can make me miss. Okay, so I want to be able to just have it break really slow and smooth. So it should surprise you in a sense. It should feel like what we call a surprise break. Okay. Any questions on that stuff? Okay, let's start shooting.
But so here, hold it back, like get to the wall on your way out, click.
I'm not gonna have, we're not gonna be prepping the trigger just yet.
Oh. I was just asking.
I know.
We're talking about the
I know.
wall. So I'm like,
But I don't want anybody's finger here and trying to prep and prep and prep and then go bang. Okay, it happens. So just drive out here, find your sights, get your trigger prepped, and then from there. I just don't want, it's just gonna start really slow. When you're shooting faster, yes, you're out here, you're prepping your trigger, so once you land, you're there. And you got your sights and you fire as soon as your sights are aligned. But for today, we're just gonna come out, find our sights, get our trigger prepped, and we're gonna go bang, and I'll discuss that with you guys, okay? Yes, accuracy.
Sorry, my ADHD brain
It's
goes
okay.
speed.
I know, you're like, I know, I saw that unload
Yeah,
over there.
okay.
Okay. What we're gonna do now is, before we load up any magazines, everybody get to your tables, get behind your gun, and I would like you all to dry fire, which means, just like I showed you, is you're gonna just pick up the gun, and this is called a high ready. So I want you to kind of practice working from here where the gun is, your finger is out of the trigger, okay? It's up in my line of sight, and I'm just gonna drive it out straight, find my sights, and then slow squeeze and depress so I can feel it without any kind of flinch. And I'm gonna come by and fix your hands as I need to. So you can, and then, I'm sorry, one more thing. If I go bang, to reset it, I have to do this to reset the trigger. So every time you click, you've got to reset it, and then go again and click and reset. Okay, I just want you guys to do some dry fire with no magazines in, anything like that. I'm gonna fix your hands. Yep, very good. Bring it up to your sights. And you know which dominant eye you have?
Probably right.
Okay, if there's an issue, we'll adjust it.
Okay.
And you should shoot with both eyes open, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so don't do that extra hard squeeze. So hold that tight. Now just slowly, slowly, slowly let it break whenever, yep, just like that.
Okay.
Don't flinch. Lean forward at the hips just a little bit.
Okay.
Try to get this hand up a little bit higher and roll your thumb forward. It's gonna feel weird, and try to turn this in. So that's gonna create pressure like that, okay? Just like that, lean forward at the hips just a little bit, and then go ahead and squeeze the trigger. Nice and slow and smooth. There you go. Try to just, once you find the wall, just nice and easy. And then you just can rack it and then go back again. So to pull the trigger again, yep, you just gotta cycle it. Yep, turn it over. And you can even be aggressive about it. You can even just give it like a good hurrah. All right, get used to being really firm with it. All right, open this thumb up a little bit. This meat is gonna go underneath. Nope, underneath, you're okay. And try to drive this hand forward, this thumb forward just a little bit. So rock your hand a little bit more forward on the gun and push. It's gonna feel awkward. And then you wanna almost roll this elbow in just a touch so you're pushing with the meat of that hand. You see that?
Yep.
Yeah. There you go, nice smooth trigger squeeze, good job. And then reset your trigger and go again. You've done this before. All right, trigger squeeze. Nice and slow and smooth, because you're going through the slack super fast. I want to see you get to the wall and then just nice smooth press. Yep, there you go. Yeah, just 1 second. There you go. Try to get this up a little bit higher. It's gonna feel weird. And almost like you're driving your thumb forward like this. Yep, and then rotate this way just a touch. There you go. All right, how's that feel? You getting it? So does everybody know which eye is dominant for you? If you're right eye dominant or left eye dominant? Okay, all right. If there's any guesses, just let me know, we'll fix it. Okay, now what we're gonna do is load up one magazine, okay? Load up one magazine with the live rounds. If you already have one loaded, that's fine. I'll help you, Abigail, if you need to. Hannah, if you need me to help you. If you need a knife or something, do you need a knife or anything?
Probably getting the box open, yeah.
Oh, they got like a security tag on here and everything. There we go.
Thank you.
Yep, there you go. Did you get that target? Can you get it right now? Yeah. As long as nobody's touching any guns, we're only loading magazines right now. The awkward. Yeah.
It was the form.
Yeah, there you go. That just like bang. Just one staple. Just one staple. Okay. Everybody got a magazine loaded? The pressure is increasing as it gets more full. If you need me to help you, I will. Because I know it's not easy.
There we go. Like fully loaded or just like 4?
If you can get fully loaded, yeah.
Get sturdy. Just in there.
Yeah, I didn't talk too much about stance and stuff like that, but think about, hey, if you're in a fight, how are you going to fight? How are you going to grapple or push somebody or shove somebody? You want to be soft at the knees, maybe a staggered. Okay, so your dominant foot's usually behind you. Hips and shoulders are going to be square, and you're lean forward at the hips just a little bit. So your shoulders should be just over your hips, so you're here. You're not like this or straight up and down or leaning back. And it's very normal to be focused on your sights so much that you're just leaning and you're not really focused on your posture. Okay. I need some rounds. You need help? Let me know.
I want to do it myself.
How many you got? Because, yeah, you're right at 7, I think. Yeah, even for me, it's just super rigid. That's been the critique of this gun, is it's very concealable, but it's just the spring tension is insane. And yeah, I think that's 8. Yeah. All right. Let me load up some rounds really fast. Okay. Where are my bullets at? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to do slow aim fire for that one magazine, okay? And what I want you to do is focus on your sight picture, your posture, your stance, your trigger squeeze, okay? What I'll do is we'll go down the line and I'll see everybody's first shot or two just to make sure everybody's good, and then it'll be on you to finish out the magazine. And a couple things is, if I'm here and I'm shooting, okay, and I'm tired, you can come to here. Just kind of rest your arms in the high ready so your gun is in a good position, you see it. Fingers off the trigger because my eyes are not on my sights. Take a breath because it is taxing on the muscles, and then you can come back and go to work again, okay? All right, so what I'm gonna do is, everybody have eyes and ears? Does anybody else need eyes or ears? Because I'm gonna shoot a couple rounds for you. And then we're gonna go down the line and take some turns here. So, all right, I'm always gonna be up in my workspace. Lock and load, everybody have eyes and ears on, we good? All right, so from a high ready, I'm just gonna drive out nice and straight. Okay, I don't wanna do any of this or underneath. I'm gonna try to go straight out and find my sights on the way, get the slack out, find the wall, Okay, nice, slow, smooth squeeze, and it's gonna break at some point, and it broke a little to the left. It wasn't great, but it was in the circle, okay? I can take my finger out, take a breath, and go out again. Once my sights are there, fingers on the trigger, slow, smooth squeeze, boom. Okay, finger's gonna come out. Let me take a breath. Okay, I want you to do this for a whole magazine. Really slow, really intentional. I want you to try to hit it as best you can. Okay, you're gonna miss, that's okay. If you're missing down and to the left, what you're doing is you're going, I'm gonna squeeze the trigger right now, and you're flinching. So you want it to be a surprise. If your hands are really firm, work really hard with this hand, it should feel like it's a surprise. The gun's not gonna fall out of your hand, I promise, okay? All right, so Hannah, load and make ready.
Do I check it first?
Nope, you can just load it up. There you go. And then rack it nice and hard all the way back and let it go. There you go. Now you see one little thing. You can see how that's sticking out? Yeah. So just take the meat of your hand and just punch it like that. There you go. Now it's flush, so you know it's going to work. Okay? All right, now draw. Yep, press out. Get your sights aligned. Lean forward at the hips just a little bit. There you go.
I'm just shooting the berm.
You're going to shoot any one of these dots in front of you. Try to get your thumbs down just a little bit more, just like that. Yep, pick a sight, pick a dot.
I don't even know what I'm looking at. So I'm keeping both eyes open.
Both eyes open.
How do you do that?
If you can. Take your best shot. Boom. See where it is?
Yeah,
Finger out.
that's
Make sure your
really-
finger's out.
Really high.
Finger out. There you go.
Okay.
Which dot were you shooting at?
The middle.
The middle one? Okay. So make sure that front sight isn't poking out of this hole here. The level of this,
Yes.
that top surface should be level with these
Okay.
here. Okay? And make sure you're squeezing really hard with your left hand, because when you shot, this hand came off a little bit, which isn't dangerous, but you can see how it made you break your grip.
Okay.
Okay, take another one. Lean forward at the hips. Nice, slow, smooth squeeze. If you need to close one eye, you can for now. I just want to see. There you go. Which one were you shooting at?
Middle still.
The middle still?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check your sights in a second,
Okay.
but just keep taking some shots.
Okay.
Get comfortable with just taking shots. And anytime you take your eyes off your sights, there you go. That finger comes off the trigger. Okay? So shoot through that one magazine. All right. Yep, nice and firm. Give it a punch. There you go. And then you're going to rack it. You're going to pull it all the way to the rear. Yep, all the way. Let it go. Very good. All right. Now your grip, get that thumb up. Yep, roll these forward. Remember, try to throw your thumb forward so a lot of the meat of your hand is as high as you can.
Like that?
Yep, and rotate in. There you go. Yeah, you want to try to put pressure with the meat of your palm on the side of the gun.
Got it.
All right. Align your sights and pick a dot and take a shot.
Oh my gosh, the same thing with my eyes. Okay.
All right, which dot were you shooting at?
The middle one as well.
The left or the right?
I was trying to go straight in the middle.
That little guy?
Yeah, right
Okay.
in the center. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're down and to the left, which means you're going, nope, here we go. It's already loaded.
Oh.
Yep, it cycles. So that whole movement, it already loaded one for you. So fix your thumbs.
Okay.
Get these fingers should be wrapped to there. There you go.
Got it.
Finger out. Very good. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just jerked pretty
Okay.
hard.
Yep, nice. You gotta stay nice and firm in the thumbs and in the wrists. There you go. Take another shot. There we go. And what I want you to do is just work through that magazine. Anytime you take your eyes off your sights, your finger comes out, you can go to a low ready or a high ready, okay? Just nice and slow, be very intentional and very focused on every movement you're making. All right? Sweaty hands.
Yeah, right there.
All right, adjust your thumbs. Yep, roll this forward. There you go. Very good. Pick a dot on your target. Nice, slow, smooth trigger squeeze. Oh, you didn't have one in there, so go ahead and rack it. It's okay. all the way to the rear, all the way, and let it go. Okay, can you do a press check, which means just kind of crack it open. Just pull it a little bit and see if you see some grass right there. No, got to go farther. Pull it all the way back as hard as you can. No. Yeah, if you can try to do this. I don't know if you have enough finger strength to do it like that. Yep. All the way back. There we go. I think that was it. No.
Shoot.
Here, let me see.
Yeah. Oh wait, done. No, it's not all yet.
Oh, yeah, your magazine isn't all the way seated. There you go.
Jeez Louise.
All right, now charge it, because we didn't
Oh.
actually feed one. Yep.
True.
All the way back.
You said do it this way.
Whatever's going to give you the best grip. There you go.
There it goes.
All right. Nice. Is that the one you were shooting for?
Yeah.
Good job. Do it again. Lean forward at the hips just a touch. Very good. All right. Just work through that magazine.
Yeah.
Try to all shots in that dot right there.
Cool.
Okay? All right. Oh, empty mag.
That's fair.
That's okay. You can just leave it open. There you go. There you go.
Lost that one.
Very good. So that one you pushed a little bit. You're squeezing with those other fingers.
Okay.
So that's why it's going low. Okay? All right, Rachel, you ready? And just work through that magazine nice and slow and smooth. There you go. You can keep shooting the...
I'll give her some space.
Okay.
Because we have to share a target.
Ah, okay. Other way. Yep, just drive that hand up a little bit. There you go. Rotate that in. Nice, slow and smooth. Nope, you're good there. Yep. Very good. So work through that magazine. Here, if you want, just sidestep to the edge of the table.
Okay.
And one more step right there. All right, Heather, there you go.
There we go.
You guys can share. There you
can
go.
share.
All right, work through that magazine. Once it locks to the rear, okay, what you're gonna do is just drop the magazine. So leave it locked like that, and you guys can just drop the magazine. So turn it over. Yep. And take the magazine out, the magazine release right there. And do your 2 checks, right? So you have a check there and then a check there, and it's clear and safe. Same thing on yours, your mag is out, clear and safe. And then go ahead and load up another magazine. If you need my help, let me know. Synchronized shooting. There you go, you're out. So go ahead and drop the magazine. Remember, finger goes off the trigger as soon as you're done. Check, check. So you check here and check there. All right, always do 2 checks. Hey, Elijah, she might need help with her magazines. You want to load her up?
Sorry, girl.
Let her finish.
All right, drop the magazine. Are you clear and safe too? All right, awesome. Okay, so here's what I want to do to show you guys just how much you can be influencing your shots, okay? we're going to do a drill. We're going to do a demonstration, probably with Heather and Heather's gun, just because your gun is more full size. So what we're going to do is we're going to show how much you're pushing on the gun when you don't think you're pushing on the gun, because I'm going to shoot, I'm going to pull your trigger while you align the sights, and I'm sure we'll probably hit one of those dots. Okay, so it just shows you that if you're missing, it's oftentimes just because you're flinching a little bit and you want to be really tight in your grip and squeeze through, isolate this movement here. Okay, so if you have another magazine, you guys can come over here if you want to have another magazine. Go ahead and load it up, load and make ready, and we'll just do this a couple times just to show you guys. So Hannah, if you want to come over here, you can finish that in a sec. No rush. All right. So go ahead, load and make ready. All right. So you're going to grab, only thing you're going to do is keep your finger off the trigger, okay? And you're going to align your sights. You're going to pick a dot. I don't even need to know what dot it is, okay? And I'm just going to put pressure slowly on your trigger, okay? And I'm going to ask you if the sights are good. Are they good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are they good?
Mm-hmm.
They're good?
Yep.
Good?
Yep.
Good?
Yep.
Good?
Good. That's where you're aiming.
We hit the dot, okay? So, and her grip was solid. She didn't drop the gun, anything like that. She had exactly what she was aiming at because she wasn't flinching and anticipating the shot. So if we can eliminate how much anticipation, there's always going to be a little bit, but if we can eliminate that, that's going to be, and it's going to help us to be much more effective. Because if we're missing by 5, 7, 8 inches or more at 5 yards, it grows really quickly, you know, across a room or across a house or in the mall or something like that, okay? So let's finish up loading up that magazine, okay? And what we're gonna do now is you're gonna take 2 shots. So bang, and what I want you to focus on this time is holding the trigger back consciously and hearing a click, okay? That's gonna help you be ready to take on multiple shots, and I'll show you what I mean. So come up here to the edge. So if most of you can get on this side so you can see my trigger finger probably the best. Okay, I'm gonna take a shot at one of those dots there. And as we said before, this is gonna cycle and get me ready for my next shot. But I want you guys to be aware of how much you're moving your finger, because that's gonna limit how much you move your hand. Okay, so as I'm squeezing this trigger, okay, we're locked and loaded. Okay, I want you to do this. I want you to shoot and pin the trigger to the rear. So bang, and my finger never left, and you should hear and feel this, okay? And the reason that is it's very common to do this. I'll show you. Watch my finger, okay? You see what my finger did? Jumped off really, really fast, okay? Because then what I do is I take up all that airspace and the slack all in one motion, and that's when I keep doing this. So if I can start to understand, hey, I'm gonna go bang, click, and that's my second shot from right there. I don't have to do anything else but pull it back one more time, just like that, and I hit, okay? So that way, I want you to grow aware of, am I going bang? Almost like it's like a little fear response, like, okay? So you're gonna go through another mag where you're gonna shoot, bang, and hold it to the rear and feel the click, okay? Bang. You may be surprised, your finger may just pop off and you don't even realize you're doing it, okay? So let's go through another magazine. You got a full magazine?
Yep.
Okay. So just wait to load and make ready. Hold on a sec. Just wait until everybody's good. Has everybody got a full magazine already? All right, go ahead and load and make ready. Want me to help you?
Yeah, that 8th
For the
one.
last one? Yeah. Go ahead and load and make ready. So pick it up, finger and straighten off the trigger. Try to load in your workspace. So any work you do, bring it up at least to your rib cage, so you're practicing doing that up here in your workspace. Charge the handle, or the slide, I should say. And now on your own, line is hot. Okay, we've already done one iteration of fire. Line is hot. You can, on your own, same fundamentals, nice, slow, and smooth. hit what you're aiming at, take a shot, and practice feeling the reset of the trigger, okay? Fix those thumbs, yep. There you go, it's okay. There you go, and make sure this should feel like you're working harder than this, okay? Oh, you pushed that one really hard. You flinched before it went off, okay?
Okay.
So keep this really tight. This should be getting tired almost. Turn this so you feel like you're pushing right there. And then you're just gonna slowly press until it just surprises you, okay? Very good, very good. And remember, pin it to the rear. You should feel the click after it resets. A little jam, let me fix it for you. Figure out, you can let it go. All right. It's all ready, you can keep going. Just make sure your finger comes out whenever you're, yep, back here, okay? Very good. You're flinching. You're flinching. I'm gonna have to do the drill for you. Just let it surprise you.
Okay.
Just squeeze your hands really tight. You're not gonna drop it. So you just stay really tight and then just slowly squeeze. Just slowly squeeze.
Did I flinch?
I just looked away as you did it. I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
And you're out. You're out.
I'm out?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, so take the magazine out, drop the magazine, very good, and there you go. Okay. All right. What kind of questions do you guys have so far? I know I started 20 minutes late. It's been about an hour. These are the fundamental things I want to get you guys comfortable.
Just something I noticed, it's a lot different when your hands are sweaty because I feel like my hands going like slipping.
You've got to cram it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
especially on this side, I'm like,
It's work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, and you got to train your brain to like just crush.
Yeah.
It is. It's a lot. What questions do you guys have? What if this happens, or how do I do this, or just perfect instruction?
I mean,
Your group got way better.
improvement.
Yeah,
Very accurate.
you got way better. Okay. Let's do one more because I want to be respectful of your time because we started late. But I'm also here for you guys. So if you want to keep going, that's fine. Let's load up 2 more magazines. Okay. And we are going to, as long as you can load up so that you have 1 empty magazine. Okay. Load up so you have 1 empty. If you have 2 others, you can load up those 2 others. So you have 2 full and 1 empty, but whatever magazine composition you have, as long as you have 1 empty magazine, okay? We're gonna practice just some reloads so that you recognize, oh, my gun went empty. What does it feel like? Because it's gonna feel different than when it reloads another round. And all of that. So, yeah, as long as you got 1 fully empty. Please, I know, please, for the love.
Yeah, take what you can get, right?
So we're thinking about putting the building here, right?
I don't know where he's putting the building at.
I mean, that's the high ground, so we'll see.
Making a joke.
Oh, no, he's talking about doing a shoot house, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Well,
So
my
we
phone.
are building a building here.
He is going to put like a shoot house thing. I just don't know which
let's make it top call. 5 layers
You can
up.
put a simulator in there.
No. 5 layers up. You just have the
Hey there.
layers go above. At 1, 2, 3.
Can you message Bo?
Yeah.
He's asking if we're still good to meet and where. I just don't have time to message him right now. Just tell him obviously who you are and tell him that if you're going to be there or not. I just, you know, I'm happy to meet him still. I think we said 4 or 5 p.m. So if you can do that for me.
Yeah, just send me his number.
I just did right now. Okay, love you, bye.
Oh, well, wait. What
What?
time do you want to meet?
I think I originally said 4 or 5 o'clock. Let me see here.
I know, but what time do you want to meet? Like, are you running late where you have to move it? Or?
Yeah, I'm running a little bit behind, so I'm not sure I can make 4, but we are scheduled to meet them at 4. So if he can do 5, that would be great. Somewhere in Oviedo. 5 p.m. in Oviedo. Yep, okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Did you take my water? Yeah, I was like, somebody just took my water. Just saved your life, Abigail. He's trying to give you contaminated water. All right. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, anybody need help loading mags?
Sorry.
That's fine, that's fine.
This is like
Yeah, it's,
tough. I only got
and
15
especially after
more.
you do a few of these, your fingers get sore and then you don't want to press as hard. Okay, that's it right there. So as long as you have one empty magazine, so this may feel complex. This is mine, okay. At first, but really what this is gonna do is get you to be comfortable with the function of not only reloading, but loading, unloading, reloading, getting familiar with how that feels when your gun goes dry, okay? Because you wanna obviously know as soon as you can that your gun is empty. And you guys maybe have already done that where you go to take another shot and you're like, oh wait, it's empty, right? It happens. So we're gonna do something to where you get more familiar with feeling and knowing that your gun is empty, okay? So yeah, I know you don't have mag pouches and all that, but there's not gonna be any kind of rush. But what you're gonna do is just to set this drill up in your empty magazine, you're just gonna take 1 loose round and you're gonna put it in the empty mag, so it has 1, okay? And you're gonna load that 1 round into your gun, so you will essentially have an empty magazine with 1 round in the chamber, okay? So you know you're gonna run dry, okay? This is just gonna get you familiar with the slide lock, what it feels like, and then, okay, how do I reload? I need to drop the magazine, and you pick one up, reload it, and take another shot. So this is just a 2-round drill. You're just gonna shoot 2 rounds at a time, where you shoot 1, it locks, you're gonna get rid of that magazine, reload again, and shoot another one, okay? So then from there, how do you reset that, okay? I will show you that in a second, but first I wanna just show you the drill, just so you guys are all good. You guys have eyes and ears on? Everybody's ears are okay? Okay, so basically I'm just gonna go from a high ready. I'm gonna take 1 shot nice and slow and smooth, just so I know I'm gonna hit what I'm aiming at. It's empty. I can see it's empty, fingers out. Okay, I gotta take my magazine out. Using my whichever thumb it is, drop the magazine first, okay? And then I'm gonna get another magazine. It's a table, so feel free to look at what you're grabbing. Keep this up like this, just so you're always in your workspace up here. Take your new magazine, seat it, and now you can see it's the same thing again. We're just getting more familiar with the procedure. We're getting more repetitions. Load it, and then take another shot. Bang, okay? So once I do that, I can drop this magazine out, okay? I can set it on the table. It has one in there, it's fine. And then get your empty magazine and put the empty magazine back in, okay? If it falls under the table or anything, we'll just pause for a second. All guns will be set and still, and then we'll get any magazine that rolls in a funny position, okay? But we'll just do this all together. I'll give you the cue. Shooter stand by, go or fire, and you'll do your little round. Bang, reload, bang. After that, set pistols down. We'll get magazines off the ground, reset the magazines, okay? So you're always gonna be reloading and just taking your empty magazine and putting it back in your gun. because when it fired that full magazine, it actually reloaded another one. So you're already set here. You just have to put your empty mag back in and have your other magazine ready. Does that make sense? Okay. So you guys can, with a magazine with just one round, so if you need to grab a round from your box, just put one in the empty mag so it's just one round. Load and make ready. Yep, with the one. You're going to load and make ready with the one. So now essentially you have one in the gun and an empty mag. All right. And all the same rules. Fully seat your magazine, charge your slide. Yep, and let it go home. All right. Shooter, stand by and fire. Once you take your shot, go ahead and dump your magazine. You can even just let it fall to the ground. You're going to pull the magazine out, let it fall, reload, fully seat, and re-engage when you're ready. Fix your thumbs, Hannah. There you go. Yep, just like that. Very good. And think about twisting in so it really pushes on the gun. As long as you keep no gaps, no air gaps in there. All right, if you've taken your second shot, go ahead and now you can take your finger out, drop your magazine out, and replace the empty magazine. Nope, you're gonna take out that magazine, and you're gonna put the empty one back in. So you're just gonna redo it again. Nope, just leave that in there. And it's okay, it's okay. Push that, yep. Set that down and then put the empty one back in. It's all right. That is a-okay. I'll just reset this for you. Go ahead and do that. You can drop that magazine and I'll just swap it. There you go. So you can reload with that one. All right. Everybody ready to go? Empty magazine, one in the chamber. All right. From the high ready, make sure your hands. I also want to see if you guys just look at me really quick. Anytime you're in the high ready, make sure you got that little touch point on this little pad right here on your finger underneath here, just so you don't have any bad habits of doing this or anything floating around. That's your touch point, so I know when I can press out, it's all in the right order, okay? All right, shooter's ready, and shoot. Slide lock, reload. Now drop your magazine. Reload and take one shot. Fix your thumbs. There you go. Yep. Fill all that space up. Forward, forward, forward. There you go. And after your second shot, go ahead and drop your magazine. Finger out, drop your magazine. We're going to do it again. So you're going to take that full mag out, set it down, and put the empty mag in. No need to charge the slide. Okay. You guys getting the function now? It's feeling much more familiar. Hey, where are my bullets at? Is it loaded? Is it not loaded? Okay. This basic drill helps you really get to be comfortable with that. Remember, this pad right here is going to go right under there. Because really, think about it like this. If you are here, because when we do stuff from the draw, this is one of our touch points, is literally like this. So if you keep that knuckle like this, that's going to help set you up to drive it out, okay? All right. Shooter's ready. And shoot. Slide lock, reload, drop the empty mag, replace, reseat, there we go, and engage. Second shot. All right, good job, finger out, drop the full mag, and put the empty one in. We're going to go until most everybody's gone through a full magazine. It feels like a lot, but these repetitions are getting you comfortable with how the gun works, okay? And when you're in the high ready, keep it up just a little higher, just so you're more aware of where your muzzle is. This should be about eye level here, okay? Shooter's ready. Shoot. There you go, slide lock, drop the magazine, reload with a full mag, and rack the slide, and engage. There you go. Very good. All right, reset, drop your magazine, and put in the empty one. All right, you guys reset? All right, shooter stand by. Shoot. And drop your empty mag. If you don't have anything else, you can just leave it clear and safe. If you have more, go ahead and send that last round. Fix those thumbs, fix those thumbs. There you go. Yep. Very good. All right. Clear and safe. Get a buddy check. So have your partner next to you, look at the chamber and the mag well for you. All right. All right. I think this is your mag I'm just kind of holding. How's everybody feeling? Comfortable?
Honestly, a lot better.
Yeah? These are just basic drills that get you familiar with how it operates. So you know, okay, this is how I load it, this is how I unload it. It's not going to go bang until I do this with the trigger. And so I can know, oh, if I have a loaded gun, I know how to get that round out of there. I was talking with a guy that he's now an avid shooter, and he told me a story. He's like, embarrassingly, in 2020 was like the first time he went and bought a gun. He's a very conservative guy, but he said he had to go to a gun shop because he's like, how do I get this bullet out of here? I don't even know how to get the bullet out of there. And so there's simple questions that you don't need to feel stupid for asking if you've never done it. And so that's really what this course is going to be designed for, is, hey, we're going to just lay all of that out there. There's no dumb questions, and we're going to, in a 4-hour course, we would cover a lot more. Do some more drills, have some concealed carry considerations, because I know as you girls are going about your day, you probably likely want to have something with you or do, and things to think about when it comes to that. So are there any questions that you guys have right now? No? Anything else you want to do? You're like, I thought we could do this or do that. No? Okay. Just a fam. Just a quick.
Yeah.
What's that? Look, you guys are laughing about something. Like.
Oh, the one that's purple.
Well, that's what I got for you guys. I'm here to help you. If you have more questions, I'm here. I'm happy to stay for a while, but I also want to make sure that you guys feel that you feel like, hey, you can go and you're not rude. So, yeah.
Great job. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm only here for the applause.
Are you already offering? Like, is this a lot like courses live, ready to go?
It's about to be.
Okay, because I have people ask me on the regular.
Yeah,
so.
it's about to be. So I have dates.
All I need is
So I just need I need to write a more thorough description of, hey, these are the course objectives. So it's like on the website, but all the dates are actually already outlined. It'll be there in the next few days. My website guy.
He's like, waiting on you, bro.
Yeah.
The first time I've asked you is what it sounds like.
No, it's not.
So.
Like last month, I was like, I need a description.
Got busy.
I'll get that to you. I'll get that to you.
All right. What's that?
Like how you do with like the guys recently. Like, how do you determine? Do you tell that person, like, if we've done this like once or twice or 3 times, like, do you determine like, hey, I think you're ready to go try a Pistol 1 class, or you know what I'm saying, like, come back here?
Yeah, I would say if you've done this a couple times or even just once, and you get to the range and you practice and you can do that. We have some time skills, but it's not like you fail the course if you don't meet the time. I think in Pistol 1, we had one guy pass one of the timed things. Of 6 guys times 2 events, one guy passed 1 by the time and the shooting standards, which is they're challenging and they're attainable. And then same thing today, we had one guy pass. Your hubby passed one of the things. Yeah. Yeah. So you don't have to be able to pass those to pass the course. those are going to be gateways into more competitive style shooting things, but not other courses that I have designed right now. So it's just about getting volumes of people in so then they can kind of choose their path to, because we're going to have combat conditioning courses where it's much more physical. So you're carrying things, running, jumping over things, barrels of fire. Yeah. Where it's, you don't have to be the top fast shooter, but you can do that fun kind of shooting. And then we'll have other courses that are going to be much more about racing and time and stuff like that. So, but doing this and getting comfortable with this, do a mama bear defense course, and then that is definitely going to set you up to get into the pistol trainings as well. So I have cards for you girls to take with you. This is basically a card I give everybody that goes through Pistol 1. It's just some basic things. It also has the different so there's things on here that we didn't cover, but I'm happy to cover and tell you. So there's the four basic firearms fundamental safety rules on the back, okay? And then you have your pistol fundamentals, just some basic things for, yeah.
Remember that rule.
Safety is sector.
Yeah. Well, it's like you can have a guy who's like really good in a lot of things, but if he's unsafe, it's like, I don't want to be by you. I don't want to be near you. I don't want to operate with you. So safety is really, key to being successful. So then there's failures. So if you have like a click, bang, click, you're supposed to tap rack, bang, which means you hit the magazine, you rack the slide, and then you get back to work. That's what's called a tap, rack, bang, okay? If you have a failure to feed or failure to eject, when you look at the gun and it looks like there's 2 rounds kind of stuck and there looks like multiple things are happening, you have to pull the magazine first and then, rack the slide a few times and then restart over again. And that's stuff that we didn't have time to cover in detail today, but Pistol 1, we cover that. We practice it a lot with those snap cap dummy rounds. And then these are the standards on the bottom for the timed things that we go through on the first Pistol 1 thing. So those are the standards, the names of the things. So this is just a little card for you.
In the mama bear classes, those are 1 hour.
No, they're going to be 4 hours.
Oh, they're going to be 4
Yep,
hours.
they're going to be like a half day, 4 hour, because even I feel like I talked to you guys for like 45 minutes before you touched a gun.
Yeah, if it's new people who've never heard it before, yeah, I thought it was good. You did a good
Okay,
job with that.
okay, because I'm like, I know people
summed
want
it
to
up
shoot,
well.
but I'm trying to go fast for like an intro like this just to get.
Yeah.
But for Mama Bear, we'll do a lot of that too, and we'll have much more time to shoot and do a few different types of drills and things like that to get comfy. So.
Very cool.
Awesome. Thanks for making the trek out here and battling the heat and being safe and good. And
You're going to get really tan this summer.
I know, I'm already like burnt. I can feel the crispiness on me right now.
Yeah, man. This
Yeah.
isn't even 96 degrees.
Yeah, and we have a nice breeze.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's true. You are close to the...
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
It
close
does
to the
get,
sun, that's it.
Yeah.
yeah, you guys have no idea what I'm going through up here. No, I think we do get more wind here because we're a little closer to the beach, because some days it's like
I
this
can feel
starts
it.
whipping and I've had targets blow down and I'm like,
wow.
what is going on? I think one of the times Kevin was out here, we had a whole thing of targets just go pff. Different setup, but it was, yeah. Anyways, well, you guys take off. I'm here to answer your questions if you have any more questions. And
In the Mama Bear class, will you cover like gear, purses, things like? 'Cause that's another question I inevitably get.
Yep.
Every time.
Yeah.
What kind of purse do you recommend? I'm like,
What kind of gun do you recommend?
Yeah.
How to carry a purse, don't worry.
okay.
Wow. A good brother.
That is what brothers.
That's what brothers
right
are for.
there.
He'll show you how to carry a purse. Yeah. Put your purse down.
Be a man.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Any questions? Don't feel like you can't ask a question.